Brian. How's it going, baby boy?
Oh, fuck! Who did that? Fuck! Fuck all of you. God damn it.
I want to slap you.
Oh,
that's great. Welcome, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry everyone.
Merry Christmas. We just had like a great podcast before we even started.
We had, really, yeah.
We got it all out before we went
video.
live.
Yeah. We don't want to talk about Rebel Moon or Aquaman anymore.
I didn't to begin with, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're bad.
That was enough.
Yeah. That's true.
Let's move on.
It's Friday. It's the Friday before Christmas. I hope you all got your shopping done. I haven't. I'm going to wait till Christmas Eve like any normal man. And yeah, we're going to have a good time. We have a lot of great stuff to talk about. Woke Hollywood is burning, and I am just warming my hands on the flames, having a good time. I might do a little weenie roast, roast some marshmallows on it, and we're going to discuss that. And you know what? They have to, it's gotten so bad, they've actually had to admit it, and we're going to discuss that. But it's not like they're done making crap, because a lot of us here watched Rebel Moon and Aquaman. Aquaman poo.
Some of us tried anyway.
Yeah. The one good thing that came out this weekend, well, I know Iron Claw, which I didn't see.
I watched it, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, but I'm going to see it. And South Park. The South Park episode was fantastic.
And
Reacher, thank you. Reacher was awesome. Let's go around the horn. Let's get this thing going, because I know everybody's just itching to talk about Mahler's favorite movie of the year, by the way. Hate to spoil it for you, buddy. Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon.
Damn it.
He loves Zack. He can't just shut up about Zack Snyder and just going on about how much he loves him.
No, he's going to start like saying release the Snyder cut and Ayer cut tomorrow. You know,
Yeah,
be
for every
honest.
second of slow-mo, I feel like my life improves.
What's up, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers?
Yes, I did watch something awesome this week that and wasn't Rebel Moon, that's for damn sure. The Iron Claw. arguably the best movie of the year that I've seen. Godzilla's probably still going to take the cake. But Iron Claw is fantastic. And I highly recommend everybody go out and watch it, even though it's based on a true story. If you know, you know. And it's very hard to watch. I promise you, even though it deals with real life tragedies that are hard to believe, you're still going to feel happier walking away from that than Rebel Moon. And that's just the truth of the matter. But
dude,
yes,
dude, I felt happier walking away from Requiem of a Dream than walking away from
Schindler's List was a fun
Schindler's
movie.
List.
Requiem for
Oh no.
Requiem for a Dream's like an alternate version of Gary's life.
yeah, pretty much. But yeah, Iron Claw is a phenomenal movie and highly recommend it. And but Godzilla -1 still probably the best movie of the year for me, followed by Oppenheimer, and then I would put Iron Claw third, mainly because they really fucked up Ric Flair in this movie. Holy shit, the Ric Flair stuff is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But anyway, Friday Night Tights. Can't wait to hear what everybody thinks about Rebel Moon. Respect women, feminism bullshit. I got halfway through it and I was out. I couldn't do it. So
The last part's the worst part.
It is.
Really? Is it?
Yeah, it gets worse.
Avoided it. I
worse.
avoided it.
It's still pretty funny throughout. Okay.
Man. But yep. But Ryan's here, Mr. Positivity.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Aquaman 2 wasn't quite as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it was a very forgettable, poorly edited Jason Momoa brofest movie. So probably get some women out there that like it just because Jason Momoa is in it. But I watched that. I am, let's see, like 35 or 40 minutes into Rebel Moon, and then I had to come on this podcast, so I didn't get that finished. But I've got a decent feeling of what it's about so far. So yeah, Merry Christmas.
You do?
everyone.
Could you tell us later? Because I'd like to know.
It's about some fucking woman who has to tell you, like, give her exposition and a life story about why she can't feel love and never deserve any love or some bullshit. She's just I'm a fucking child of war, blah blah blah. She has to tell all that to someone who already knows it within the first 5 minutes, so you get to know the character, and then she stops a woman from being raped. Which,
to be fair, let's be credits to Zack Snyder said he wanted to make a Star Wars movie, and he did make a Disney Star Wars movie.
Yeah, success.
He did make a Disney Star Wars
And to be fair, I'd probably still watch this one over any Disney Star Wars movie.
Yeah, I would.
this over Force Awakens.
Yes, I would. I would. Shad.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
I'm not sure if you noticed anything cool behind me. Do you see? Do
Oh my God,
see
books.
anything?
I see books.
Look at these. Look at these. Ah,
I see.
I need a full
The
screen.
Those happen to be
Wait.
Books are pretty cool.
the alternate
cool.
covers.
We got ourselves a reader here.
Ooh.
So came in the Shadow of the Conqueror.
Oh, that looks
novel.
Very
sweet.
nice.
Look
Nice.
how good this is.
Hell
guys.
yeah.
Mine's
wish
getting
we could
delivered
touch
today.
it.
So
Oh,
good.
wow.
Check.
Oh yeah.
this
That
out.
looks
Wow.
fucking dope.
That
looks dope.
Dude, it's turned out phenomenal. And that's the graphic novel. Then we got the actual second edition novels right there. And also just turned out amazing. And so we are rolling these out. There's still a lot of books to fulfill. We're getting through them. And so people are getting those. Mine have arrived. And they are better than I could have imagined.
I like
So
that
that's been
sword
very-
on the.
Yeah, give me one of those swords.
That's
I want
very
one.
nice.
Also, yeah, of course, I watched Rebel Moon. I was able to watch that one. Aquaman, no, I wasn't able to get to. It's not available in Australia at the moment. And also, yeah, time and other
You're
things,
lucky.
So. Yeah, I saved myself, eh? And there's a lot of fun things to talk about. So let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Hey, some redhead just showed up. What's up,
Sweet.
Chrissy Mayer? Hi.
Hi, good to be here. I had a lot of fun with Ryan in Phoenix last couple days. We were at America Fest, Saving America. I was mostly just watching Ryan get real drunk and dance to Backstreet Boys at the James O'Keefe after party. I think Ryan really belongs in a boy band. I think that's his true
I think
calling.
too.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
I've seen him karaoke. He does.
Not the
Yeah.
first
It's
person to
amazing.
say that. But yes, me and James O'Keefe are actually going to start our own. So we're still working on a couple more members, so we need to figure it out. But yes, maybe Pasobik would be down. We'll figure it out.
Pasobik, Alex Stein.
No, Alex Jones.
Alex
Oh
Jones.
God, yes.
That's the greatest band of all time.
No,
right?
he's the manager of the boy band, you know, and then he comes in and he drops a
You call
line
it,
every
you
once
call
in a
it,
while.
you call it Boys to Build a Burgers.
Build burgers.
Boys to Build a Burgers. That should be the name of the
Oh
band.
my God, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. Thanks for being here, Chrissy.
Thanks for letting me in.
This time.
Letting me in.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Quarter Black Garrett. What's up,
Yo,
Quarter Black Magic?
I'm ready for Christmas. Got all my stuff, purchased. Wife wrapped all the gifts because she likes to do that, and I don't. And unfortunately, I had to watch this movie called Rebel Moon. And these are the notes I took. I'd like you to know. I had to pause the movie and go back.
Are those
The
emojis?
emojis,
Are
yeah.
those emojis on your notes?
Oh yeah, I'm laughing into myself. So I'll get you in a vagina portal. This is my second note here. Bad guy fucks a squid.
Hold on. What was the first note?
First note is Anthony Hopkins.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty good. That was pretty nice.
Okay. All right.
I
Really?
like
'Cause
Anthony Hopkins.
the first thing I noticed was a space vagina opening up for a ship.
That
to
was my
come.
second note.
Yeah.
My second note. The rebels are super diverse because
Yes,
they
they
show
are.
that at the end. It's super diverse. There's like 15 lesbians right in the front, so you know
Yes.
that they're diverse.
I noticed that too.
Or non-binary.
Yeah, it's
one
just
of the
and the movie is constantly repeating other movies throughout the entire time. I kept waiting for it to be original at some point, but it never quite got there.
two.
So.
Yeah. Well,
We'll talk
we're gonna
about it.
get to it once we get through our introduction. What's up, Comics Division? I just saw
Well,
you.
yes, I just saw you too. I saw one really fantastic movie this week, which was Godzilla -1, and then I saw two really crappy movies this week, which did not make up for it. So, yeah, Rebel Moon. Eesh. It was very Snydery.
Yes,
like
it was
I said,
Snyderific.
Yes,
It was Snyder-tastic.
Yeah,
For sure. And we'll talk about it. And we hung out for Aquaman 2, and I wanted to leave. Like,
yeah. We both did.
like every time they mention global warming,
Oh my God.
So 30
Oh my
times.
God.
which is like
Yeah.
30 times.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hello, Odin, and
Oh, hello.
and baby.
Yeah, Baby Sif is joining me today. I also was able to see an amazing film called The Iron Claw, and I recommend everyone go and watch it because it is indeed one of the best films of the year. Unlike Rebel Moon, which is a complete garbage CGI fest nonsense, and Aquaman, which, as you mentioned, funny. I think the funniest part about the entire thing is the fact that the opening title sequence of the ice falling into the ocean is the Fallen Kingdom. So it's like very on the nose there.
Just a
sir.
tad.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Oh,
that,
no,
that was like the least on the nose part about the whole global. Like every moment they're like, this is terrible for the environment. We used to use this fuel, but we realized it was destroying the world, so we locked it down here so no one could ever use it.
Or
And then the only person who's like down with global warming is the villain. Like at one point, like, they just like mention shit. They mention like global warming, and Black Man is like, that shit seems cool or something like that. It's fine.
You know what? He said it just like that too.
Odin, what did you think? Because you're a wrestling fan, what did you think
Yeah.
of Flair in the movie?
Oh, so the accent, like the voice work on it was terrible.
Yeah.
But other than that, I thought that the mannerisms were actually fine. The voice just did not match.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
I even thought some of the language wasn't on point either. I mean, some of it was, but some of it wasn't. But it was. They just should
Zac
have never
Efron
even had
though
him
was
to-
just
Yeah.
freaking jacked.
Zac
dude.
Efron was uncomfortably huge in this movie.
Ooh,
Like it looked like
okay.
it looked like it was hard for him to move.
That's what she,
It
that's what
looked
she
like-
said.
Well,
Like
I'm just
John
saying-
Cena level.
No,
like,
dude, it looked like
trouble.
it looked like he had a bodysuit on. He's so
Yeah.
fucking ripped. He looked like the Incredible Hulk for real. You
You're
know what I
saying
mean?
unnatural.
It was insane, dude.
Because it
It's
was
crazy.
unnatural.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Yeah, yeah.
You're
with
telling me he's not
steroids.
natty? Come on.
You just wake up like that.
It's crazy.
He was actually in between filming his live action He-Man movie.
He does look like He-Man. He does look like
Oh.
You
He-Man.
should.
Has the haircut for it too.
Disparu.
yeah,
Hello,
he-
Disparu.
Hello. Yes, I legitimately face palmed while watching Aquaman in the cinema. Came home, immediately started watching Rebel Moon, one of the most predictable shows ever. And there's a moment where the slow mo kicks in. I'm like, this is so boring. I've got to speed it up. So I put it on 1.5. Like, no, I need the full amount of cringe for it. So I went back just to see how awful it was in slow motion. And then I'm like, her fighting isn't meant to be in slow motion, and yet it's the slowest fight scene I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
The way they
Everything's
cut it in the
slow-mo.
trailer is 10 times better
Yeah.
than it is in the actual movie, and that
Yes.
seems like a problem. Because it shows you everything about why she would not be able to do that in a fight, and nobody cares.
Why she would be dead. Why she
Yes.
should have been dead in the first
So many
fucking
times.
minute.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There were many times she
Yeah.
should have been dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
was like,
said
are they
last
going to
week that-
explain why she's so good at this? Like at any point? No.
Well, maybe
Trained.
next movie
I said
because
last
they,
week,
She was trained.
She was trained.
she was trained.
Okay. All right.
and no
Whatever.
other soldier gets trained. Like, so
Yeah.
That's my
not
thing. It's like,
her.
okay, this
Not like,
Like,
a
if-
five, not like a 5'5", like ankle biter. What's she gonna do? She's a
I can
chihuahua.
believe it.
She
I
was
could
very
believe it if she
cute.
had some kind of like cybernetic enhancements or some extra training that nobody else had. But these are 12 other
Genetically
massive
altered.
dudes that get the same training that she did.
I'm not sure you understand, Quarter Black. Do you not realize she has a vagina? That means she
That's
can...
it.
I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
That's it.
They did come
She has
out
low-
of the
lower
space
body.
vagina.
They did.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
there's film. They focus
Yes.
on that.
We're almost ready.
Almost.
Hi, Mahler. Welcome, Mahler.
Hello. Howdy doody. I thought, this is how everyone's intros are. So Aquaman 2 was terrible. Aquaman 2 was way better than Rebel Moon. That's how I'm feeling tonight. I can't wait to talk about it. But yeah, I mean, what's the point of an intro? Let's just talk about the movies. I don't know.
That's right. That's right. Well, screw it. Let's talk about Rebel Moon. It's on everybody's
Rebel Moon.
mind. So
Yeah.
that's where we will start with Zack Snyder. So I did a watch party on this channel to punish my members for joining up, and they should all leave right now for doing that because I'm an asshole.
Unsubscribe.
Thankfully, I didn't show them the movie. It was just my reactions. My first reaction was it had Dario Naharis versus Dario Naharis from Game of Thrones in it, both actors. Yes, there is a giant spaceship Yamamoto or a penis or a dildo flying through a space vagina into a.
Why did they choose that? That was intentional. They could have
It
just had
opened
like
up. It was like,
like it was literally like they could have chosen a
Here's my theory.
circle.
Here's my theory.
Yes.
Zack Snyder is trying to. It's not just because of Geeks and Gamers, although none of us are associated with Zack Snyder for sure.
Yeah,
But somehow the perception in Hollywood is that Zack Snyder was some kind of alt-right hero,
Which is not the
which
case
is
Wow.
at all.
fucking ridiculous. But he is trying to get his trans-surance and woke-surance, and you're absolutely right. It was a feminist symbol to have the ship coming through the vagina. And then none of the lore made any sense. This is 2 hour and 14-minute intro. It's a 2 hour and 14-minute introduction that could have been an hour and a half long if they cut out the fucking slow-mo. And it's got some Mary Sue in it who is 5'5". And I said it earlier. Imagine Anna, that Star Wars girl, going down to the dog patch in San Francisco back in the 70s when they had the Hells Angels bars there and beating the fuck out of every single one of them.
Yep.
Not gonna happen.
easily.
That's
Easily.
exactly what happened. And
While the men that are actually strong stand there and go, "What
do we do?
What do we do? I don't."
well, again, it starts out the first thing we get is her, digging down into the ground and showing how she's so tired and she's on her hands and knees digging, and then this
so
dude,
low maintenance.
this aloof dude, just comes walking out, and he's like, oh, and she's talking, she's commanding that scene. She's talking down to him, but it's like a man walking up to a woman on her knees, digging down in the dirt, trying to pick up this rock. Any man would not just stand there and let the woman dominate the situation. You would be like, do you need some help? I mean, she's dominating the whole thing. And from that moment, I'm like, this is the direction they're going already. And of course, it continued. She dominates everything. She is the dominant person in every situation that I saw. I only watched half of this bullshit,
dude.
But she's the dominant. And then the guy, whoever this guy is, he's a fucking bitch.
Dude, it's a weird.
He literally gets his stacked grabbed and sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
And they
Okay. So
and he needs to be
remember,
saved
So
by
there,
the-
he was trying to inverse the roles there.
Remember when she walks into the fucking saloon? Okay, so Ryan and I watched Reacher.
You mean the cantina?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Ryan and I watched Reacher right before this, right? So there's a scene in Reacher where he's like, I'm gonna give you a minute to get out of here. I'm gonna fuck you all up. And like you see Reacher and you're like, that could happen. She walks into the fucking saloon. She's surrounded by guys who are literally a foot and a half taller than her, and she's like, I'm gonna give you like 3 minutes to get out of here. I'm gonna take you all out. You're like, with what? You know?
Give you an extra minute.
But they
I'm a
built
really
that into the
angry
movie.
chihuahua.
Like part of it is that they go, oh, no, that's stupid, and just walk in anyway. And then she's like, well, surprise, I can actually do it. The dissociation between what would happen in reality and the way people act is meant to be one of the plus points of it. It's like, oh yeah, all women can do this. They just don't realize their power, but really, this is what is possible for them.
Okay.
It's like,
I was getting particularly tired of that moment when they entered the fucking canteen. I was like, if they find a pilot here, I swear to God. And then the guy-
Dude, when they walk in and they show cuts of crazy looking aliens, literally 1-to-1 the cantina scene.
Dude, at Mahler, they didn't just find a pilot. A pilot volunteered himself, you know.
Who was I watched this with Rags, right? The pilot guy is like, you know,
Charlie Hunnam.
I'm an opportunist, you know. So like he basically just says, yeah, I do this for money, obviously. And then they're like, okay, we can't really pay you. And he's like, I'll do it anyway. We were both like, well, that's
Red
really
flag.
suspicious.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
What?
Like if I want to keep an eye on this guy, like he doesn't even have any motive. That's what's curious. Then,
Well, like I am a fan of Charlie Hunnam because I'm a fan of Sons of Anarchy. And so when we first see Charlie Hunnam in this movie, it's a pretty badass moment. And you're like, okay, pretty. And then he starts talking, and he sounds like Brad Pitt from Snatch. And I'm like, what?
I was
the
okay
hell
with
is-
that.
No, he was.
I was
goofy.
okay with that.
It was
Jeremy,
goofy.
My thing is like they never actually had any character development for any of these characters.
So-
they just introduce them and then move on.
He talks in that scene, and then he doesn't talk for like 20 minutes. He just looks at
Almost
shit and
longer
nods.
than that.
And then later on, he comes in and talks. It's like, this is probably one of the bigger stars in
like they're in a movie. Like he's just like, I'm Pilot Man, and I will take you where you need to go. It's like, why? Like, I'm Pilot Man.
It felt like a GM to a role playing game. This is how they wrote the action. They're like, okay, you're going to meet at the cantina. Then you're going to find your next character. Then you're going to go to the next star system and find the next character, and then the next character. But you're not going to set up any of the characters. We're just going to pick them up.
Here's the problem with Zack Snyder as a creator, right? We just talked about this earlier, but I think it's
You
a
gonna
really
get your
good
list out, or
No, it's a pretty simple. It's a simple analogy. He's a tweaker. He's a tweaker. He's got a lot of great ideas going on in his head, and he's in his garage, and all the radios are half taken apart, but nothing's ever going to go back together. He's a tweaker.
He's like, oh, Spider Lady. Oh, look. Oh, the bad guy has sex with a squid. Okay, and then we can move on. Oh, like it's like Turok, and then a hippogriff from Harry Potter. Yeah, let's do that, and then let's move on. It's like the whole movie is that way.
Zack Snyder he's visually. He puts amazing stuff out there. He really does. Like from a visual standpoint, he can build a world that's interesting, and then the story makes it completely irrelevant because you're just
Well, I'd like to see the world in this. Everything is focused on somebody's face, and their ears are out of focus. By the time you get to the background, you can't see a thing. It's just blurred.
Yeah.
People where they're talking to someone, and they're out of focus.
There's a scene where the girl is talking to the Anthony Hopkins robot, and she's standing right next to him, and she's out of fucking focus, man. On the full screen.
I've
I'm like,
never
what
seen
the fuck?
anything this blurred.
Yeah.
Everything was in portrait mode. I think.
Let me say this. So before we get into it, Zack Snyder has one of the most passionate fan bases out there. I believe most of them are going to love this movie, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you're a Snyder fan, it works for you, that's fine, because I think that that's 100% who it's made for, and that's it. And that's okay if you like it. I think it's a piece of shit, but I think 80% of his movies are pieces of shit, and a lot of people disagree with that. So,
at least for me, my favorite movies of Zack Snyder's, all of his discography, is Watchmen and 300 and Dawn of the Dead. Three things that already had stories already established.
Correct.
He did not have to write them. He just visually told the story, which is what he's really great at.
Especially with 300. Like that was
like 1-to-1.
That was 1-to-1 frame for frame
novel to life.
Yeah, bringing a graphic
That's what
novel
he
to
is
life.
great at. He needs somebody, again, that can write a great story to match up his skills at visual storytelling. Visual storytelling and actual storytelling need to be there in a film, and he just does not have actual storytelling.
Didn't James Gunn write his Dawn of the Dead?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes, he did.
Dawn of the Dead's really good. Really good.
I thought the world that was being established was actually kind of interesting, but the story was just so poorly executed.
All over the place.
That thing was
All
being
over the
earned.
place. And literally everything, again, that I saw in this movie, it was just a ripoff of something else, which I don't have a problem with at its core, but like, you got to, when you rip things off or when you're inspired by things,
you got to put something new in there.
You got to add
you got to do something new to add to it.
When you're ripping off Warhammer, dude, Warhammer already rips shit off. You're ripping things off 3 times over.
Warhammer rips off what Dune and Michael Moorcock, a lot of Elric stuff. But
what a name right there,
Michael
Moorcock.
Moorcock.
God damn.
He wrote a fucking great book called great set of books called Elric, which are fucking right, almost as good as Conan in my opinion. But that's me.
What's worse, Michael Moorcock or Dick Buttkiss? What's the worst?
No. Harry Colin.
Honestly, though, I think the worst
American
one.
politician called Randy Baumgartner. Looks over here. Is
I think the worst one is a NASCAR driver named Dick Trickle.
Yeah,
Dick Trickle.
Oh.
Yeah, Dick
What about
Trickle.
Dick Pole?
Because they can
What about
pee in
Dick
the race
Pole?
cars.
Dick Pole, yeah.
Dick Pole.
There's some like Olympics coordinator that has a fucking crazy name. Hold on.
Leslie Lescock.
A lot of vagina.
So with Rebel Moon, it's obviously a copy of Seven Samurai, Star Wars, Dune. I'm sure I wouldn't know, but I'm sure there's some Warhammer stuff in there.
The aesthetic of all of the
Was none of
Imperium.
this original?
Tons of heavy metal. Turok, Turok is in it.
Literally.
And
His name is fucking Turok.
Yeah.
His name is Turok in the movie.
Turok.
And he is Turok.
What is it, Ryan?
So the vice president of the International Olympic Committee's name is Dick Pound.
Wow.
Oh, those parents.
All
That's
the,
a
all
good
the
thing.
lost dogs.
It's
didn't
pretty
end
close.
up at
It's
Dick
Tarok,
Pound.
not Turok, but it's pretty fucking close.
Come on.
On what Jeremy said, though, I want to say, like, as he said, you know, like this is going to be a Zack Snyder movie for Zack Snyder's fans. As far as I'm concerned, about 80% of his fans are there for his DC stuff. People didn't like his fans didn't show up for Army of the Dead, and I'm not sure they're going to show up for this.
That's true. That's true.
They like to see him do Batman, Superman, and whatever.
You're exactly
Yeah.
right. It's a weird. It's an offshoot of DC. It's a DC. It's like I've said this before. So if DC is the Taliban, then the Snyder Cut is ISIS. So
Fuck. When have you ever said that?
I would just like to officially congratulate Gary on being the Snyder fan base #1. Like, you just took the title from me and Maul.
Looking to be number one.
They officially hate you more than me and Maul are now, and I'm okay with that.
I'm just saying, no. It depends on your point of view, Jeremy. I'm just saying they fundamentally believe more.
From a certain point of view.
I'm sure ISIS did a few good things.
Oh my god.
I just like to
There's
say
good
hi,
people
Twitter.
on both sides.
Yeah. Both sides.
Mikey Gessler, I'm looking forward to your comments.
Oh my god.
I can't believe I stepped away to get pizza for that.
Oh.
Holy shit. That was amazing.
Wow.
So what
Wow.
you got? What's you guys' favorite? As Quarterback Garrett said, the discography of ISIS. What are the biggest hits?
You guys catch that new ISIS movie?
And if ISIS had a streaming service, every actor's agent would be on the phone to him in the morning. Ricky
The
Gervais.
difference is the Taliban's still around. The DCU died after a decade.
Well, I mean, to be fair, DC's a dead company too. We can certainly discuss a certain game that's coming out later, but DC fans are more passionate. They are. They're more passionate than Marvel fans. Always have been. Always will be. Marvel fans are a little more chill and a little more forgiving on stuff. But you want to talk about like what a hardcore comic book fan is? I would say it's more. If you have to choose, it's more a DC fan than a Marvel fan.
I agree. Like if you look at like the history of it, like if you have discussions with Marvel fans versus DC fans, like Marvel fans will get mad at you. DC fans will cut a bitch, dude. Like, they will fucking cut a bitch. They don't fuck around.
You know the term Marvel zombie comes from DC fans, and that's why they did Marvel zombies to kind of clown on that. But that's what DC fans used to call Marvel zombies.
Yep. That's interesting.
Yes.
All right, so back to Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it sucks, right?
We tried.
We tried. So I think for a lot of casual viewers, they're probably not going to pick up on some of the really like terrible elements of the film, the clunky dialogue, the awful exposition, the way things are structured, and even they might not get too thrown out by the lack of originality. I think the death knell for this film is the fact that the characters are really boring and uninteresting. You don't get invested in any single one of them. You don't care what happens to them. And
they're two-dimensional.
Yeah, like
1.5.
Yeah.
And as a result, what they're doing, they're trying to recruit all these other characters that you don't care about, and then you don't care about what they're doing. What, the guy's trying to fly a hippogriff or something like that. Who gives a crap, right?
What's that guy's name again? What's his name? Tarok?
Tarok.
Tarzan.
Okay, wait.
Turok.
Which is not supposed to be Turok at all. You're not supposed to confuse him with Turok.
Not in the slightest.
So, as a result, the film comes off as meandering and boring and slow, and that's why it's probably going to fail overall.
Who is it for? Because I was very distracted by the scene that when you mentioned earlier. It's for ISIS. The scene where it's like someone's propositioning to buy the guy in the cantina, and then the guy grabs his balls, and I'm like, what? And then the woman has to fight for his honor.
Just save him.
He's not for sale.
They flipped the roles, is what they did.
It's just for like, look, men can get emasculated too and be sexually assaulted.
Gay planet.
Please like me, feminists, aren't I? I'm one of the allies now.
Yeah. That's the thing. That came first because like we were watching, it was like, oh, is that normal in this world? You can just run up to people and grab like their cock and stuff. It's like, okay, and then he pulls a knife on the main character at her neck, and I was like, what the fuck? This guy's gonna get thrown out. Does this bar have any rules? Like, is there any bounces? Is there any like you're just okay to just assault people? Like that's just a thing here? It's like, okay, yeah, I don't think so. And then of course when people start pulling out guns, all of them are like screaming and running away. And I was like, oh, okay, so there's a limit. You can stab people, you can assault people, you can't shoot them though. Come on, that's taking.
There's a line.
So should we try and tackle this chronologically a bit, because there's a lot of, even from the very beginning, like the opening monologue is done boring and it's actually unnecessary. The information you get out of the monologue
real quick
is given through character dialogue later.
We can
and
do
so
it.
Pointless.
We can't do it chronologically because I would say that would be an over exaggeration of describing what happened. It was it was bullet points, so we can hit the bullet points that Zack Snyder hit.
Should we randomly hit like slow-mo talking for no reason whatsoever when we're talking?
We randomly bounce between parts of the movie.
There were just slow-mo scenes that made no sense for no reason whatsoever. You're like, what are we doing here?
None of them were necessary. You could have taken all that out and it would have been fine.
You could tell the movie in a sentence almost. It's like bad guy shows up to farmland. They go out, find people.
And
that's it.
That's basically it. But then they get betrayed and have a fight. The end.
You said that it's like feels really slow, but to me it felt slow, but also
Garrett, share that.
It jumped all over the place, and so it seems as if he was moving on too fast from something while simultaneously nothing was happening.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That one where she's like firing the gun really fucking slow. And I'm like, come on, God, stop.
Oh no,
So that's-
Turok.
This is
That's
Turok.
Turok,
Yes.
the dinosaur hunter. Okay.
That's the guy from
Totally
the film. It's
doesn't
like
look
a
like the guy from the movie.
It's one to one, dude.
Coincidence. Okay.
Holy shit.
Just like
He's
every
Tarzan
other-
Turok. That's what he is.
Yes.
Holy.
Just
I don't
coincidence.
hate it.
Which is like I don't hate that idea. Yeah, exactly. I
either.
like ideas that are in this movie. Exactly the same thing. Great ideas. Poor execution. Horrible execution. I would like to see this character in a standalone movie. Like
He
I'd
looks
like
like
to
he's on
see
crack.
almost all these characters in a standalone drawn out where you could get to know the characters. When you meet Han Solo, you get to see what his character is in that first scene.
Right.
And then you ship off and you're on the Millennium Falcon, and there's a nice slow period where you're talking to each other and they're talking about their philosophy on the not metachlorians, but the Force. And then he goes, "Oh, I don't believe in any of that." And then you get to learn who the characters are. In this, she just shows up to the cantina and goes, "You're my pilot," or he's like, "I'm your pilot," and they leave, and then they go find the next person. They're like, "All right, you're gonna be this guy, and you're this guy, and you're that guy. Okay, fake Bishop, you're now in Turok." Like, it just.
Hey, to be fair, that's how I got you guys together for Friday Night Tights. I just walked into a room
just
and
like
said,
that.
Yeah, but
It's realistic.
think
okay?
about it from
You, and
think
I'm
about
like,
it from the
okay.
audience's perspective. It's like if you're gonna have a movie about gathering people together, there has to be a reason for it. And you have to be able to answer the question, would this just be better if we all just started that way? Like, what are we gaining from going down one by one? Could we just have them all as a group, and we see who they are by the actions that they do together as a party going forward? Because that way, you can start at the action bit. This entire
but then it
thing, you
wouldn't be
could
as
probably
funny.
start at part 2 and just be
Well,
like,
they-
this is the movie now.
And then they try and shoehorn in action set pieces
Yes.
for when they recruit each one that you don't care about because you're just like, hurry up and get to the story. Have them recruit or stuff like that. Instead, we have a long, drawn-out spider fight scene where the lady is almost dying and there are people standing back with guns. They
Doing
can just
nothing.
shoot it and they do nothing, right?
Don't do anything.
Shad, I wanted to ask you, did I, because I was doing a watch party, and maybe I talked over it. Did they explain why nobody got involved in that fight?
No, they
No,
didn't.
no, they're just standing back.
They're standing and
the only-
watching.
So the guy goes to actually save the girl, right? But then he almost dies, and no one does it, even her
No,
friend.
yeah,
Like,
I was
just
just
the guy's
saying.
friend, she's got a gun, and they're just watching them
My
almost
fa-
get murdered.
My favorite part is the climax of that fight where the spider lady holds her up in the air. The lady that has two swords in her hand, she just holds her up by her shoulders and then just stares at her.
Yeah,
And
no,
then
what-
waits for her to get stabbed. And I'm like, what did you
Yeah.
think was going to happen?
Just
Those
thinking about that
weapons were
too.
really cool, by the way. They were like swords, but they lit up like really
Like,
like,
oh.
Almost like
and
a
light.
lightsaber.
Oh, like a
Almost
Yeah.
like the lights. Hey, you know,
No,
you know how the
nothing like
spider.
that.
I have an
Just a really
explanation.
cool light sword.
I have an explanation why the spider
Like-
died.
Like an
I have an-
illuminated saber.
I have an explanation why the Spider Woman died. She got caught in Zack Snyder slow mo.
Oh, got caught in the web.
On a slow-mo
As
wave.
the Quid Black was describing, when she did pick her up, me and Rags were just like, her arms are still free though. Her arms are free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the
And then
first
she
thing
go
said, like,
back.
oh,
that
That
happened.
was
There you
that
go.
was another like when I first saw the spider chick, it's like, okay, this is kind of cool, you know,
Yeah.
kinda, and it just
It looked
points
cool.
that's
It
nonsense
did look
happening.
cool.
Yeah, it did look
Scary.
cool, and then it just was
Check my
stupid,
notes
and I'm
on
not
that. No,
invested in anything that was happening.
There was
That's-
good.
I
You
know why
don't
she was
care.
in
You
such
don't care
bad
what's
moods.
going on.
She hadn't been webbed in a while.
Well, her children, the environment was bad, and that's why she couldn't grow her spider children to eat more humans because they
It's
were
'cause she was a
environmental
women's studies
message.
major.
another
Yeah.
environmental
Well, it's
message
like-
because they were
Yeah.
mining cobalt, by the way. Yeah,
Message.
some message. I think there was like some of the creature and makeup designs looked really fucking good. That one lady with the horns who
Yeah.
like is on
Yeah.
every picture,
That's
who's
cool.
in the fucking movie for a second,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
two.
The brain alien in the cantina
yeah,
was
that
cool.
was
You know,
cool.
when he
That
had
was-
when he
that
had
was
his
pretty fucking
things
cool.
wrapped around the guy,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He made
Yeah.
the guy
his
talk
name,
through.
yeah.
That was cool.
Mhm.
That was
That
cool.
was a cool moment, but
Yeah.
this is what we get with Zack Snyder movies all the time. You find little cool moments that you can point out, but none of it makes any sense.
So
Well,
what
that's
did
it.
you
The other thing
guys-
about it too is that there's plenty of movies where you have somebody putting together a team. We talked about Ocean's 11, Gary and I, when we were seeing Aquaman, and it's like you can do that, but something has to happen at the end. Something kind of happens at the end, but not really.
Ocean's 11 is a modern example. Seven
Yes.
Samurai is great, but both Ocean
Right.
11, the original and the remake, are team making 101, like how you fucking do it, how you show it through action. There's not a bunch of. There might be. Oh, this guy's got a special set of skills, and then they show him doing the special set of skills. He's on the team. That's it.
Right.
And it works. And within that 5 minutes, because he's Steven Soderbergh, you get the two Affleck and James Caan's kid.
Yeah.
You get to know them in like one little scene when they're racing each other, like with the little remote
It's all in
control car.
the dialogue, right?
It's all in the dialogue and actions. And you see like, these are competitive brothers. And, you get it.
We never see why any of these characters care about joining her. It just seems like she's picking them up like Pokemon. Like just, all right, come with me.
Is
They
she,
have
I didn't get this
hatred
far.
for the Empire, so I'll risk my life now to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was the spider killing lady's name Nemesis?
My favorite
Seriously?
was there was this general who's like, no, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you. I don't want to help you. And she's like, oh yeah, but have you considered revenge? And he
that's
suddenly
what
just
they
walks out. I've never thought of that before.
And then he's like, I have a full speech. Let me tell everybody.
Planet. That's
I
when they
love
go to Roman
revenge.
Planet. Roman Planet was so funny.
I know, straight
Yeah.
out of place.
We just went to Gladiator World and picked up the character from Gladiator, literally the actor from Gladiator.
I know. He's in the movie.
It's so terrible.
So
Is he
dumb.
actually in the movie Gladiator?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is.
Wants to.
That's fucking hilarious.
He's on Gladiator Planet. That's where you get gladiator actors from.
They tilted up and it was just the Coliseum. I was like,
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
They wanted to pick up Russell
Can't
Crowe,
even-
but he put on
jeez.
COVID weight, so they just.
So, what did you guys think about the tentacle sex in it? Where
That's
the
pretty
guy-
cool.
And I was like, whoa.
Mahler's favorite
Mahler got a
part.
cameo in this.
My best scene, not gonna lie. It's so funny because I was waiting for the villain scenes. I was like, when are we gonna get the Vader and Tarkin stuff? Because everything else is fucking copy anyway. And they cut to him. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Maybe we could learn about him. Just like, I'm gonna fuck a squid. You're like, okay, all right.
I'm thinking like, what? Why? It doesn't build his character. They don't explain it. They don't, and so it's just random tentacle sex, and it's just
That
like,
felt more like Dune.
okay.
Like they felt like they ripped that straight from Dune.
They did, dude. I mentioned this in my watch party, and forgive for anybody who watched it, but I was about 3/4 of the way through, and I'm like, I don't know anybody's fucking name. Anybody's name.
No, dude.
How do I not know
It's like
anybody's
Cora
name?
and Gunner. That's the only names I remember.
Cora.
Cora.
The only reason I
of Korra.
remember any of these like original IPs names is when I turn closed captions on it, like shows who's speaking.
I know.
Otherwise, I feel like I can't remember anybody's.
I wouldn't know
name.
anybody's name. Nothing.
What's Jax's name? Kai, is that was his name?
Yeah, Kai is his name.
Yeah.
Han.
Yeah.
It's not the only time the film has a weird type of sex thing in. We get the village, and the village is like, oh, it's such a wholesome village. And then, all right, to make
We're
our
supposed-
crops
we're
grow,
supposed to
I
fuck,
want you
yeah.
all to have sex.
Uh,
Everyone go and make sure you bone your wife. Good
That's
to
that's
make our
pretty
crops
normal.
Oh, that was
That's
so
Viking stuff.
weird.
Yeah,
Viking
that's
stuff.
pretty normal.
Which I have a question. Do you,
8 kids?
Tell
Shut
them
the
that.
fuck up, Shad. What are you talking about?
would you want?
You're prepared
Would you
for
want the whole
harvest.
village though?
I'm not I'm not invested for you to have sex. And I'm saying I want you to go have sex. To make sure our crops grow.
Well, that's really mean.
I think the good book says, "Be fruitful and multiply."
That's right.
It does. It does say that.
I think you guys are missing the
there.
point here that the director's cut is going
Gotcha.
to fix everything.
Just kidding.
The director's cut is going to
We'll
fix
have all the characters.
everything. All right.
Release the Snyder cut.
Why did he
Yeah.
just release the director's cut to
Because
begin with? I mean,
Netflix
come on.
ruined it, man. They all ruined his vision.
So
Yeah,
like,
man. He has a great
legitimately-
vision.
Legitimately,
Sure.
Netflix wanted him to do 2 separate things so they could like recreate the hype of the Snyder cut stuff.
Yes.
So there's like this version, and then there's one like super hard R version where you got to do whatever the fuck you wanted. Like that's legitimately what Netflix asked him to do.
Oh my god!
Try
that's
to
what they
artificially
made.
so
do that.
dumb.
we could say,
I don't know. I've
release
heard
the
Snyder
Snyder.
fans-
So
I've
we
had-
saw the pointless
Snyder
version. is what
fans,
you're saying.
Snyder fans
Oh.
have blamed every fucking bad movie on the studio that he's ever made. Every problem, it's like, well, the studio got involved. It's like,
Maybe
it's
the
no point. Can
problem's
this man
him.
just tell the studio, this is my fucking vision and this is what I want?
I got breaking news. I got breaking news for you. Outside of Chris Nolan, there's studio interference with every single film
Exactly.
ever
Exactly.
Well,
fucking made.
there's no excuse for this one because this is like literally they gave him those directions that they wanted to do like a super hard one and one just like good for everybody. But it's whatever he wanted to do. They gave him carte blanche.
Yes, they did.
Right, like this is.
Why are we pretending like he didn't have that for Army of the Dead? Hello? Did no one remember that movie came out? Like,
Okay,
Yeah, Army of the
Mahler,
Dead
I'm
was
trying
awful.
to forget Army of the Dead because it's like watching a movie without my glasses on. Okay.
That one sneaked by.
Take them off. It might actually be clear for you,
Okay,
Gary.
the reason I can't
Nobody's
the reason
recognizing it
I
as his
can't bring it
work.
up, the reason I can't bring it up is because I only made it in 10 minutes, dude. Like I
watched
couldn't
the
even
whole thing.
It's brutal.
Well, that's
What's
your
better?
fault.
I know. I only watched half of Army of the Dead and half of Rebel Moon. What's worse for somebody who's watched both of them in their entirety?
I think
Army
Rebel
of the Dead is
Moon-
one of the worst films ever created.
Say that again.
Well,
Say that
well,
again.
well,
Say-
well,
say-
beyond-
Wait, say that
wait,
again.
wait, let
That
Mahler
is
talk.
exactly what I'm going to say. Is that you can barely fucking see anything in that movie. The focus is
true.
horrific. He bought the camera off eBay. It didn't work properly. It was fucking hilarious.
He's not
Like,
joking. Mahler's not
No,
joking.
that's-
He bought a lens. He's bought
That's
a
factual.
specific lens that was flawed in a very special way, so you couldn't see his movie.
That he tested out
Holy
on the
fucking
Snyder
shit.
cut. The whole last
That
scene
last
with the
part,
Joker,
yeah.
and it was all out of focus and shit. That's the entire movie of
which
Dawn
can,
of
like,
the whatever
like,
second
kind of
version
work
of zombies or whatever the fuck it was.
It kind of work if you're doing
thing.
like a
Nobody-
vision or like whatever, but not if it's the entire fucking movie.
Not if it's the whole
yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
incorporates this as the perspective of Snyder because nobody fucking saw that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I see our boy Star Wars Theories in the chat. Theory, I got an idea, okay? I think you and Mahler should do a show together. I think it would be great.
Ooh.
Okay. And if it happens, it's my idea. So I think the internet would love it. And I need
Wait,
to
who are you?
introduce you to. So
What's up, Terry? How's it going, brother?
The Day Cobra? What is this?
Did I call?
It's
Oh,
it's the day Cabra. The day Cabra.
the day.
Like
Oh,
but
Jingle
Good
balls.
but yeah, so yeah, I'm glad I didn't finish either one of these movies.
Well, I
I was
did.
looking forward to Army of the Dead. I remember that.
I was too.
was
I
so
was
bad.
looking forward to this.
The premise is
yeah.
like the easiest fucking thing to make entertaining in the
Dude,
history of movies.
Vegas and zombies. How do you fuck up Vegas and
How do
zombies?
you
Quarantine
Zack Snyder.
Vegas.
Pretty easily, apparently.
God, that's fucking amazing. And Rebel Moon looked like Star Wars, heavy metal, everything I would like. It should be an absolute R-rated movie with titties flying everywhere. And maybe we'll get that in the director's cut.
in the real version.
You know what's going to clear what's going to clear everything up? Mags Visagio's prequel comic that's going to come out in 2 months.
Yeah.
I'm
for
sure
sure.
that's
yeah.
gonna-
I think I know what's going on. So you guys are like, again, I only got to like 40
I watched
minutes
the
of
whole
this
one,
thing.
so
I haven't seen
watched the whole
all
thing.
of I haven't seen all of the ways they collect all these people. That's what's missing. You don't understand like what the motivations were for anyone like joining her up. She actually just shows her tits to every single person after her arguments fail.
That's what I would do.
But that's what it was edited. It was on the cutting room
All right,
floor.
so I want you. I'm going to show you, Ryan, for what you missed, how much effort went into picking each character as we spent 2 hours and 15 minutes. About as much effort as me picking up this pen. That's it. They went, hey, you're on team. Let's go. They give they spent all this time going to fucking Gladiator World. He gets one fucking speech. They give him a little shower. He gets one speech, and he's on the fucking team, and he's all like ready to die for him.
He's
It's
like, let's
He
go.
looks great. He's all
do it.
oiled up.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like the
doesn't do
first
anything
act
the
of a
rest of the
movie.
movie,
It's not
though.
even half. It's not even
Doesn't
half
do
of the
anything
movie.
Else.
Yeah.
That character, he's just around the rest of the movie. I think there was a moment in the end of the movie when they've got everyone captured, and he's like dressing everyone down. Like he gives us all this exposition, like you, this person, you did this. I see that you're here now. It was so fucking annoying. But when they finally got to a gunner, he was like, "Why are you even here?" And he was like, "Oh." I'm just kind of here. And he
remember-
was the only one I actually liked because, as Shad mentioned earlier, he's the only one that tried to save the little girl. In
Yes.
the action
Yeah.
spider.
Yeah, so that's
Everyone
Dario.
else didn't
That's
give a shit.
and I still don't know his name. I call him Dario 2. There was Dario 1, who was the original
Deadpool,
Dario.
right?
Yeah. And then there's Dario 2. So he's the only likable character because he tries
You
to
talking
save a
about Gunner?
girl.
Is it Gunner? Gunner is his
That
name.
his name?
Yeah,
Sure.
Gunner's his name. Yeah.
And
Sure, and I
what-
watched
what's
the
a
whole
little-
movie.
It's a little frustrating because they could have had something with that character. He had a slight bit of arc where he was, naive. He is a bit cowardly, and then he goes
got the
through
father
it. And
killed. Yeah.
and he goes.
Somebody grabbed his
through it,
dick.
and then he has a bit of an arc where he's
in there.
trying to redeem himself.
That would put me on a
but then the way
redemption
that
arc.
they execute it, right? Like, as soon as he goes to instead of kill, the girl, and instead tries to save her, he's dead. There's guns on him. See, just shoot him.
Yeah.
But then everyone just stands around and lets him get free.
No, no.
And
Okay.
she's standing in front of
He
everyone.
unlocks
and she
her
gets
bound
free.
somehow.
My whole thing was, how the
And
fuck did she
everyone
get
is
free?
Okay,
And then
okay, no,
everyone's
no, they
dead.
show it. They show it before. Those little robots. For some reason, when the gun is done, like doing its little power drill thing, it immediately unlocks and drops the
How
person.
did he know that?
Huh.
That's a good question.
They use the force.
That's the part I had to go
Baller.
back. I had to like go. I was
Probably
like,
retarded design, but how would he know how any of it works?
just like Ray, she just figured it out. The
no,
force.
he
It just
figured
happened.
Hang on. No, no.
and then
Don't
she
they-
picked.
don't
Somehow
they-
she got a gun.
No, don't they dry fire that gun previously in a scene and the guy doesn't get free?
Well, see,
No,
they're
you-
gonna.
no,
they're
No,
gonna
no, you
explain-
have to
no,
have
they're
it in
gonna
the lock.
They're gonna
You
explain-
lock it,
So
shoot
yeah,
it, unlock, and then it goes.
No, they're gonna they're
and
gonna
then puts it back
explain.
into Unlocker.
They're gonna explain they have the force in this, and it's because of modichlorians.
Well,
That,
it's
that
an
scene is
Totally
particularly
different.
bad when she gets unlocked for reasons. You know, the gun just why it would mechanically just automatically release the captive. Who knows? But then they start unlocking the other people, and they just magically have rifles. Like fake Bishop just has 2 rifles. They let him keep them in his hands.
They don't
Dude,
disarm
dude,
him.
I
when
know,
he got,
no.
like-
He just had them. I was like, wait a second.
Nemesis still has their sword. Everybody
She
still
has her
their
swords?
weapons. But we got to talk about Ray Fisher. Ray Fisher's in this big badass Ray
Fake
Fisher,
Bishop.
member of Antifa, Space Antifa. And the only thing I can think of when I'm watching it is like, this guy's supposed to be all big badass. I'm like, didn't Joss Whedon make you cry?
That little voice.
Fucking pussy.
Joss Whedon screamed at it. You'll never work in this town again.
Did I completely miss him? Who is he in
right.
this movie?
He's the dreadlock guy.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, was he the one that had this stupid sacrifice?
Yes,
scene?
he did.
Yes. Yes.
And they killed him.
While he was in the air, I was thinking, he didn't earn this.
What, dude,
He did
no,
not earn
no,
this.
no,
What
it
is
was-
this?
it was
And then he
odd-
just let the pilot. It was. I was like, what is?
my favorite
Quarterback,
part was-
they had to kill. They had to kill him because he was in power with his sister, and they
That's
can't have a
right.
guy be in charge.
They had to replace
So,
him with
yeah.
buzzcut lesbian.
Lesbian
Yes.
Antifa leader from
Well, they
Space.
He was
That's
Antifa.
very
also
accurate.
trapped in the slow mo. That's why he died.
And crashes the ship for no reason. It's like, wait a minute, isn't this like the gunner's bay?
Yeah,
yeah,
Why
why
is
is
the ship
Gunner's Bay
crashing? That makes no
piloting-
sense.
He's the pilot gunner guy.
He does it all.
Okay.
That poor guy. He's
Yeah,
like,
he
man,
does everything.
I'm in here. I'm
That's-
piloting. I'm navigating. I'm shooting everything. These motherfuckers just walking around the ship doing nothing.
Just like Star Wars, he doesn't know how to go up.
Yes.
I think it's interesting what you said about this feels like the first act, because I'm not sure a lot of the excuses would come from, oh, the director's cut will fix it. I think even Zach would agree that, oh, there's a second half coming. That's what'll fix everything. This is meant to be the intro. And for some reason doesn't realize that a movie should be self-contained and satisfying in its own thing. So it's like, yeah,
Right.
of course it's the introduction. This is meant to be the introduction to the second movie. It's like, yeah, but you
Are you
I
guys
know
not
it's a
tired
few
as
months
fuck?
when the next one's coming out, but you can't do that with a movie. It's not a
No.
TV
You guys-
series.
No.
You guys not tired as fuck of being told, like, yeah, but wait for the next one. That's when it'll
Yeah.
get better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You mean like every Star Wars thing?
Every Disney
Next
plus
one
Star
will be
Wars
better.
thing, every Disney plus Marvel thing, every Disney Marvel movie. Can't say every Disney Star Wars movie because they haven't had one since the Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, everything. It's fucking terrible. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with part ones. Even Across the Spider-Verse, which did good. I hated that fucking ending. That ending was terrible.
Yeah.
There's ways to do it, but not the way that they're doing it now. They're just trying to rush it. They're treating it like a TV show, like you just said,
Well,
like
yeah.
as if it's a part. It's like episode 1 and then episode 2. It's not that. This is a movie. This is a film. We're sitting down to watch a complete story. First,
Well, it is
middle,
a-
You
end.
can do that.
That's what I want.
It is a trend. Oh, go ahead, this room. Sorry.
Like you can do that. It's just if you did it properly, you wouldn't need to put part 1 in, because you'd have a movie that was on its own, and then you just carry on the story in the next thing, because that's how time works.
Yep.
But
This
whereas
is
the
like-
part 1 seems like an excuse.
What do you guys feel about
I-
Dune?
I'm-
About the way Dune ended?
I mean, I was about to say that I hope this is a trend that dies. Now, Dune might make it. It's like I've said this. I loved Dune, the first Dune. I loved it, but I also think that it is reliant upon the second one in order for it to hold
Yeah,
up to be good.
I did.
Yeah.
I wasn't totally happy with the
yeah.
ending. That's the
Yeah,
only-
and
Yeah.
so-
The real problem is unless you want to make a fucking 6-hour movie, it, like
you probably,
Yeah,
with,
that's-
with,
it's
with,
like
the
fucking
issue.
impossible,
with
yeah.
Dune,
Right.
one would
Certain things
argue
can be-
you should make it at least 3 hours.
Yeah, I would say certain things like Dune should be adapted as a TV series rather than movie because of the length. Same thing with this movie.
Well,
it feels like this is the one instance where it should have been a TV show. That way they can do the recruitment of these individuals per episode.
Do we know how long
Yeah.
the director's cut is? Is it like 4 hours long?
I have
Because
no
if it's
fucking
fucking 4 hours long, and then there's a director's cut of the part 2 that's 4 hours long, then you could have just done 8 episodes.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like this all started with Force Awakens because Force Awakens was very much that style of storytelling. The end of that movie was not really a climax. It felt like it was the middle of the story. And I was like, I know this is going somewhere else, but this is the end. That's the first thing that I thought when the credits rolled on Force Awakens was, that was the end? What's going on?
About the first movie, the first
And it's kind of only
movie
gotten
that
worse.
I remember is the Deathly Hallows doing this. Didn't it do
Deathly
part one?
Hallows. I
Yeah,
thought-
they did part
I
one.
mean,
and part
there's
two.
the
one and part
Matrix
two.
before that.
Okay, but did they announce it? Was it titled that?
Yes.
Matrix. I'm saying Matrix.
Oh,
was.
Matrix.
Matrix,
But it was all marketed as this. These are two movies that were shot together. They're going to come out.
No,
like a
I
year
know
apart.
that, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying like something that was titled Part 1, and I might be wrong, but
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
Deathly Hallows.
Well,
having
it
Part 1.
definitely was titled that way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean by titling it that way.
I just mean this like the way that these felt because like Deathly Hallows, at least for me because I read the book. I guess I knew where it was going, so I knew that it was like ending. But yeah, it has that same structure. You're right. Yeah, where it just doesn't have an ending for that first half, and it just felt.
I will
flat.
say that's different because how many films into the Harry Potter movies were you at that point? So you had already established everything.
Dude,
It
it
was
ends
like the
with
first
Dobby
one.
dying. Okay, that's
Yeah.
still an ending.
That's
That's
pretty
fucking
climactic.
ending.
alert! Jeez, sorry.
Where's the spoiler tag? Dang, bro.
I'm
Dobby
fired.
died.
I'm
Thank
fired.
you for bringing the spoilers up. Thank you.
We spoiled the
Weird
fuck
thing-
out of Rebel Moon with Dobby dying. We're like, nope. That was impactful, man.
That's a bridge too far.
In terms of the part 1 and part 2, the weird thing about the Rebel Moon specifically.
Wait,
is
hang
that
on. I
it's-
like how we put spoilers up, but we don't put what we're spoiling. So, like, when somebody comes in, like,
Spoiling
what the
something.
fuck are they spoiling? Anyway,
Harry
go
Potter.
Wait till you find out what 6
All right, I'm gonna turn it off now. I guess.
ahead, Seth.
It's a little late for.
Well,
for
they,
that.
they do it really bad, but at the same time, it's also unneeded. Where the structure of the film is, bad guy arrives to threaten village. They supposedly beat the bad guy. The village is saved, and then they have a bit of a post thing where it's like, the bad guy's still around. Watch out! And that's like, hang on, that's the structure of just a normal film that's got a bit of a bait for the lead in. You don't necessarily need the part 1, part 2 for this, but. Then it seems like they're trying to lean on the part 1 to justify the characters not being fleshed out and so many things are developed. And that's why it's like poorly done yet unneeded because most of the thing supposedly is concluded. They're just trying to bait it for, the next episode in it. And so
Another thing that
not
annoyed
wrong.
me
You could've
about
made-
this.
You could have made
Go ahead.
Noble the main bad guy of the film, and he's defeated at the end of it, right? To give it a sense that it's a complete film, but that there's more to it. Like Lord of the Rings is probably the best template for this, getting a complete story, several characters' journeys end, but there's still more to deal with.
yes, exactly.
It's
Well,
still
that's one thing that
completely
bothered me was
satisfying.
the admiral was basically defeated in the first, iteration of this or whatever. And it's like, and now he's gonna be back for the second one. It's like they did this with the Force Awakens. They basically already neutered their main villain.
Okay, so what I'm confused about the lore is there's an evil empire that used up all its resources on its planet that had 1,000 successions of kings and then conquered the rest of the universe, but then they went good at the end and they had a wonderful girl who's the key to everything, who
Watch,
can literally
watch.
bring life
Special
back.
lady.
And then the Dread King Roberts was I can't believe that was the king, by the way. I thought it was going to be Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, that was
because
funny.
they had his voice. That was fucking weird. Yeah, so he's like, basically there's a scene where he's like, I've been totally evil, but I think my daughter's totally going to change shit for better.
Yeah, what?
Daughters, am I right?
The morality was definitely all
I'm
over the
not
place with
sorry
this.
for being evil. I'm not going to take back any of the armies or give back any of the planets, but my daughter will handle the rest of it.
My
She's
daughter
gonna
will
be
fix
good.
everything.
She'll wrap it all
Got
up,
it.
you know.
Don't bring
What
the
also
birds back
really-
to life.
Yeah. What threw me, right, is that they say there's this kingdom that had like a line of kings for 1,000 years. the royal family gets wiped out and there's no heir. I'm like, hang on, if you have a line of 1,000 kings, there are like relatives everywhere.
Imagine
that are
the
in line
family,
for the
yeah.
throne.
Yeah.
And there would be no way you wouldn't be able to find an heir to that throne. But no, there's no one. There's no, just believe it. Just accept that there's no one for the throne succession.
The best part about this, Shad, it's the girl who's the key to everything is hunting for the girl who's the key to everything.
They're gonna
Well, no, she's
cancel each other
protecting
out.
the key. You know, the girl who's the key to everything.
It's fucking
it's
terrible. It is like
Yeah,
Mary
it's-
Sue modernism shit, and that's the one thing I couldn't get past. I'm like, if your protagonist is a woman, fucking have her be taller than 5'5" or make her look like she's as big as the other actors at least.
Or explain that she's like cybernetically enhanced or
Yeah,
genetically
exactly.
altered or
That's
something
fixing
that
I was
makes
saying,
sense.
I was asking
on
that
meth
throughout
or
my
something.
entire meth, a drug. That would be it. Something. Some super soldier serum, genetic
Yes.
enhancements. We
You could
saw
do a lot with
that.
character for that
Something.
too. That she doesn't like to take it, but she has to if she wants to be able to beat them, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like a downside, so there's a negative to it.
Like
and
she's
you
a
could have her
super
soldier
soldier.
when she can't use it because
yeah.
she's just
But
using
you
it just
know
on the
why you
downside.
None of that.
can't do that?
That's a weakness.
Intersectional feminism. It's
Feminism.
a weakness.
perfect already.
It's
Yep.
perfect. She's
Yeah.
perfect
Right,
already.
even in-
Totally capable of beating 12 muscle-bound Marine dudes that were trained by the same organization that trained her. She could totally take them all out in
Yeah.
slow-mo.
Even
And
Yeah,
look,
in
makes
the
sense.
boys, they have to take something, right? The
Yes.
superheroes, they have
Yeah.
a super
Yeah.
serum.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and there was a comparison
would've
made
been
earlier
s-
to Gamora, right? She's like
Yeah,
essentially a cyborg at this point, operated on. Same for Nebula. There's
Yeah.
a reason why they can do what they can do.
Oh,
Mhm.
there's such an easy narrative reason to justify it. She
Yeah.
was one of the royal family's bodyguards. You think they're not going to like super enhance the royal family bodyguards higher, more powerful than the regular grunt? And
No,
so
that
they
totally
could
makes
just say,
sense.
And she was
Exactly.
raised, adopted by that
by the
admiral guy.
And they have
Yeah,
the
like
te-
she could have all these extra things,
and
but
they
she has
have-
none of those. She's just a tough girl from the start,
And they
literally
have-
from when she's a child.
But
And they have
That's
the
thing, you say
technology.
tough girl. She's a twig.
They do.
She's a twig. Yes, she is a little twig floating around in the breeze. So I don't know
How different is it? Like
cast
how
a
different
fucking
is it-
tough
Sorry,
girl.
Gary.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that like the admiral at the end they show he's got enhancements. He gets plugged into something, so
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
got enhancements. So are we gonna assume she has? I mean, like they didn't explain it at all. So at the point with based on the information we're given, this little buckle 5 soaking wet 5'5" girl is just fucking murdering people. She is just it's a massacre every
Like
time
Will
she gets
Smith.
into a
A
fight.
bunch of
Wolf
half-baked ideas that
Murder
don't
in
go
it.
anywhere.
Murder in it.
How different is it, Gary, watching the Reacher fight scene that we watched?
Yes.
Going to this first, I only saw the
It's
first
so-
one, right? But
Yeah.
like seeing Reacher, a big monster, a kaiju as he's described, just physically dominating all these other people, and the women who are competent and so well trained, still finding ways to get around, but struggling against stronger
One
men.
guy. They each
I watched
fought
an
one
interview
guy.
with
Yeah.
that actor, the actor from Reacher, and he was talking about how brutally hard it was to get that big and put that much weight on and keep it on and do all the work it takes to look that big. And then you cut to this and she's tiny. She's done no work, and we're just supposed to be like, yep.
Like she's clearly in good
Believe
shape.
She has a trainer.
great-
Right, she
She's a
is,
trainer.
but she's
She's
not
not
like
5-pound
she's
weights.
fit.
You
He's
know?
very toned.
She's
Can't
fit.
like lift a
Yeah,
man.
she's fit.
Yeah, she's not like
It's
an.
like an-
she's. I like. She's very strangely cute. I think she's a good-looking girl. I got no problem.
is
She was great in Kingsman.
I changed my name
She
to
looks
Dick Pound
good
for her.
the-
There you go. Nothing wrong
Wasn't
with
she in the
the.
Mummy? The remake Mummy with Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
uh,
I
It's
I
like
prefer
in
to
John
remember the
McFall.
Kingsman.
or a Star Trek, that fourth one.
That's right. Beyond. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
There-
better
there's
than
a
Mummy.
clear difference in size and power that you can generate
Not
just
by
by
much.
your height. And she's a shorter person.
But-
and I just imagine her. I could compare her to Gina Carano. With,
Gina
you know,
Carano. There you go.
Wasn't there a
Alita
fight
Battle
where-
Angel. We think about that movie.
Yeah.
She's a robot. She's got reasons why she's so powerful. She's like, and she,
at
but
the
she's
end of
still
it-
small.
Yeah,
It's fine.
It just comes down to storytelling. It
Exactly.
really comes back to it. You can make people believe anything if you're willing to tell the proper story and give the proper backstory to why this person's. But if you're just going to do it and be restricted based on identity politics, which is exactly what happened in this movie, then your whole movie is going to suffer. When the star of the movie, you can't tell a proper story and properly develop that character, because, well, she's a woman, so she can just do it.
There's-
That's never how any hero has been perceived ever in the history of superheroes that people like. You know, there's a reason why these heroes are who they are, or there's a reason to explain it. It's not just that they just appeared one day and because they're a white male, they're just more powerful.
No, it's intersectional feminism. For one, it was this girl was kidnapped and then she was basically tortured and trained, and they even blew the opportunity there. If you're gonna do the other subjugation of women thing, which God, we've never seen that over the last 5 years, show her getting fucking tortured and then being enhanced. They had 1,000 opportunities to show us like why she's so fucking strong, and it would have taken 3 seconds.
And that's
Easy.
also
So easy to
that's
do.
the easy way out to explain how she can just like handle everyone else in a blunt way. But in John Wick 4, there's one woman who does the fighting, and she's smaller than them. She can't take them on, and they don't make her. She doesn't block them. She's down on the floor because they're taller than her, so they're going to struggle to reach down. Is the idea because they're so like big and muscly.
Right.
And she's like hacking at their ankles and things. She's targeting weak points. She's spinning around them, and it's like. That's more believable than just going, yeah, you punch me and I can just stop your hand.
Yeah.
Like it's actually really satisfying when they do a fight scene and they acknowledge the physical difference, and then they have the female character need to work through these challenges and have to fight in unique creative ways to overcome a much stronger opponent. And these films aren't great, but there are 2 fight scenes in the films where they actually acknowledge the woman at a much severe disadvantage. One is actually in, I think it's Gemini Man, the Will Smith movie. There's a fight scene with a female against a male, and she really struggles, and she has to do like creative locks and holds and things to actually win that fight.
True romance. True romance.
They
True
won-
romance.
The first episode of The Continental does the same thing, where you have a very small Asian woman going up against a very much larger man, and you see her get thrown around by him, and she has to be creative in order to defeat them. And it's a great fight scene too. It's the same.
That's
do it
what
in
I think we miss a lot
too.
in choreography these days. Is there's not a lot of storytelling in the fight.
Yeah.
There's not that kind of, oh crap, I'm less powered than the person that I'm going up against. I have to creatively solve things and tell a story that way. We just don't have that anymore. For the most
You mean
part,
like
sometimes
in
we'll
Revenge
have
of
it.
the Sith, where you get to see them use each other's moves, where you get to see them try moves that worked on other people before, like Count Dooku, that everyone's able to counter and shit like that. Yeah.
And
nice.
literally the theater that the arena that they're fighting in that movie is telling the story of these two falling apart and all the destruction around them. You just don't get that
You know,
much
it's not.
these
You know,
days.
it's
Except for I think John Wick did it fucking fantastically with that staircase scene. It was like him trying to fight up that hill and fall back down and fight up that hill. It was like part of his.
That's Mahler's favorite movie too. I fucking loved it.
Yeah.
Mahler.
loves that film.
You hate John Wick 4?
Absolutely, everyone should. It's a
I
fucking
don't
joke.
know.
I don't hate it. I don't hate
Everyone should.
John Wick 1
I love
forever, baby.
All right,
John
all right.
Wick 1 is where it's at.
Lola,
That's still the best.
I'll
one.
agree with that.
I
Still the
couldn't
best one.
finish John Wick 4.
Hey.
That's
Get out of here. That movie's great.
Fucking
It
badass
just
though.
started getting boring. It's like so many fight scenes after one, and yeah, they're creative, but if there's nothing really investing you holding you to as a
There is at
No,
the end.
I'm curious. I actually started to think the filmmakers for John Wick are just pushing the clown levels until everyone realizes they're just like, how far can we go?
I realized it. I was like, this is just superhero now. He doesn't die.
That's what
he fell out of a third
Dude,
story
it's a
tall building. I was
fantasy.
like, let's go.
It's a fantasy. We've got a secret group of
You know,
killers.
Gary, Rebel Moon's a fantasy, buddy.
Yeah,
But
one's
John Wick 4
better
is the
than
fourth
other.
movie.
One's better than the other. Aquaman 2 is a fantasy, but it's still a better and more accurate environmental story than an Inconvenient Truth, which is a documentary. So,
all right. So back to Rebel Moon. One other thing that was a big clear sign as to
Shad just won't let us get away from this fight.
I know.
He's bringing us back in.
There's just some really clunky, poorly done, amateurish exposition, like two big examples. She comes in to talk with her adopted father, and then she's like, by the way, you let me explain stuff basically for the audience about why I'm at the village. And it just feels really forced and unnatural. And then, of course, the big one where she's sitting down at the fireplace and she's like, here, let me tell you my backstory. And just... You
Shad,
reveal this information in natural, organic ways as the story progresses.
Shad, what did you think of Nemesis's sword play, dude? Oh, that was fucking.
Yeah, how was that?
That was terrible. It was fucking terrible. I'm like, for God's sakes, this is an Asian woman. She doesn't know swordplay or kung fu. You're gonna tell me next she doesn't know math? What the fuck is going on?
She can clip your cuticles.
There's some bizarre things. We've already pointed out the time where she gets grabbed by the spider things. Like she still has her arms, and of course gets stabbed. One thing that really made me laugh is in the cantina fight scene. The main girl, she flips up like a wooden table, and this wooden table is blocking super fancy fake
Plasma.
Plasma.
Yeah,
Laser bolts.
And I was like, maybe they'll just miss. No, they hit the table and the table blocks. It's like, holy crap, is that best?
Like a sonic
You see
screwdriver.
the
They don't work
plasma
on
guys
wood.
go through bodies and shit, which is funny.
It doesn't work on wood.
No.
I'm laughing at Nemesis's pilgrim hat. I thought it was.
Oh God, yeah. Their spirit Halloween hat.
You can tell like it's for the silhouette, it's for the look, because she embodies edgy Zack Snyder to me. It's like look at her with the
Sucker
it's
punch,
towards-
like she's a character
with
straight
her
from that.
belt. Yeah.
When the ships land and the guys come off, it's like, oh, space Nazis. You couldn't really have made that more obvious than they do, like with the outfits.
Well, there's like one scene where he has the white shirt and the black tie. I was like, what is he, a space Mormon now?
And now there's the black tie, and it's like this is sci-fi otherworldly. Why
The Nazi when you take the jacket off, he's got the. Yeah.
with a tie? It's just
I like to see. That's the thing. Is like, I like the look. I'm fine with it. I love Warhammer.
on every planet.
I love Warhammer. It had that aesthetic, but it just never like caught me because I was like, "What is the Imperium? What is that brings it together?"
Toxic
You
white
tried.
males. Toxic white males is the Imperium. Okay, it's all
Yeah,
white
they're
dudes.
rapey white males.
Rapey
That's
white dudes.
it. It's like okay.
Now you have
Alright.
my attention.
I thought that was really funny, by the way.
Rang.
There wasn't like a party where they got drunk and they dragged someone off into like a distant dark place. They were just in the middle of just town, just doing something. They're like, let's rape.
Hey, remember
Yeah.
that water
Let's do a
girl?
rape.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
split you open.
they're saying, I like it when they struggle or resist. It's like these guys, they just like that's their profession, raping. And
Oh, and the
not many of
one
them.
non-white male was the one that was good.
What is
He was
your
like, "I'll save him."
and I thought they were building, I thought
No,
they
don't
were
do
building him
rape.
up
Rape
to join the
bad.
team. But he helps, and then nothing happens. He's like,
Oh
he's
yeah,
out of the
Yeah, he
like-
disappears.
oh Shad, you know what? I completely forgot about that character until you just brought him up.
I was going to ask, like, did he come back again? Because I don't
Dude,
remember.
No.
He's
so many
in
loose
the
And the
town.
water girl and the robot. I thought, okay, they're building you up. They're gonna join the team.
Yeah, they're gonna
It's
do
be
something with
like
this.
A group of like amateurs is like, no, they're left behind. And
No,
The
she
robot
goes-
doesn't join after that?
No, the robot
No.
isn't going.
No, he's
You don't
gone.
see
He
the
doesn't show up
robot.
to the
yeah,
last
he's
one of the
fucking
last
at the
shots.
end, yeah.
He runs away, and you're right. So there's a
He's
soldier.
wearing this weird crown.
There's a soldier who obviously is like the one soldier who still has some morals left, and
Happens to be the one minority. As well.
It does. He's the one non-white soldier. He's also
Yeah.
a beta male. He's skinny as hell. I don't know how
To
he's
be
a predator.
fair, he was looking at that little white girl like he was a migrant in London at the time. All right, I thought he was gonna do something.
He was just mad it wasn't him.
That's true.
Wanted to
So
ask
he,
your direction.
he tries to stop the rape, and then he's just forgotten. And it looks like they're setting up like this is going to be the soldier who turns to the side of the
Exactly.
farmers, and
Yep.
he disappears for the
Yep,
rest of the
gone.
fucking movie.
and
He
the
doesn't
water
even
girl-
get the one shot that the robot gets. The robot gets a
Yeah,
little cameo
no, and
shot
the
at the end,
robot-
but he doesn't get one at all.
The robot
Gets
is
the
the
final
most.
kill and then just runs away. We never see
I know.
him again.
And quite frankly, the robot only has the one human scene in this entire fucking movie.
Yeah.
The one by the river.
Yeah.
It still felt like that came out of nowhere though. It's like
Yeah,
they're
that was-
programmed to
I was thinking the
move
exact same
boxes,
thing.
and they immediately make it like he fucking blushes when she touches it. I was like, what's going on? Like, you remind me of the princess.
You remind me of my.
That was like while I was watching that scene where they were talking, the Imperial raper guys were just like, "Oh, you see that robot there? They used to work for us during the war, and now they're all decommissioned, and there's not a lot of them." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's not a battle droid, super battle droid." Okay.
It's a battle droid, and they stopped.
That's all it is.
They became pacifists.
They became pacifists when the king died. It wasn't like some programming, and they didn't bother programming. They just assumed they are not going to fight
They just
anymore.
did.
Oh,
just
and
did.
Why are
also,
we
like,
shooting
because
the
yeah,
droid in
because the
that
princess
Yeah,
died.
we
They're like,
talked
we're
about this
they
a lot
stop fighting.
Even though they mentioned their protocols at one point too, so it's like, wait, they have protocols, but they don't. Okay,
yeah, and
whatever.
orders,
Yeah.
but whatever. He's also alive or something. But
Just
we go
through-
through this with a lot of like grand evil empire organizations and how they operate. But like the fact that he was like, "That's a robot. Watch me shoot live ammo at it in front of everybody, and it sparks off and destroys."
Yeah.
He's
How
carrying
cool it is
boxes.
to bully him.
They're just like, "Don't do that." And he's like, "Okay."
It's like keying your own car. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
No.
And the
Wait a minute,
robot
that's
is
bad.
holding like valuable resource, like boxes. It could be equipment and everything. And it's just in case you guys didn't know, these soldiers, these rapey soldiers, in case you don't realize they're assholes.
They're mean.
We really need to make sure you know they're assholes.
They're mean, man.
But the rape was the final assholey thing. Right? That was the thing that set him over the top. You didn't know they were raping before that.
They were building.
Like
up
I
to
didn't
that,
know
yeah.
whenever they came out of the
No, there
giant
was no
dick and were
foreshadowing
dickheads the
at
entire
all.
time.
Right.
No,
the
it-
rape
it-
is
it-
one
no,
thing.
it
When you
wasn't
bully a
the-
robot, that's too far.
It wasn't the last scene. After the rapey, they didn't put the toilet seat down and they squished the toothpaste from the middle just to show
And
they're
they were
properly
They were
evil.
really bad at drinking water. They spilled a lot.
Yeah.
That was also important. Now we're back to the parts of the movie I watched. So okay.
Well,
You know,
that
it's just
entire
so
scene with the
clunky.
stick. Like, I do not understand it. Every single person knew through that entire scene what was going to happen. He picked up the stick, and it's so drawn out as this. This is really impressive. This is really important. And it just comes across as pretentious. Like, I know you're going to hit that guy in the face. Just do
Yep.
it.
Just
It gets dragged on.
Get it over
that-
with.
That's when I knew the film was fucked. When it was like, okay, farmers, they have a selection of food, cool, and the big bad evil people are like, we want the food, and it's like, yeah, but they're evil, and you know, me and Rags were watching, we're like, okay, so you know, maybe you just give them a bit less, or you just have an organization. You can't do anything against them. They're like 1,000 million years ahead of you in technology, and they already recognize your land is fertile. That's why they're here. So you can't like lie to them and say it's not. And then he goes, it's not. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, what I didn't
makes
understand,
Hold
what I
on,
didn't
Mr. Rum.
understand was why the other guy just fucking went the other way with the story.
He's a
Like,
dumbass. That's why.
Well, so he the way I took the scene was he was fucked. The guy basically said like, huh, that's weird. You're all looking pretty healthy. I can see your fields are huge. I know that the land is fertile, and you're telling me you have no surplus. Who's the guy who does the harvest around here? Maybe you can explain it. And he's like, oh, you, Dario Naharis, can you explain it? And he's like, yeah, well, we have some surplus, but we save it for when there's a drought or a famine or whatever. But I'm sure we can, you know, supply some of it. And then the evil guy's like, I see. So you lied to me. And it's like, oh, no.
That doesn't even make sense, though, because
No, it
at this-
doesn't.
like the reason that they were covering it up is because he sold the previous year's surplus.
Right.
But then in this, he's like, yeah, we're doing a new harvest, so we've got a new surplus.
So, if
why
they're
are we
this
lying in the
evil, if
first
they're
place?
this evil, what are they worried about the press? Just fucking kill everybody and take their food.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't buy it
They
at all.
need him to harvest.
Their army
Yeah,
is
I-
enormous. Why would they be so desperate to get this very small farming community supplies? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Like they have
bad writing. That's
interstellar
why. It's 'cause of bad
technology,
writing.
right? And they even acknowledge that there are other farming worlds that use robots and they can produce heaps more.
Yeah.
But this rinky-dinky
Okay.
farming community can barely
Yeah,
get
okay.
enough. They're so, we need that food.
It's like
hang on.
12,000 bushels. You still have to do something with the fucking bushels. You can't just eat the fucking bushels. So
Yeah.
You have to have a mill and grind them
Then
down,
also
and
the
like,
fact
what are
that
you
it's like-
doing?
They also say that they want 10,000 of the 12, and he's like, yeah, but we'll starve. And it's like, yeah, well, fuck you. And it's like, well, what's the point then? What's the point of any of this? You're just gonna
Yeah,
kill
why
them
ask
all?
how much?
Yeah,
What's the point?
because they're evil.
Oh, it's so boring. They're so
And
fucking boring.
generically
And
evil.
it's like narratively, there are such easy things as like, oh, farming community. A huge army with all these resources shouldn't need the food of this tiny little thing. They will have resource chains or a better source.
Do you
of
think they'd have
food.
planets for
They-
farming?
exactly. They've got money and everything. Maybe underneath the soil of this farming community is a more valuable resources that fuels their
There you
interstellar
go.
travel. Something like
That
that.
maybe there's
Yeah.
cobalt there, but yeah.
It feels like a couple episodes of Clone Wars to
Calcum.
me, to
No,
be honest.
you have to see Gary. They have a whole planet for farming cobalt, but they have to go to this farm for the grain.
Yeah,
this tiny farm. Like, they need the grain.
Well,
have
they
all
kind
the-
of explain it. They say that, like, you know, like after the king was assassinated, there was a power vacuum, and everybody like this separated, and the Imperium's in these different sects.
That's
I
not an
guess they're like,
explanation.
but they never go into that other than the opening narration.
There's never
Like,
going to be a
why?
scenario where an interstellar galactic community of any kind is going to need a tiny. We're talking like
Yeah,
what 50
tiny.
member farming village? No way.
How
That's
when
not
he
going to
was like,
sustain that ship.
how did
Yeah,
you?
when he said that my men, you know, we need.
fields though. I mean, those things were gigantic. That is like way more than that small little village could actually
could
take care of.
actually farm with no technology. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Sorry,
Well, it
Mahler,
was
go
funny
on.
as fuck, but he was trying to say like, oh, you know, the land is nice, it's barely enough for us. It's like, do you think they're blind? Like, what? They can see it. And they
Like, but
probably
it's-
have.
well, the
They
spirit
probably
of-
scan the planet, you know.
Yeah, they probably have a scanner that tells them. They probably know the whole planet's ability. Like, I was even like, why are you even trolling them? Just tell them. It's like, we know you farm for us now. Let's just cut the shit. Like, that's what's happening. We'd like to have a, and that was stupid on the farmer's part. It's like, yes, but we don't like them. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. They're gonna crush you. That's like the whole point. It's better,
Yeah.
and that's what
Well,
she
you
said.
have to- you
Give
have
them
to
what they want, but don't like volunteer anything. I was like, yeah, okay, that makes enough sense.
Yeah.
But then he's just like lies to them outright. I was like,
Yeah, I
so
know,
this
that
is gonna
was-
end with you
it-
dying now.
It just makes no sense. The old man's like, we have to fight them. We're going to fight them. I'm like, you're like maybe 100 people in this village, counting the women and children. There's no way you're going to go up against that one ship.
You're
No.
just
The- the- and-
you're just a
Second
handful of
bombard them
X-wings.
towards it, too.
There's no way you're gonna go up against that Death Star quarter black
No.
hair.
They
The
had a
power
girl
dynamics
that,
is
had a girl
different,
that
and then-
destroyed 8 men in 10 seconds. So
I
what are you
know.
talking about? Come on,
she
quarterback.
could-
In an
Come
effort
on.
to try and make it the Seven Samurai, they made this dynamic, like, we got to fight the marauder guys that are coming in trying to steal our grain. But in that, it made sense because the power dynamic wasn't so vast.
Yeah.
But now it's super vast, and there's no way.
Train the villagers to stand
And-
up.
and
for
that's-
They're gonna do that scene where they
And you guys
stab
saw
the
the
air.
trailer. You guys saw
Yep.
the trailer
Mando
for
season what episode 4?
Yeah, exactly.
also Clone Wars season 3.
Oh yeah.
Episode something.
Seven
so
Samurai
yeah,
as well.
and the trailer,
Also, Bug's Life.
Bug's Life.
So after this big introduction, the next movie centers around a battle for this little town. For this little town. That's like, I don't give a fuck about anybody in that little town.
When you know the motherland, whatever, the one gun from one ship would blow up the
Exactly.
whole place.
One shot
Gone.
from orbit, it is gone. And by the way,
Bombardment.
they set up that ship as a planet-destroying ship.
they showed
okay?
it destroying a
Yeah,
planet.
they did.
Like, so this thing is insanely powerful,
Yeah,
and it's like,
It'll have the capability to wipe off a village. They'll just put it on
Yeah.
low power settings.
Yeah.
Just like,
Right.
boom,
They
done.
could do
So,
it on
okay,
back,
one
backup
shot from
battery.
like-
Set it on one. Tick, 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 tick.
God.
the scale of like what they're trying to fight is a bit different than the original
Right.
setup. So good. Like you need to do some clever writing to justify this in a logical way in the narrative. I do not have confidence that the writers of this movie, Snyder, is going to be able to pull this off because
He's just gonna fly in a bunch of other rebels that we didn't know about in the last second, and they'll be like, "We're on your left."
he's going to discover magical girl powers and be able to just stop the shot in mid-flight.
Oh,
and
yeah.
protect the village.
Oh my god.
Power she learned from the girl,
Yeah.
the
Power she-
princess.
So Rebel Moon, not very good. Not very good at all. It's a giant 2 hour and 14-minute introduction that requires a director's cut that will fill in the blanks, I'm sure. There's also a prequel comic written by Mags Visaggio that will help her pay for cat food for another month. And then if they paid her at all, not really sure. Paid it, sorry. And I saw the trailer for the next one, and it's 4 months away. It's in April. So are you guys like chomping at the bit to see part 2?
Totally.
I haven't finished the first one yet.
Do you guys
Quite like
see
to
the
see the
promo
actual
for
story.
it, like the little trailer?
I did.
So it looks like we're getting backstories for all the characters in the second part.
Oh, really?
Yes,
It's
it
so
does.
fucking funny.
It does.
Snyder.
Which I guess they didn't have enough time for in the first part.
Well, we talked about it, like you know, it's recently the 20th anniversary of Return of the King, right? But like, you know, we talked about it in the big video, the Council of Elrond. You get what, like a 5-minute scene, really big blast of Boromir, also Aragorn, even though you've had some up to that point, Gimli and Legolas, like. And to be fair, Frodo and Gandalf, everyone, like every line tells you who they are and what they're doing. It's all done incredibly efficiently. We just watched like a fucking 2-hour movie. I don't know who anybody is.
Dude, Mahler,
Like-
you're right. Two Towers, the introduction to Rohan. You know everybody and everything about it in 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Insane how much like
Yeah.
he's been given complete freedom and he can't do it. He just can't. It's like,
Well,
oh
it's
yeah, I'm
almost
introducing.
self-indulgent is what it is.
It's like Nemesis. Like, what's her character? It's like, well, she has big old fire blades and she dresses in black and she's got robot arms. You're like, yep, no, but what's her character? It's like she can kill a spider. Like, no,
Hang on, wasn't
Yeah,
there a
but
line
what-
about
who is
her
she?
losing her children in the past, and so now she wants to revenge?
They've done that with
the
all of them.
empire?
They all allude to their like mysterious pasts. It's just like,
Well, that's in the description on Netflix. Is like a strange woman with a mysterious past comes to save a town of farmers. Like,
I
you couldn't
saw a
get a more
video.
generic description.
This is a tabletop RPG. This is how characters are made. NPCs are made in that
That
game.
is true. That is true.
D&D.
I've got a way to fix it with part 2 or the director's cut. Okay, if you just do
I got one
this,
right here.
Zach- Okay,
Hey, there you go.
Yes. Brian looks constipated.
I got this. I'm sharing my screen. This is how you fix it with your director's cut. If you do this, Zach, I'm all in. Here we go, right here. If you do this, I'm ready. That's all you gotta do right there. That's all you
Just
gotta
a
do.
single punch.
Just have her go up to a dude, punch him a couple times, and then he just knocks the.
Wait, I've got an idea.
Uber Geek shared that one for us on Twitter.
Thank you.
That's
Say Uber
Uber
Geek. Yeah, so the next movie will have a little battle in the village, and it'll all be flashbacks to their tragedies.
yes, it'll explain why we should
wait.
care about any of these people. You know when the big bad guy meets the bigger badder guy in the ice planet, whatever
Yeah.
the fuck that was.
That was awkward and weird.
It was a
and
lie where
terrible.
he like sums up the situation, then says like, "How did you lose?" And I had a moment of just like, "No, nobody knows. Like, it shouldn't have happened." Like, you know, like when the sacrifice guy does the big jump in the spear, me and Rags were expecting his little spear to bounce off the window, and he would just flatten into it and be like, "Ow!"
Is there a reason?
Like a
is there a
bug on a
reason,
windshield.
Mahler? Is there a reason they just kept with the young actor and just put like really fake looking makeup on him to make him look older? It
yeah.
looked fucking terrible, dude.
I
Just
thought,
get an older
as you
actor.
mentioned earlier, I thought it was going to be Anthony Hopkins. I was
So
like,
did I.
and the robots were based after him. That would make some sense. It's like, yeah, that would be cool, I guess. But no, it's just guy with big. What was with the flashback? Someone help me out with he put the gun to his own face and had to pull the trigger. What was that about?
It looked like he wanted to kill himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
He
because
was
I
like
pulled the
he was
trigger and it wasn't
testing
loaded.
children. My thing was he testing children across the galaxy to find the toughest one that would pull the trigger on him? But like, how do you?
Did
If
he
they
know
all
he-
pull the trigger,
Well,
or
he
some
Should
pull the
have
trigger,
gone. He really should have gone
because
to
it
a
wasn't
black
his gun. It
neighborhood.
was her gun. She had a gun.
Well, no, he mentions Cora mentions later that she that he wanted somebody to share in his pain. I guess that's supposed to explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
if you're going to
did you know it
recruit a
was not gonna
soldier and
kill him?
train them, would you really choose the one that's already tried to shoot you once?
Well, would you really choose like this little girl?
has
If you were going to do
Shay,
anything, don't
she's
sorry,
super
I
tough.
already tried to
You know
murder you.
everything though.
Okay, she's super tough.
Recruiting an Epstein army.
Well, maybe it is Hollywood. They would not
Yeah.
understand their own reference to
But he
that.
was going
though.
to do the Joker thing in Dark Knight, where you can clearly see the fingers on the hammer, so that it wouldn't matter if the trigger was pulled. But
Yep.
no, he just let it happen. And I was
That-
like, Rags was like, "Was the safety on? Is that what the red light is?" And I was like, "I don't know."
That could mean it's on. I don't know.
I was just as confused, Mahler. But I was thinking of you and the EFAP crew the whole time I was watching this, going, they're gonna love this. They're just
Yeah,
gonna-
there's plenty to dig into. And this, I'll be honest with you, I can't believe I'm saying this. I think it was worse than I thought it was going to be. I thought that like he would be able to do a couple. You know what? I thought it was going to be about Aquaman 2 levels. I thought. and I'll explain that when we talk about that.
yeah,
but, like-
I wanted to like it. I did. I'm like, I hope this is good. And
I thought there's going to be at least a couple things right now where we'd be talking about like, oh, well, I kind of like this guy for doing this, and he had that, this, that. But no, I can't think of much of anything. And the common sentiment online seems to be that nobody can decipher what the fuck the characters were, and nobody can care. The idea that it was like we're supposed to care about this village defending themselves from the mother world. Like, nobody cares. It's like, who cares? It's a fucking tiny village. No.
When that ship arrived and like it's just in the sky and she has to go and ring a bell, it's like, can nobody else see the massive ship in the sky? It's like, point up or something, it'll be fine.
When they leave,
It's like
We're farmers. We never look in the
you
sky.
don't need to. You don't need to ring the bell. We can see the giant ship in this fucking sky.
Yeah, we got it.
She's the only one who's looking towards the sky for adventure, guys.
in the course of the movie where they go ahead and like try and grab all the people in order to fight back and stuff. If the village people just moved,
The
picked
village
everything
people
up and moved
I
across the planet, I feel like that would also solve the problem. Because they don't report in, right? All the soldiers, the rapey soldiers that got killed, and then you have the people be like, "What happened?" And then you find out it's like, "Oh, they were all killed." It's like, well, I guess we wiped that village off the face of that planet. But if they just move or go into caves for a few months, the mother world will just forget about you.
So I just want to go back to the first part of the solution. Pick up your 100-person village that has no technology and just walk like 25 miles west. Set up there, and they won't be able to find you.
It probably won't. They won't care. Why would they care? It's like, oh, I gotta make.
Hold on, this guy. We're not talking about a Grand Admiral Thrawn that can't find Ezra Bridger. Okay, like, not on that level.
My point is
that a win.
Find them. My point is just they're not there. I guess should we put in effort to find this?
But
village and
Paula,
destroy them?
they remember they're epic evil assholes.
It's
They would do
super
it just
evil,
for
yeah, okay.
spite and revenge, you know.
You find out your 5 rapey soldiers got killed. It's like, I don't know, whatever.
Those were our most rapiest of rapey soldiers. We must have vengeance.
Rapey division.
They were the HR division. That was human
We
resources.
didn't want them back.
It's
I can't believe we sent all our male feminists down there. What happened?
Oh!
Cartoonishly evil.
So yeah, it's really it was worse than I thought it was going to be too.
Disappointment.
This is about as bad as I thought it was going to be.
No, you think about One Piece. I didn't know shit about One Piece, and it gets set up in like the first 3 minutes. Like I know enough what's going on. I know enough about the world in that little opening, and we got none of that in 2 hours. I watched 2 movies in the last 24 hours. I watched Rebel Moon and Aquaman 2, and you can fix the characterization and plot into a fuck. Not even I said a sitcom earlier, but that's too long. I think like a 10-minute instructional video on YouTube.
An old school YouTube Red short. That's what you.
Yeah.
need.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
A Vine.
Someone said they only had 10 weeks, no time to escape. It was like, what? I feel like it's 10 weeks. You probably pull off. So it's just like the better plan would be to fight the enormous empire when they come back with your sticks. Yeah, I don't know what part 2 is going to look like, but I have a feeling it's going to be worse.
It probably will be.
So, because they didn't have time, the plan was to fly all over the galaxy to get random ass people.
Yes.
That just people, not armies. You got one militia looking thing. It was maybe 200 people, maybe.
Well, Garrett, they have 10 weeks.
Well, use of time.
It's like Bug's Life, right?
That was my favorite comparison.
Like
of all of it.
they don't spend the time like getting all the shit together. They try to like build try to get ready to fight them, right? That's what they do in Bug's Life. Or is that
I need to go find people.
You know,
That's Bug's Life. Yeah.
Can we get something straight? Bug's Life is a far better movie than this piece of shit.
Oh,
we're actually
easily.
disrespecting Bug's Life. Okay, we're actually being
That is
very,
true.
very
Life
disrespectful to a
is
Bug's
a
Life.
beautiful homage to Seven Samurai. This
Yes.
garbage is Lord.
Kevin
knows what.
Spacey is a far more
genuinely.
menacing villain.
And Flick is far
Well, in a
more
lot of ways.
intimidating than this shit. Okay,
But also, it makes a lot more sense. Like in A Bug's Life, the village, they're just, intent on getting enough food to appease the bad bugs. And it's Flick that goes off, he'll get the tough grasshoppers. Thank you for the and then the tough bugs, they think they're just doing a circus performance. And so instead of trying to convince people to risk their lives, and so it's just got
The dialogue, the storytelling is far more complex than this 2-hour and who knows how long Zack Snyder
14
epic
Don't
minutes.
forget
movie.
about the score either. Just a bug, little bug, hardly there.
Bug's Life's actually legitimately.
That's a great movie.
It's
a great movie, yeah.
I watched it this week. That's why I was
That's early
thinking about it.
Pixar, dude. That's way early Pixar.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Before the dark.
We've watched it
times.
like 20 times with Baby Thor. Like he's obsessed with that.
Yeah.
Look, bring back John Lasseter. He can give all the hugs he wants
Bring him
as long
back.
as he gives me more movies like A Bug's Life and Toy Story 1. So I don't care how uncomfortable he makes his fucking weirdo women feel there. All right.
I don't care how much you hugs those women.
That's right. I don't give
Come
a
back
damn.
and save Pixar.
Just give me some damn good movies. I don't give a fuck.
There's got to be a couple just like lonely, bitter hoes there that just are desperate to be touched by a man. Let John Lasseter hug those people. There's a lot of those at Disney. Come on.
There's a great Film Threat article. The D-Files is the beginning of a series that they are doing that's going to be exposing Disney. It is out.
It's not about penises, even though it's named the D Files.
It's named the D Files.
And exposing Disney.
Well, he couldn't do
sounds
Disney.
so disappointed,
He
Ryan.
couldn't do Disney Files because I think somebody else has a website that does that. So he decided the D Files, and I agreed with it. I agreed. Real quick, before we go on to our next subject, Golden Nuggets has donated 10 British pounds to let us know. I don't know if Gary will see this, but to the chat, just wanted to say I beat cancer.
Hell yeah.
Congrats.
He told us that on Geeks and Gamers today. Shout out to Golden Nuggets. He's been dealing with that for a while now, and so we're really happy to hear that, brother.
When things got tough, I stayed the course. Christmas miracles can happen. Hail all. Hail to you, brother.
Fantastic news.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations,
Before
dude.
we get to another bad movie, let's talk about some good news. Woke Hollywood burning. Shall we?
Yes.
It's been a trend.
It's been a trend.
Wonder why.
But the year in review. Remember when Steve Weintraub said, "Don't make top five lists.
Make that movie
It's so hard. It's so hard to make movies. It's so mean. All those people getting paid to make pretend that you don't want to hurt their feelings when they're calling you a Nazi and a bigot.
It's tough.
Yeah. They're a bunch of fragile snowflakes. So
Yeah. Don't complain. So you can never complain about anything. You can't go to you can't go to fucking Starbucks and complain because they're working hard, guys.
Yeah.
I worked really hard on that crap.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
want
you
you to eat the crap and enjoy it and be grateful for the crap.
Hey,
Exactly.
we work hard on this. You can't
Yeah.
complain about us anymore now.
yeah.
Complain
Yeah.
about
there you go.
Yeah.
Is that the Collider dude, right?
Yeah.
That dude sounds like he paints his fingernails.
I mean, like,
He definitely sits to pee.
Is there any potholes in the road? You can't complain. They worked hard on the road, guys. It can't work.
I saw them standing around. Don't lie.
It's such a pathetic argument. You complain about whatever the fuck you want to complain about at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, geez.
I mean, the main thing issue is that it comes across that thing. You will take the crap and you will enjoy it. It's like they expect us that they can, just keep consuming this crap. No.
No, and now they're realizing it. They're starting to realize that maybe this strike wasn't a good idea. There's rumors of Warner Brothers possibly merging with Paramount, which makes no fucking sense at all. Other than they're consolidating
it makes sense
debt.
because they're
allowed
both.
to do that?
Yeah, I think they could get away with it. With the size of Paramount.
It's a stopgap. It's a stopgap. What they would do is they would merge. They do have a lot of properties. They do own a lot of shit that's worth money, but they don't have any, and they both have massive debt. So this must be some kind of shell game where you combine the debt, and that way the debt's not as much. Then you start firing a bunch of people because of all the redundancies, and that's one of the best ways to save money. So great job having a strike.
Also, you get to take a bunch of benefits for writing shit down, right? Things that you didn't put into production before, you can write that like they did with Batgirl, right? That's one of the things they did with that. I would expect to see a lot of that kind of shit if this happened, right? They're just talking at this point.
It's just talking.
I think this would have a much better chance of happening than the one that people have been throwing around, which is a Warner Brothers Universal deal, like a deal with Comcast.
That'd be a better
deal.
Well,
it would be, but they're both they are bigger.
And the government would say no fucking way. Yeah.
And you've got CNN with Warner Brothers. You got MSNBC with Universal. You have
do you think the government would shut that down?
Yeah,
those are.
Yes.
Here's the other thing. So look at this year's box office. The top two at the box office are this year. I'm pretty sure it's Universal and Warner Brothers.
Yep.
So I don't know. Obviously, Disney and Fox went through. 5, 6.
But
7,
they had to abandon the broadcast side. It was just the studio, not the broadcast side, which was much bigger at the time. So I don't know how any of this gets through because these are conglomerations of conglomerations of conglomerations now. It's like beyond.
This is what we said, right? This is when we talked about streaming. We talked about the failures of streaming. How eventually a lot of these smaller streaming services were not going to be able to survive. They're going to end up getting absorbed into other shit. This is how it starts to look. And Paramount has a net worth basically $10 billion, right? They got $15 billion in debt.
Yep.
Warner Brothers has a combined net value of somewhere around 25 to 30 billion dollars. They have 45 billion dollars in debt.
It's crazy that's their value. I can't really understand that it's that low considering all the properties they have. That's wild to me.
Well, it's because it was unsustainable and it was all put up by fake investor money, and between Ryan, just not counting anybody out, but just between me, Ryan, and Disparu, we made our fair share amount of strike videos, and in every fucking single one, all three of us said Hollywood will contract. You're getting fucked, actors. You're fucking yourselves. The writers, the actors, you're fucking idiots. This is the worst time to be striking. We're in an economic downturn. Streaming is not going to work. Now we have Paramount. What isn't mentioned is Paramount got their credit reduced. And in the article where they talk about their credit being reduced, the one of the big financial analysts says the quiet part out loud. Streaming will never be as lucrative as linear TV. End of story. And now, and if the investors know that, and the analysts know that, that means the studios know that. So sure, you got a good deal. Whatever's left, you got a decent deal for now.
That's the issue with the strikes. All of the people involved in the strikes have the same attitude as the Collider guy. So I can understand why he just came out and said it. It was like, there's an attitude of, we put a lot of effort into this thing, and so therefore it has to be valued. That's not how it works.
Nope.
Whereas the strike...
That's not how failure works.
If I stand there 18 hours in a dress, I deserve to get paid for it. And they came back.
If you did.
Well, that was the thing.
I mean,
they came back and offered them.
As
we will
would pay
tie,
Disparu. Sorry, Mark.
They came back and offered them, we will tie your wages to the success of your shows. Immediately said no. That dragged on the strike for ages because they were said, no, we want to cut off every subscription regardless of the quality of what we produce just because we made it.
Yeah.
It's a flat acknowledgement. Yeah, it's a flat acknowledgement that they know they've been making dog crap and everything's been failing. It's like,
and some of the deals they ended up with too are like gonna be crazy hard. I think like if half of the subscribers watch something that's like a threshold benefit for, I forget whether it's the writers or the actors, but it's like that's a lot. Like half of the subscribers,
Ryan,
that's a lot.
They know nothing about analytics. If we just want to break it down to like, we as content creators, we look at our analytics, we know exactly what percentage of our subscribers even watch the most successful video, and it's rarely half.
Exactly.
It is rarely half.
The average is 10%. 20% is actually large, and
obviously this is different though. Like, you can't even watch it if you're not a subscriber.
You can antiquate it a little bit. So there are some similarities. Like because the iPlayer for BBC counts a view the same way YouTube does, the exact same way.
I actually think it would be worse with streaming because streaming has such a vast, different kind of segmentation of content. Whereas with a YouTube channel, people subscribe and they kind of understand that most of the content on the YouTube channel is going to be fairly similar, and therefore there'd be a higher chance of them watching every video. On streaming, to try and get half the subscriber base to watch one show, that'll be like, what? It's not going to happen.
Think about that on Netflix. Think about 100 million people tuning into a show. On Netflix.
I reckon barely
that would never happen.
Watch like individual shows.
Well, what exposes it is, sorry, Shad. What they expose themselves every time they have a genuine hit show. And like Reacher, Reacher, 3 episodes air because they're doing the weekly model because they're not dumb. And it's the most watched thing on Amazon. Now, this is according to Amazon, but I think it is. It seems like a lot of people are watching it. You can see it in the zeitgeist a little bit. And when Stranger Things comes out, they're like, it's the most watched. And you know what? I believe those numbers. You can, like, a lot of people watch fucking Stranger Things. It's a very popular show. But then Netflix released its lease. You can keep that article up. We're going to get right back to it. Sorry.
All right, I'll bring it up.
I'll just give you the information. The most watched thing on Netflix. Netflix, by the way, completely whipped their dick out, by the way, with their own numbers. And it was at the WGA, at SAG, and at the other streamers because they are doing so well. They risked looking bad, which some of their shows really did. The number 1 show on Netflix between January and June of this year was The Night Agent. Was the fucking Night Agent. My wife loved it, by the way.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
One of the guys on the show follows me on Instagram, so yay, Night Agent. But but
is it the Ryan Philippe or whatever? Yeah. That's that one, right? Yeah.
And what was 173? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going off Lady Greymaster's in there. Witcher was 173. It was not watched by anybody. Witcher was so fucking forgettable when we did it. We're doing our top 5 woke disasters, and I told everybody to vote. Everybody forgot it, including me. I'm like, it actually needs to go on there.
Yeah.
It actually kind of needs to be considered that we forgot about it completely. But yeah, and they're forcing the streamer, because part of the negotiation was be transparent. Be transparent. Netflix is all okay, sure, no problem, because we're making money, and they're the only streamer. Max is profitable. Max is profitable, but like Netflix is the only legit profitable streamer out of all of them. It's the only one making money. And for the longest time, Netflix didn't make any money up until three or 4 years ago. They didn't make shit.
And you know what's really funny about Max is that a lot of their shit, Warner Brothers has been licensing the fuck out of everything.
Yep.
Like all the DCEU movies are on Netflix right now.
That's very smart of them.
Yeah.
So in terms of the viewership, right, in their most viewed shows, what percentage is that of the overall subscriber base on average? Do we have any
Sorry, Richard
information on
was
that?
ranked 165.
Do we have the average views of the show?
It's The Witcher season. Oh, it's season 1. What was Witcher season 3 ranked? Oh shit, Witcher season 3 ranked 550th.
Those are broken down. So those are broken down
Liam.
in terms of watch hours, Shad. So
okay.
they don't
It's
tell
watch hours.
in those things. They don't tell us how many people watch it. You could do the math to see how many times it's been viewed by taking total watch hours divided by the total watch hours available for that series. But that wouldn't count if you say rewatch the series twice. You'd still be one
Garrett,
person.
you can put up the article. So that's why we have this article. This is first of 3 articles. I mean, the headlines were pretty good. Strike, box office bombs, and huge leadership vacuum. Hollywood says goodbye to the worst year in a generation. I would say the worst year ever. Like maybe since the silent movies went into the talkies. I don't know how bad things were back then, but 2000.
You were just a kid then.
No, I was in my 30s. But I was off at war. So 2020
young kids.
Yes. Hello, fellow kids. 2024 can't come fast enough. Oh, really?
Giggling.
Well, we sure 2024 is going to be
Where the
any better?
projections are actually worse for that year.
Oh,
Yeah, what?
We'll get to that. We're going to have, percentage-wise, probably just as much woke content, but not as much content. So we got Civil War and the... hang on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Civil War and...
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
Is that your like?
Hang on, I'm so
It's okay
confused.
now.
Are we, is there another N word that we're not allowed to say? I mentioned this on open bar. I thought we could say that one.
It's called...
I have said it like 30 times in the past
Nubian.
week.
Well, I mean, to be... What was that, Mar?
Ryan's been saying it well before the trade.
Yeah.
Yes, because I'm a big advocate for the NAACP. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's not counting the other N word he uses all the time. So just kidding.
I think it's acceptable. Like, apparently, it is acceptable.
It is
at least
acceptable. It's a joke. Okay.
Yes.
Jeez, let me roll with the fucking joke.
Rippa was just in the chat, by the way.
Hey,
I just can't keep up with all the social kind of bull crap that people are saying. What is like?
People that aren't in America probably have no idea how we're pussyfooting around some of these words like this.
But
yeah,
like in Australia, retard is pretty stock standard.
Retard is
here too.
Not a standard in America. too.
Retard has made a huge comeback. So
Props, it's acceptable now.
Props.
They never could take it. They couldn't.
No, they
Retard
can't take
Never
retard from
stop
us.
saying it.
That's my word. I can use it.
Yep.
No, that's Melody Mac's word.
But we're all retarded.
No, that's a different word. Cheese is a different word.
Aging Dr.
Buckets.
Melody's word. She is single-handedly trying to make it come back, and
I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back.
To be fair, I've enjoyed a lot of movies this year because I haven't watched many Marvel or Star Wars shows or any of that shit. So
Melanie Mac's new nickname is Notorious FAG.
I don't anticipate many good movies in 2024.
When, well, no, Civil War and
yeah.
that one. When the clock strikes midnight on January 1st, Hollywood will close the book on arguably the most tumultuous 12 months in a generation, with the town roiled by devastating strikes, the implosion of the superhero movie, and deep divisions on everything from AI to Israel. But
what?
Wow.
I'm sorry. What?
There's a segue.
It's weird.
Excuse me.
It's
Just
weird
wait
that
for
they.
those topics to cross over, guys.
It's weird that they
Wild.
put that in there, but like from the perspective of talking about what a fucking shit year it's been for Hollywood, there is like a lot of division over that conflict specifically in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
So,
Ask Susan Sarandon.
It's like the
problem
Taliban and ISIS.
Absolutely. Here's the problem in a nutshell. Who gives a fuck what a bunch of pretenders think about fucking Israel? Who gives a shit? That's your fucking problem. Don't say anything.
Yeah. That's been the
Jesus.
issue. Like, so many Hollywood celebrities think they're so important that therefore their opinions actually matter. It's like, we don't give a crap. Most of them are the most uninformed idiots on the planet. But then they think, oh, they're so important, we should listen to them. Shut up.
The difference is for this is usually they are talking down to us, right? We fucking hate what they say, but they are in this echo chamber. They all think the same thing. The Israel shit is not that. It's the opposite. Right now, a lot of their peers are really mad at what they're saying, and they're very split on it, which is why it's like kind of tearing them apart.
And historically, like the Steve Weintraubs of the world and the John Campias of the world and all of they have worshipped the ground that Hollywood people have walked on. They have worshipped them. They tell them how great they are. Their opinions are the best. And people like us, we don't give a fuck what they think. We don't give a damn. Make a good movie. Don't give a shit about your personal life. Don't give a fuck what you believe. Don't give a damn about anything that pertains to you as a real person. I care about the fake actor that you are and to portray yourself as someone that you're not. And that's all we want out of them. And they hate that. They hate the idea that someone doesn't care about who they are and what their opinions are. And that's the new guard that's happening right now across all of media, not just nerd media, but all of it.
All media.
Mhm.
All
Jeremy,
media.
what do you mean by Hollywood people? What was
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Oh shit.
People in reality.
Paging Dr. Baggett. So
Yeah.
Paging Dr.
Buckets.
You're boring.
You're boring. But as Tinseltown ushers in a new year, will it suffer from a monster hangover? It already is. This is the hangover. Okay, I don't know where this article goes, and we'll keep reading it, but there's this thing called COVID that a bunch of your actors were a big fucking sellout shill for. You were the biggest authoritarian assholes out there. You don't think there are ramifications from that? You were rooting on our country burning down during the summer of love from
the American Society of Magical Negroes.
But they were actually white people. So burning down, being paid by the government. Fuck this shit. There's a huge leadership vacuum, and that's not about to change, blah, blah, blah. Nathanism, who started in the film and the TV business in the 70s, notes the Lou Wasserman. I know Lou Wasserman, or heard of him. Bob Daly and Mike Ovitz commanded respect and fear and could galvanize the industry in chaotic times like writers and actors strikes. Bob Iger is not really that good anymore. Bob Iger is not really that guy anymore.
Good.
I meant to say good guy. I meant to say good guy.
one.
Yeah, well, yeah. Actually, Bob Iger's really not that gay anymore.
He's pretty gay.
I don't know about
Bob Iger's really not that guy anymore because he never was. If he hadn't left in 2020 like a fucking coward right before COVID when he knew it was coming to set up his fall guy, Bob Chapek, and returned, he would be that gay. I'm sorry, guy. Nathanson adds,
I'm not that
and
gay.
Ted Sarandos is still not trusted enough by people for him to have a leadership role. Guess what? He runs fucking Hollywood. Ted Sarandos runs Hollywood right now. That is the profitable streaming service. Say hello to your new master. I think people are like, what is his motive? Are we really going to turn this over to Netflix? You did.
Too late.
Too late.
Congrats. Yeah.
The ego with that comment, though, like we still live in a time where it's like the movies are the prestigious thing, and streaming and television that's a lower form, and Netflix they just do the TV thing, not the actual prestigious movies that the artists do. I hate that attitude.
I do too, because they're not the prestigious thing anymore.
I am curious, like, so with Bob Iger, Valuetainment, Patrick Bet David, they released their like top 50 most influential people in the world list. I don't know how many, if any of you saw that. And obviously the top two were the top two people you would think. Elon Musk number 1, Donald Trump number 2. But number 3 was Bob Iger.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, number 3 was Bob
like,
Iger. Reed Hastings was number 4, and Joe Rogan was number 5.
Okay, so
this is the most influential list.
I like that. I like him. I like the guy. I think he's like really smart when it comes to numbers.
Powerful names in media is the exact terminology.
Okay,
the most powerful
I can
names
see that
in
then.
media is
I
how
can
it's
kind of see that, but he's still. I saw his. He was talking to Jeremy Boring about this.
Yes, and they talked about how great of an executive, or he was one of the great executives, is what they called Bob Iger.
I fundamentally disagree with that. He's a good deal maker. I won't argue with that. He makes good deals, but a great executive will know the value of what he made a deal for. And he has proven he has no clue what the real value of Star Wars was, of Marvel, of Pixar, because they have all fallen apart under his watch. So he's a shitty executive. His fucking company, this is their 100-year anniversary. How fucking embarrassing that their worst year is in their 100th anniversary. Bob Iger's trash. I agree with Elon. He should have been fired. He should have never come back. And I think it is justice, though, that he is back lording over his own failures. I think that is a beautiful thing. And you could blame it on Bob Chapek. Well, it's been a fucking year, Bob, other Bob, weatherman. What the fuck have you done? You tricked a bunch of people into with that $1.99, $1.99 for Disney Plus to gain a measly 4 million subscribers that are probably all gonna fucking bail by the time
that was all overseas. They didn't really change any here domestically. Interestingly enough,
it was a flat line here domestically, which should be a bad sign because that's where the streaming service still really counts. Because the profits internationally are minuscule compared to America. What's the average subscription price in India? It's like $1. Here.
Yeah, like 10 rupees.
Yeah,
it's
like $1.
Shout out to Dan Vast. Oh wait, no,
different numbers, but similar.
Different third world.
Different third world country with packs of starving children running around trying to murder you. I like India.
Packs of starving children. Like roving animals.
Totally.
Gary's on his Mel Gibson run.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sober as a judge right now. So I have no excuses. I like India though, but not Brazil. Fuck Brazil. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Tell us how you really feel.
I'm just kidding. Argentina.
I like how Dan.
They made a good turn.
Dan was like, I'm coming out with my Christmas song, and it's on the same day that Rebel Moon and Aquaman dropped.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. Don't go watch Dan Vast's new beautiful Christmas song, sung
Don't
like the voice of an avenging angel. I'm really proud of my gay friend, but fuck that guy. I'm trying to beat him.
He started it.
He did start it. I told you the story. Fucker set me up, by the way. Totally set me up because real quick, keep the article up. This will be very short. I'm driving to Vegas for our meetup. I see Dan Vast calling me out on Twitter, and I'm like, well, fuck, I just got called out. I can't say no. So everybody's like, you got to do it. So all right, well, yeah, fuck. All right, let's do it. Let's go. And what I didn't know is that was right before he released Amazing Grace.
Yes.
So that's son of a bitch.
Subscribe to Dan Vast. Keep it interesting.
Genius.
Yeah. Little did he know that I'm the plucky little YouTuber who will not fucking stop. Okay?
You're the tortoise.
I'm like the tortoise. Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint, baby. I'll get you, Dan Vast. I'll get you. God damn it. What trailer came up? It was Fall Guy, and it's got fucking Bon Jovi in it.
I actually like. I'm down for that movie.
Okay,
I kind of want to see that. Yeah,
It's a well-made trailer for sure. Yeah.
It's a well-made trailer. It's got shitty fucking music in it, so fuck that movie.
No, it fits the vibe. Like it fits the vibe what they're going for.
No.
You know what movie has great music? Jeremy, what film has great music in it?
Home Alone.
Beyonce's
Iron Claw.
Iron Claw.
yeah, Jeremy, did you see the Beyonce movie? I know you're such a big fan.
Queen Bee.
Absolutely.
He always says.
Yeah.
She got destroyed by Taylor Swift.
I love that.
Yeah, I did. I watched. I had
I love that Taylor Swift put out a movie. Now Beyonce's like, I've got to put a movie out.
Yeah, I had a boner I needed to get rid of, and as soon as I started watching Beyonce,
How'd you get rid of it?
You mean after masturbating?
No,
Yeah, what?
overrated, ugly bitch. What she
No.
Among today's Uber
I get rid
agents
of mine.
endeavors, Ari Emanuel. Oh, Ari Emanuel. That's Entourage is based off of Ari Emanuel. Seemed more interested in taking shots at CAA's Brian Lord and Kevin Huvane than providing a steady hand of height of the labor system. In October, the Film Actors Guild strike raged. Emanuel called in Lord and he fought with some other agents. So what? At the same time, Iger, who rejoined Disney as CEO in November of 2022, has yet to find his footing in his second outing. Well, it's because he's not just running around and buying shit in a good economy that was provided by the guy he hates, the Orange Man. The once mighty Pixar machine showed signs of distress, with its sole film of 2023, Elemental, mustering up $496 million at the global box office. Still a flop, by the way.
I hate how these talk about like as if these ones were the first signs. This was not the first sign.
But they're talking about 2023.
Yeah.
So that's why they
Specifically?
said that. And they're about to follow it up with Lightyear.
Yeah. The performance followed the undeniable 2022 dud Lightyear, $226 million. Meanwhile, in an October SEC filing, Disney acknowledged a double-digit profit drop in the sports unit. Sorry, I thought it said until the sports unit. I said unit. That includes Crown Cable Jewel, ESPN, for the first 9 months of the fiscal year 2023. Well, because nobody wants to watch a bunch of woke fucking idiots not talk about sports.
And
Same reason that people don't want to watch Hollywood.
And more than that, that's part of it. But the other part is their fucking business model, because ESPN has like the biggest share of money like received of any of these other cable channels just by someone having a cable subscription. So if you are subscribed to cable for $80 a month or whatever, like an average of around like $8 or something like that from every single cable subscription goes directly to ESPN because it's the most highly demanded cable channel. So for years, doesn't matter if people are fucking watching it or not. If there's 120 million people in this world that are subscribed to a cable subscription, ESPN gets like $8 from every single one of them. As they're pushing streaming, people are cutting the cord. So people are getting rid of their cable. They're no longer getting that money hand over fist. Combine that with the fact that because that's the way it is, because there isn't as many screens that it's on, advertisers are fleeing. They're not giving as much money for the same spots that they used to have. So you're getting hit doubly. You're getting hit from the subscriber base, and you're getting hit because advertisers are not paying the same amount of money for what they were before because it's not in the front of the same amount of eyes. Yep. And it's all because you're pushing fucking streaming services, which are losing money.
But nothing stoked panic around Hollywood like Marvel's spectacular fall. The studio endured one headache after another as quality at the box office returns nosedived amid a churn of product. A churn. So, that sums it up right there. It's a churn of product. They weren't making movies. They weren't telling stories. They were churning out a bunch of stuff in the trough, and the cancel pigs don't really eat anything or buy anything. They steal it. Culminating with the disastrous release of The Marvels in November. The film, which cost $250 million originally, costs a lot more than that now, has earned just $203 million worldwide, including it hasn't hit $100 million in the United States and won't.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Iger blamed COVID. Iger blamed COVID.
For the failure of the Marvels? Are you fucking kidding me?
There wasn't
Wow.
Go on,
Not
Ryan.
enough executives
Not
on
enough
set, too, right?
executives on set.
Yeah.
That's the main reason.
That's what it was.
That's bullshit.
Well, no, 100%. I agree with Bob Iger. There was not enough supervision on set for the unqualified black woman that he hired just because she was a black woman. I agree with Bob Iger.
Somebody has to watch her.
I just don't know why we have writers or directors anymore. Just executives. Just have the whole credits
Yeah.
be executive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to 1,000. That's all you need.
The actors, the writers, the craftspeople,
Get them
all
out.
executives.
Get in there.
There wasn't as much supervision on the summer 2021 set, by the way. That was shot 2 years ago, so to speak, where we have executives really looking over what's being done by the unqualified black female director that we cast. I'm sorry, hired. But some industry... what is it? Industryites. Industryites. I'm like, what the fuck? I can barely read real words. Don't make up fake ones for me. Question the explanation, noting that executives were reviewing dailies even amid travel restrictions. Furthermore, Marvel's Doctor Strange, Mahler's favorite movie, also was hampered by COVID restrictions during its production in 2021. I guess not hampered enough to reshoot the movie twice, though.
Well, they had executives on set. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
They didn't have any writers, unfortunately.
That's so true. It's funny because it's true. Adding to the misery, the studio cut ties with actor Jonathan Majors after he was found guilty. After he was found guilty of reckless assault and harassment in a domestic violent trial this month, Majors was poised to be the centerpiece of the next Avengers movie. Now, the broader fear is that Marvel movies are sputtering. They have been for years.
If the fuck you talking about? If
the fuck, there ain't no fucking if in there. Then the entire theatrical ecosystem is in jeopardy. God, there's a bunch of bigots who've been talking about this for 4 years. I can't think of their names right now, but they're just
spouting hate and bigotry all years long, and turns out we were all right.
Bro, this quote is from probably a Warner Brothers or a fucking Universal executive. We need Marvel movies to work. They drive people to theaters who then see other movies. When you have a movie like The Marvels, it's bad for all of us.
It's true. It's true.
Bad for all.
Yikes.
It hurts us all.
It's
Kind
fucking
of the whole civilization when a film like The Marvels is released.
That's
Bad
true.
for society when you release
The Marvels.
I agree with that. It is bad for society with movies like that.
But it's a really weird thing. The paragraph before about the broader fear is essentially without the Marvels, and then it goes, yeah, but these films succeeded. But if we just take out the ones that succeeded, all the other ones failed, and that's bad. It's like, yeah, but you have opportunity cost. If you weren't making Marvel movies, you could be making more movies like Barbie and Oppenheimer that did well. That is an option. You don't have to keep flogging a dead horse. Where there is like, no, if Marvel doesn't work, nothing will work in the entire history of the universe. But like, all movies were always Marvel movies, and nothing existed before them.
Yeah.
It's a really weird look at history.
So young the fucking people
Fair
in charge
weird
really
take.
are, or
But
how
to be fair, Black Panther was the first movie with black people in it. So
Yeah, there's that.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Aquaman, which we'll get to in just a moment, sequel later this month, will reverse the downward box. The studio is holding its breath in hopes that Aquaman sequel. I just sat in an empty theater with Comics Division and my son watching Aquaman on its opening day. It was fucking
There was
empty.
2 other people in the theater.
Wow.
You are often forced to hold your breath when you're sinking. So
Yes.
that makes a lot of
Wow.
There was actually more people in my screening of Godzilla than this movie.
Yes. Another existential threat came via the strikes and the months of long production shutdown. Were they bringing up okay, we survived COVID. No, you didn't survive COVID. You were back for 1 fucking year and you idiots struck. That's the opposite of surviving COVID, you fucking retards. But the strikes put a big wrinkle in the recovery process. Box office was recovering, still 25% behind 2019. You had clear evidence that consumers want to see films in theaters. Well, 2, okay. 3. Let's not forget Super Mario. Super Mario, Barbenheimer. Yes, people wanted to see them. We've got a lot of uncertainty around production schedules and just what 2024 is going to look like. So we have another roadblock in the recovery of the industry. They talk about strike. I want to just show a couple more headlines. Pull up like blood in the water. People are going after Disney now like crazy. This is probably my favorite. Disney is worried that woke is ruined their brand after consistent flops.
No.
Great article,
Shit.
by the way.
No.
You only get one more free article, Quarterback. Better be careful. You don't
Yeah, I can't refresh. It can't refresh.
We don't need to read it because all you have to do is watch some of our videos. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's another one that's the highs and lows of Disney. Oh, okay, and we won't show this one, but the New York Times basically wrote Disney's obituary 2 days ago. And then we have Marvel's 2023 highs and lows, Spider-Verse triumph, which was from Sony, box office bombs, Jonathan Majors, and more. Scroll down a little bit. Let's see what's the good? What's the good? Echo. Hey, Echo's mentioned.
Where's that
Hold
good?
on. That Echo's mentioned. I want to see what they say about Echo. That'll turn it around.
Oh, there it is. Here it is.
Coming out. It's looking brighter.
It looks good, I guess.
Echo?
It's like that's a
funny,
positive.
like,
It
it's
looks
crazy
bad.
that 2024 is looking brighter. They're only releasing one movie, so I guess that does mean they can only, at the worst, have
Technically.
one flop. But scroll down. Their first high
Scroll down.
is a movie that came out last year that somebody won a fucking award for.
Yeah.
Go down. That's the
Where's
first
the high?
high.
There it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Angela Bassett makes Oscars history. Jesus.
I mean, that's technically this year, so I understand why they included it. But
For being the oldest person to have her tits out in an entire movie.
And we're not saying that's a bad thing. Okay, we're just saying.
No.
Hey,
just
Angela
what it
Bassett
is.
looks great. She was the best part of the movie.
That movie was.
They won Best Supporting Actresses.
That movie was fucking terrible, beginning
Oh,
to
It won
Ant-Man.
Oscars, Gary.
and it was
won Oscars.
fucking terrible. The Oscars are a joke. The low. You know what? Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. When we watched that, we're like, man, how could it get any worse? Hey guys,
Like every single release of Marvel gets worse and worse.
I mean, just look at that
basically what
shot.
happened.
Look at that fucking
This
shot.
one.
It does. Yeah, like. It looks like there's.
It looks like a family photo where no one's looking. They're just
looks
like,
like
Justice
Spike
for
Kids.
MODOK.
The moment they cut her hair, it was over. It was over.
That's true.
Evangeline
Like
Lilly.
they cut the hair of that chick in Godzilla vs. Kong, too. Not for Godzilla and Kong, or the fucking next one is.
Dude,
God damn, immediatay made her look ugly as fuck.
She.
I don't know what it is with these
That's the
haircuts.
first thing I told comics when I saw that trailer today. I'm like, that chick is ugly. Why is she? Why are we seeing a bunch of ugly people on screen in fucking movies? Okay.
She didn't look that ugly with their long hair.
Yeah. Well, she looks pretty. She looks. Yeah. Like, hey, let's make all the hot women look like boys.
Speaking of ugly, ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a low.
Get ready, people.
No, I would say that's a high.
Chica Chavez. Chica Chavez. I think the X-Men is
It's
outdated.
Namor.
Bitch, you're
Namor.
outdated.
Namor.
Namor.
I think this is a PR low, but actually, it's good to get her out of there, but it doesn't really change anything.
No, it doesn't.
I don't
Feige
think
used to
it-
go around the studio in a scooter.
And again, I don't think any of us were prepared for Disney to have this bad of a year in 2023.
No.
Like,
No, not this
No.
bad.
this
Oh,
was bad.
yeah.
And it's all about momentum, man. Going into 2024, they have zero
None.
momentum right
They
now.
are massive.
have
Negative.
actually-
They got
Yeah,
negative
also-
momentum,
yeah,
man.
Also, this
Negative
is it's a rolling bad for them because we talked about this last time how like they're getting 1.5 plus billion dollars in losses, but it's going to get worse when we get the actual information on those budgets of what they actually spent. And so the bad news is going to continue rolling over because it just means that number is going to be higher and higher and higher. And since they have very little content coming out, yes, it means they won't have as many chances to have box office bombs. It also means they won't have as much opportunities to have any successes, which I'm going to be honest, what Disney film is going to make money next year? I mean, they had
Deadpool.
one film technically made money this year for them, but honestly, we look at this. Deadpool has the best chance, probably, but who knows?
Kingdom of the
how
Planet
far
of the
gone is it?
Kingdom of the
That's
Planet of the
it,
Apes
man.
is a 20th century, so that technically
Yeah.
falls under the Disney banner. I think that'll make money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
has
But
a chance,
but they won't make as much. I mean, they're
No.
so they're gonna have to deal with our profits no matter what are gonna be down because even if all of our fucking movies are successful, which they won't be, there's not as many of them. And we're not making any money off of Disney Plus. Echo's not going to save shit. Deadpool is a fucking gimmick. It'll get people in the seats. I'm looking for it. I'm going to go see it. It's not going to be anything that lasts. And we have When was the last time we had a legit Superman that was a superhero movie that was character driven, just about that character that didn't have a massive team or other Spider-Man coming in? It was the Joker. The Joker was the last successful comic book movie that just about a character. And that was a long fucking time ago. That was a long time ago. So they're
well, don't worry, Superman Legacy has 1 million fucking people in it.
I know.
Even though it's
They have to, like with the rules of you have to have this person, this category, this category. The only way you can tick that many boxes is if you have a wide cast of all of the boxes. And so you can't really tell a story about one person and focus on them because the studios won't let you.
No, and that's where the fatigue comes in from too many bad movies. But whatever the fucking reason is, the fatigue is here. Whatever we want to call it, it's here, and it's gonna affect good movies. It will eventually.
We've talked about it
good
before.
Movies. Yeah,
we've talked about it before, but this is the moment where radio fell off to movies. And then when movies fell off to talkies, and then TV came in, and then they said, "Oh, that's all it is. We're just witnessing a downfall of a major paradigm of culture that's just moving to make way for the next one, and the next one is right here, guys.
This is the moment
it's
where
the internet.
Streaming took over music and killed it. And now we have all Taylor Swift all the time.
I just think that we're heading towards video games are the next thing. They've kind of ran through superheroes. They've ruined the superheroes with their wokeness and bullshit.
Well, there's anime too,
and
manga. There's
but
Eastern
video,
entertainment. Eastern entertainment will be easier to adapt than a video game because there's a story with a beginning, middle, and end. They'll fuck that up too. Video games. I mean, it's a good argument. Problem is, like video games make more money. They're more successful. But they take years to make, and then like we get the Suicide Squad kills the Justice League.
Well, what I'm saying is video game movies is what I'm saying. Like the video game movies is what I'm saying is going to take over. Like Hollywood's going to start adapting video games to movies to try to capitalize off that momentum of Mario.
And you don't think they're going to go to manga and anime
is going to be just a part of that.
I think
Marvel's going to adapt Spider-Man PS4.
I think just as an industry, movies are going away. I think people just will stop watching movies like they used to. I think you're right, Jeremy. I think video games, culturally, for the younger generations, that is far more important.
Well, here's the problem.
That's why they're doing massive events in Fortnite.
Hey, Zack Snyder wants to make a Fortnite
movie.
Exactly, because he's trying to chase what is actually popular with the younger generation.
Here's the problem.
He plays Fortnite.
Yeah, here's the problem.
A dangerous level.
When you're reading a comic book and you see it adapted in live action, that is a fundamentally different experience. When you're playing a character in live action, is it better to watch somebody else's interpretation of that you have no control over? I don't know if that's a better experience. I think the video game is a better experience because it's more experiential. That's why it's not going to be...
Unless you're playing a PlayStation game.
I agree that that's... hang on. I'm going to finish my point. I agree that's where they're going to go. They're going to fucking fail. And they're going to fail because playing the game is a better experience than going to see a movie.
But what you don't understand is a lot of the most popular games are narrative-driven cinematic games.
Yes,
now.
I completely understand.
That's what I'm saying.
I completely understand that. But is the story going to be better in the movie than it is in the game?
No, that's why I think it'll be video games. It's not going to be video game movies. It's not going to be movies. It's going to be video games.
Yeah,
because that's why video games are turning into storytelling.
You're going the VR way, but you're just going to sit into the VR game.
Video games already are. They are the top form of entertainment.
Yes,
they are the king.
They make more money. More people are there. Jeremy, what's the number of the top players of Fortnite?
Like there was like
144.
It was 45 million in a day.
45 million in one day, concurrent at the same time.
No. Like in a 24-hour period. That
not like
I think
Fortnite game.
At 1 point, like 7 million at a given time was their.
The wild.
Mahler, what are your 7 favorite games this year? Liza P.
Breath of the Wild 2.
I mean, obviously,
Tears
of the Kingdom.
Tears of the best.
Well, of course.
Kong Skull
The day
Island.
before.
Kong Skull Island is a masterpiece.
Like a God of War movie. Would that be a better experience than the game?
Well, it's complicated, right? Because like we have to look at the current examples. Didn't the Mario movie? I don't know, Jeremy, how everyone feels about this, but like most of the time I play Mario games, I couldn't give less of a fuck about the story.
Correct.
That movie was kind of fun. It was kind of neat, you know.
Yeah, it's fine.
And would someone then argue like, well, so the story in the movie was better than in the games? It's like, I mean, in a sense, like,
It's a different type of game. Though. If we're talking about like narrative-driven games, because that like,
of course,
that's the best
then
thing
we
to
have to look
adapt
at-
because you have more story. You know,
Because like the problem, if you ask me like, oh, you know, how's a God of War film gonna look or a TV show, I'd be like, probably a mess. But that's not necessarily to do with like quality of adaptation, or I just think that like we're in a current state of things being terrible anyway. And the project that's being worked on for God of War, isn't it made by people that like we have no reason to think they'd make anything good?
Yeah,
I can't remember who the what they
Who is it?
Yeah, I mean, we all saw how great the Halo TV show was.
Oh yeah, that was.
Now, what about the Last of
technically
Us
terrible.
show? I don't know if anybody. I didn't watch it.
I watched the first 3 or 4 episodes until
I forgot about that show.
until the gay scene.
the gay,
happened.
the gay.
That was
sex-
episode 3 where they were like, gay. Let's just do that.
From what I've heard from a lot of people, is that it's pretty fucking well done. The whole series through. But-
Well, so The Last of Us, the video game, The Last of Us, the first one, is 100% a cinematic video game for the most part. Like it is
easily transferable into a show.
Yes,
100%. And they took beat for beat, at least from what I saw, because I only saw
A lot
the
of
first
stuff.
episode.
They went their own direction on a lot of stuff as well.
Right. So in the beginning, like the first episode to me, they did, it was kind of a mirror copy of the beginning of the first game. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, everything that happens with his daughter is really good in the show, and it's kind of funny, right? To show people it, and they're like, "That's amazing." It's like, you're fine. That's exactly how it is in the game,
Right. Like I would
she
say,
was
like,
randomly black, which is kind of weird, but yeah.
if you go back to the heyday of Halo, literally everybody was begging for a Halo movie. Like
Peter
everybody
Jackson
wanted a
almost
Halo movie.
made one.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody wanted a Halo movie. Now, obviously, Halo is not what it used to be right now, and we've seen the live action Halo. But my point being is that even with these narrative-driven games, story-driven games, people still want to see them adapted. Now, that was 2007 was when 2007 when Halo 3 came out, when it was at its peak. Obviously, a lot has changed since then and how people view it. But if you come out with a God of War game, as popular as God of War is, and you cast Kratos properly, which is a very tall task,
Yeah.
people are going to show up if it's got all the, at least the pizzazz that it needs from it, because God of War is a cinematic game. It just is. I mean, but at the same time, we saw an Uncharted movie come out, and I don't think
No,
that
it
did
did.
well. Yeah,
It didn't
I
do very
watched
well,
it.
but it also I don't think was good.
It sucks.
Yeah, it was not very good at all.
I think everyone agrees it's like that's complete
Totally
miscast.
wrong
Well,
casting.
and that's
Mark
where we get it.
Wahlberg would have
That's-
been better as.
Okay.
Fucking,
Yes,
yeah.
That's an example of a game that is very cinematic. The entire arc of that game is like you're playing Indiana Jones and it's cinematic and it feels like a movie.
yeah.
But then you go watch a movie and you feel that like, oh, this isn't as exciting as it was.
The
when I
crux of the
played
argument
game.
is we're debating over something that's just it's a moot point because this is still woke Hollywood and they will learn all the fucking wrong
Yeah, they'll fuck
lessons,
it up.
and they
They
will
will.
adapt your stuff like shit. They will.
They
So-
will,
So they
though,
could
that, like,
they could
I
jump
will
into video
money.
games, but video games will not have the run comic books had
My-
because of the
my
time.
My argument is if Nintendo creates the Nintendo Cinematic Universe leading to Smash Bros,
That'll work.
that will be
Because
And it'll
Nintendo's
raise the tide.
Nintendo's
I'll tell you one
Nin-
character my son knows, Mario.
Nintendo is unique.
My
in
1.5-year-old is Mario. That's
Nintendo
his
is
character.
is a unique case in being like completely anal about their fucking work, which is
Well,
good.
that's the thing though, Gary, right?
Absolutely
If they do really well with all of their IPs, which are fucking, there's a huge amount they can do. They could act as the MCU of superhero movies, raising it up everyone else, right? Like if Nintendo are doing really well,
Well, they
could-
started.
I'm like,
We'll see.
Well, and say a God of War comes out, and someone's like, "Oh, I like the Mario and this and the video game thing. I'll check it out." And then it's like shit. It's like, well, it shouldn't do too much damage if Nintendo keep the boats afloat. Like if it's pushing everything. But I don't even know that, because we talked about this a couple of times, whether or not video game adaptations are going to become the new cool thing. It's like, and then people say, "Well, what about anime? What about this? What about this?" It's like it could be kind of all of them fighting for their pieces of the marketplace, because we all assume it'll go to another big leading genre or something, but it's like we could be in just a couple of years of everyone's fighting until something clears out, I guess. Like, and
yeah,
I think we're just on the downhill trend for Hollywood. That's why. Like,
Yes,
that's
what
where
I'm
I
saying.
think.
Look at what we had
I
this
think
year, right?
Hollywood
Like, look-
movies as a whole, as an industry, is just shrinking.
Yeah.
And we're gonna
Like,
get those little. They're gonna fight over the small pie that's getting smaller every year. and then it's going to be over here while everybody's playing video games and being on YouTube.
Super
and
Mario.
watching all this stuff.
Super Mario made like a lot of people happy. A lot of Nintendo fans happy. I saw it. I didn't think much of it because I'm not a super big Nintendo fan. But it was like I'm glad I went to the movie. It was a good experience. But if that's going to be your Iron Man, it wasn't as good as Iron Man. Like,
and let's keep in mind, Western zombies or superheroes, they're all a lot less. They're all a lot more narrow than video game adaptations or adaptations of anime. Those two are huge, and they've been around for a long time. That's actually the interesting note I would probably add. As much as we are expecting anything to come out right now to be pretty shit, video game adaptations are probably in their best position they've been in forever. We've had so many.
If you have, if Hollywood, if they had done the natural thing of going with the trend of people completely rejecting all of their woke shit, just completely rejecting it and going, wow, we should probably give the customers what they want. They might be in a lot better shape, right?
Well,
and they wouldn't.
Doom, for example, like we've had 2 adaptations of Doom. I imagine you guys haven't even seen the second one, Doom Annihilation.
I never saw either.
No, I haven't seen it.
It was like a B movie. It was fucking terrible. But the first one with The Rock, like they had pieces of almost doing it okay-ish. But it was mostly terrible. And it's just like, how do you fuck up Doom? It's like the most easiest fucking thing to make ever. Just gonna kill a bunch of demons, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about
Carl Urban's in that movie?
I mean, Halo.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You could have probably approached Halo the same way. You just don't show Master Chief. Make him like the Master Chief everybody fucking likes. I don't know Master Chiefs. I don't know shit about Master Chief, but I know
Make him the fucking Mandalorian. Like, Jesus,
don't
Never
show
take his
have him
helmet off.
fucking fight and kill a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And have it be fun. It was like the simplest thing that they completely fucked up. Fallout, they're gonna fuck that up.
Amazing how they fumbled that.
Fallout looks god awful just from the photos alone. You can already tell it's going to be a powerful woman, vault dweller, and she's going to fucking bring everybody together. I'm out.
Hey,
because they keep trying
watching
to
that.
do new stuff. Like, rather than just taking the game, removing the gameplay, and doing the story, so it's like a condensed version of the game, you do that first, then you can lead into your new stuff. But they can't resist. And this is why, if Hollywood is in a downturn, you might actually hit a point where they fire so many people because there's no money that you're left with a few core people that are like, okay, now we'll stick to do this, and you could rebuild from there.
You can exactly.
They do not have the humility to make something of another IP because it requires respecting that and realizing that people like that, not you.
The corporatism isn't set up to contract and then like retool and pivot. Like which every fucking art industry needs to do, needs to reinvent itself. And that's what I was talking about, is it went against the trend. Woke has been going out for a while. They're just realizing it now. But now it's too fucking late. And Hollywood's too fucking big to pivot. So yeah, it's going to be independent. It'll be some like scrappy little independent somebody who comes up with an IP that people actually like, instead of redoing. Like Bob and Iger admitted it in that interview. He's like, well, we're not doing sequels, but we need them because they have the built-in audience, so we can trick all of them. That's their attitude, is we need to trick. How about just giving them what they fucking want?
Did he actually say trick?
He said,
Wow.
he said that's how we have the built-in audience, right? So we bring them in with the built-in audience, and what they've done is trick people every time. Mad Max Fury Road, movie I like. They trick people.
Garbage.
That ain't about fucking.
Yeah,
that ain't about Mad Max. And that was the first of many. One of the worst cases I've ever seen is, and nobody watched the show, was Iron Fist season 2.
That was bad.
Oh god.
And then it got worse and worse. And then we have fucking Indiana Jones. God, we've had so many bad movies this year. You forget about Indiana Jones and how
the Mandalorian going to be about soon enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's still tricking people though. They're coming out with the Furiosa trailer, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, it looks good though. It looks good though. It looks good though."
What are you
It's
talking
the
about?
same fucking play that Hollywood has played over and over and over in the last like 5 years, and you got tricked again. Oh, it looks good though.
That trailer looks awful.
It does not look good.
Awful.
I never had any.
There's no Mad Max without Mel Gibson. I'm sorry.
Period.
It just doesn't work.
End of story. You know what's going to be exactly what they told us it's going to be, is The Acolyte from former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland. That will be exactly what we think it's going to be. I can't wait. I
want to put a cap on the Nintendo discussion, is because they are coming out with a live action Zelda, which throws a wrench into all of the plans that I thought they could have by coming out. And so I don't know what I do know is that
Avia Red,
Nintendo.
Avia Red, dude. Avia Red is behind it. Avi Arad.
I know, but you got to understand, man. It's just like Ryan Johnson in Breaking Bad versus Ryan Johnson in Star Wars.
Well,
Like Nintendo not going to let people do anything that they don't want them to do.
Okay,
Gary, isn't Avi Arad, like, he's connected to shit tons of things related to, like, he's connected to plenty of things that are good as well, right?
Back
He's
in
like,
the day, he was instrumental in Marvel movies coming out, X-Men the animated series, the toy line, Spider-Man the animated series, the Fantastic Four. He did a lot of very, very, very good stuff.
He was a toy guy originally.
But he was a
right?
toy guy. But he also recently, I mean, it's like, what have you done for me? Madam Web, Morbius, Venom movies.
Yeah, all the Sony Spider-Man universe stuff. He's part of.
But no, so I don't mean the guy has done a lot of fucking good shit. He has.
In terms of the discussion we've been having about will their primary kind of entertainment medium change and stuff, I think, video games definitely are going to be the main one, but movies are going to be here forever. People enjoy movies. And so I agree with what Gary's saying. It's going to be, Hollywood is dying. The old model is dying. And I found the discussion EFAP had in regards to Chris Stuckman talking about the death of cinema and stuff. And for me, who cares if cinema dies? Because there are better ways to enjoy film now at home. We have technology where you can have big screens, better sound, more control and everything. But film is not going to die. Film is going to be around for ages. And if Hollywood dies, and I think it will, and I'm all here for it, yeah, Gary's right. There's going to be some scrappy small studio that's going to make a property that people are going to embrace and love because people like film. And so Hollywood have fumbled massively. They've dropped the ball. They deserve what they get now, and they're not going to change. It's a train with too much momentum heading towards a cliff. They're infested with woke activists. And so it's going down, and it just gives opportunity for other people who have vision and passion to make something in their stead, and that is brilliant. I can't wait.
Just on that point, like I see it as their fault that theaters are dying. I don't want theaters to die outright.
Yeah.
I'm very happy that that's
Nobody
a medium
does.
and an alternative.
I love theater.
I've made it clear, like, my worst theater experiences make me fucking annoyed. Like, if people have got the smelliest and loudest of food, like, that shit is annoying as hell. And people, like, who maybe laugh at stuff that's, like, serious or whatever, missing tone. It's just like, but the best experience is when you're
So
laughing
basically
with
Ryan.
everybody.
Basically Ryan. Loud and annoying as fuck in the theater.
Who brings
some
tuna?
of my best memories are 12 o'clock at night on Thursday, all lined up to watch Batman or to watch the next Star Wars movie or to, like, that kind of excitement.
Seats and everything. Yeah.
All that shit. I love that. I love that, like, when you have a bunch of people that are there to watch that movie, you can feel the energy in the place. You just don't get that anymore because the theater experience has, like, been dwindled through the theater's own fault. I will say that the theater businesses themselves have done that to themselves. And then on top of that, you have all of Hollywood destroying the movies themselves. So now people don't want to go out into the theater, and you don't have anybody in the theater at the opening day on Friday for a comic book movie. That's wild.
The video we covered argued that it was the customer's fault. Like, it's our fault. We're too afraid of seeing these movies, which is absolutely absurd. As far as I'm concerned,
Stuckman is such an idiot.
Zero fault. They need to provide us a fucking reason to go to the theater.
Exactly.
That's why the theaters are going to die. And we're like, why would I go there to watch Madam Web? What the fuck?
To your point, Smaller, like, Jeremy went and saw Iron Claw. Now he's a wrestling fan, but that's a more serious movie. Wrestling fans are going to go experience a challenging, emotional, tragic movie, and that's they weren't scared to go. That's such a fucking retarded argument.
Yeah, people are scared to go see the movies, or that's a stupid fucking. People are sick of spending money on garbage, is what it is.
Isn't Stuckman? And again, I haven't watched that video, but isn't he the guy that's scared to review movies he doesn't like?
Yes.
Yeah. He said no more criticizing films because that's mean to the filmmakers. And he went on a set once and he realized that films take a lot of effort, so you should stop being mean.
Everything in life takes effort.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Porn takes effort. Okay.
The EFAP reaction is a worth watch because it's a very interesting kind of like.
Listen, Az in the Afterlife is putting effort into jerking off right now, so don't criticize him, okay?
36 seconds.
But like, I think movie theaters, of course, will survive in some way, in the same sense that live acted theater still exists in some.
It'll
right?
shrink.
I don't necessarily mourn the loss that past entertainment mediums have been replaced by better versions. You know, back in the day, what was a really popular thing that people did in the 1800s was dramatic readings of literature, where someone would actually stand and recite something from a book in a more dramatic way.
That's only because one person could read.
It's an audiobook.
Exactly. But now we have audiobooks, which we get that in such better and
it just
convenient way.
changes. It changes with the technology.
Exactly.
You're exactly right. And what prestige film is going towards is the prestige series. That's the next thing. So that's why the prestige series are now like plucking from people who would normally work on the prestige film. And they're actually, you're getting more prestige dramas and you're seeing fewer prestige drama films. The only thing that's missing in all of this is comedy. That's the biggest problem. That's when you know there's a serious woke mind virus going on, because they will not make comedy. Lady Ballers, as flawed as it was, and Ryan mentioned this, that's a movie that's such low-hanging fruit. Hollywood would have made 3 versions of that movie 10, 15 years ago.
Yep.
I think one of the issues is, as budgets get bigger, you need a broader audience. You need more people to go. And so everything just becomes more generic. It all becomes the same. Whereas what you see on YouTube, one of the things about YouTube that's great is no matter what you're into, there will be a channel specifically made for you that's just like you want, with a person that you like. And so you can find that niche thing. But for that, they have to be made on smaller budgets. And so the demand for entertainment doesn't go, it just moves. But what you might be ending up with is cheaper movies which are more niche for a more targeted audience, so you find fewer people who really enjoy that thing, rather than the big massive generic movie which they spend 300 million on. I think if you can get fewer people to make a movie that's really targeted, then you'll have like a really devoted fan base, and you can just keep going off with the series.
The advantage to that is with the continual advent of technology is, the cheaper movies will get cheaper, but we're going to be able to make higher quality films at cheaper costs in the future. And
with AI.
I wasn't going to say it. You brought it up.
I got to jump in here. We got to do 2 things. We got to shift to Aquaman. And Jeremy's got to go.
Yes, I didn't see Aquaman anyway, so fuck that movie. Go see the Iron Claw. That's what you should go be seeing. So anyway, Cobra Cast tonight. Love you all. Hail Friday Night Tights. Have a Merry Christmas to every single person here, except for Ryan Kennel. He can go fuck himself. Bye, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Merry Christmas, Jeremy.
Bye. All right, we put it off long enough. The final movie of the DCEU, Aquaman Poo.
May it rest in peace.
May it rest in peace.
With saying there is the best character of this movie, and there's only one correct answer. Do you know who it is?
Orm?
The best character?
Hang on.
Gary's
I
already got it correct.
haven't even seen it, but I'm going to guess it's his
Like,
brother.
honestly, like Black Manta is just a super one-dimensional fucking
He's an
like
idiot.
surface level villain.
He's even
and, like,
less
really
character than in the first movie.
I know, but like
Wow.
he's probably my favorite character of the movie.
Oh well, what I'm going to argue is, like, as aside from jokes, like Orm actually has a good start, middle, and end. He's actually like a solid character to the point where he probably the one piece of praise I would have for the movie.
Yep.
I actually like him and wouldn't mind seeing. I don't care about Aquaman. He sucks. Like, I would rather see Orm.
The thing is,
the Adventures of Orm.
He's actually Aquaman. That's the problem. Is he is actually Aquaman. He looks like the
was thinking
Aquaman
the
from the
same
comics.
He looks like Aquaman.
He acts like Aquaman a little bit, like the old school Aquaman. My issue with Orm is that I got really tired really quickly of the forced dichotomy of super dude bro, joke around all the time versus I don't understand this. Like I got really sick of it really quickly. It wasn't
it was a shame. They crippled themselves as well, because there's like 1 or 2 scenes where I was kind of like, this is okay, this is something. Where it was he was trying to explain to him, like, you've been brought up your whole life to expect me to try and take your throne, even though I had no interest in it whatsoever. And the fact that you were simply trying to like destroy the surface is why I was trying to stop you. He was having this realization of like, oh shit, it wasn't like my legacy to fight against Aquaman. It was just that I was doing something that he considers insane, that maybe it was. Maybe I was wrong to. It's like, no, the second they get anywhere near that, it's just like, I just roasted you, bro.
Yeah, I know.
We also have to point out that Jason Momoa, I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, because you would pay attention, took his shirt off this entire movie.
No, he did not.
Well, it's going to kill
Damn
the
it.
box office.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's over.
Yeah,
Well,
and like
he at least looked like he was having fun in the movie.
Jason Momoa.
I wasn't. I'm glad he did.
You know what? Glad he had
He
fun.
wasn't the audience.
This movie was like, hey, we don't really care anymore. Jason, just go do Jason Momoa things, and we're gonna record a bunch of it, and we're gonna like the entire first 5-minute montage. I was like,
dude, if I'm not mistaken,
are you serious? Is what we're doing,
Ryan. I think I saw his name in a writing credit.
It wouldn't surprise me at all, considering all the global warming shit, and he's a fucking nut like that. But in terms of Orm, I do think like the one bit of like emotional connection I had was at the end where he's trying to convince him to let go. So I do think.
Oh, look, it's a film. There they go.
Yeah. That was a moment that I thought was okay, and
you fell in boats.
Wow.
To boost on that as well, Ryan. Orm being this character who fucking hates all these people and doesn't want anything to do with them, but will accept the fact that I even like the fact that he said, "Don't break me out." Well, the deal with the fisherman people will be fucked if you do that. I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, level of honor. Yeah.
But the thing that really that I quite liked about him is that he's gradually over the movie getting to be more and more of a good person, so to speak. They established early on that if you touch the super evil zombie trident, it'll basically connect you to the evil dude, and he'll gradually possess you. Not something you want to do, basically. And Orm touches that at one point, realizes that's exactly what it does, and obviously was pretty haunted by it. It's not a good experience. We know Black Manta's been touching it so much that he's basically the evil dude at this point. So like green eyes, blah blah. There's
Did he
this
go blind?
Yeah, it's basically if you're touching your shit, that's what happens when you touch that.
There's
You
a
touch it
payoff
too much. They say
where I think it's Black Manta or whatever. He throws the trident at what's her name?
Mira.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's gonna hit her. She's fucked. She's gonna die. And Orm makes the decision to grab it out of the air to stop it, knowing it's gonna possess him. And I love the fact that he does that because he knows, like, on one hand, he's saving someone he doesn't even like, and secondly, he knows
and the audience doesn't like either.
Those are the two biggest letdowns. The two biggest letdowns of the entire thing was when Black Manta was going to kill her the first time, and Aquaman comes in and is like, "Get away from my wife!" Her. And then
give me back my son.
Ignoring the fucking hell. That's the Great Mighty Pooh. I don't even know if you know that.
Oh yes, the Great Mighty Pooh.
So I like the fact that he makes that choice. He knows what it's going to do to him, and then when he grabs it, he says "run" because he knows it's going to possess him. I was like, Orm's cool. I like this guy.
Yep, best character in it.
And then, like Aquaman, literally, they might even dubbed it over when he bashes in there and he's like, "Give me back my son." He doesn't say, "Give me." He says, "Get away from my son." That's what he says.
That's all I thought was Mel Gibson though. Give me back my son.
Well, yeah, it reminded me of fucking Ripley and Alien, but like, you know, way less fine, like way less cool. Like, get away from my son.
How weird was it that like Amber Heard obviously was in this movie, right? And she was present and on screen for a decent amount of it too. She had almost no meaningful lines.
None.
Yeah.
And she did do a couple things like at the end with Black Men and like stuff like that, but like it felt like they really cut her out of a decent amount of it. The entire first 20 minutes when they're showing his home life, it's like he's a single dad. It's like she fucking died or something, but she's still there. Like, you know what I mean? They have like one thing of her folding laundry at one point, and then another of her like down ruling with him in Atlantis. So like she's there, but he's doing all the stuff. He's changing every diaper. He's putting him to sleep.
Don't forget, she uses her magical powers to make her son pee in his mouth.
Pee on him, yes. He gets pissed in his mouth a lot in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fucking strange. The how funny is it? The baby peeing in his mouth. Like what?
And it was like it wasn't just a baby peeing. It wasn't just like the stereotypical joke of a baby peeing on their dad or something. It was like full, like right in his mouth.
Right in his mouth. That was gross.
Yeah, like got a couple good swallows in. It was weird.
Ugh.
I didn't like how he wore the bathrobe all the time when he was wearing clothes. He always looked like a slob.
He is a slob.
That's what he looked like in Fast and Furious.
The thing about it is, at this point, Aquaman, the character in DCU, I just think he sucks. He's super strong and doesn't really care about much of anything that much. Like family, he does, but he doesn't like have much duty to him at all. He's more like, I guess I'll get stuff done if I can, which is supposed to come across as like kind of cool, but at the same time, I was like, I don't know, you're just kind of lame. Like, I hate being a leader. I hate having to try and facilitate peace. It doesn't even work, man. I try, but they don't listen to me. It doesn't work out. And like, this is what I mean. It's like, I like Orm so much is that I'm watching Orm listen to all this bullshit and be like, God, you suck. Like you're like the worst, man. There's no sacrifice, there's no intelligence, and there's no patience. You're just sitting there being like, why can't everyone just do what I want? And then he gets on everything, like, and he still wins, which is kind of lame. Yeah, I don't know. Aquaman. I say this as if the stories were to continue. This is the end of the Snyderverse. Now it's all gone.
What's fucking wild is the end of this movie. Did they end it the same way the MCU began with
I was thinking the same thing.
Iron Man?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
literally a
They
press
do I Am Iron
conference
Man.
to announce himself to the world. And he says, "I am Iron Man," and fucking Aquaman does, "I'm Arthur Curry. I'm a father. I'm a father. I'm a son. I'm a blah blah blah. I'm the king of Atlantis, and I am Aquaman." And then he drops the mic.
Oh,
Like,
that's so
there's
cringy.
no way there can't be like some sort of connection to the beginning of the MCU
Yeah.
and the end of the DCEU there.
Well, that might be a good, an appropriate ending to superhero films.
Well, there's another thing too that
Aquaman.
Gary,
Not
that
saying
the end
good.
of this movie felt a lot like the ending of On Deadly Ground when what's his name basically gives a speech about global warming.
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal, yeah.
Oh well, that was a few times in the movie. They just kept bringing it up.
Yeah, I know, but it's like literally at
Well,
the end, he gives this fucking speech about
Don't
it.
you love
like
it when
in front of a podium?
Don't you love it when a multi-billion-dollar international corporation that cuts down half a forest for one movie, wastes over $200 million, and flies everyone around on private jets, lectures us about global warming? I fucking love
yeah.
it. It's like when Disney calls out capitalism, but they're so far in the bed with the CCP, they think the concentration camp in China.
Yeah.
It was the same thing with the strikes. They had the attitude of studio makes money, studio makes profit, profit evil. By the way, I want that money. It was like moral as long as they had a bigger pay increase.
yeah.
But if the studios made profit, oh, can't have that, you greedy.
Oh, that's so funny. During the strike, they were like, "We need to break up Hollywood." It's like, no, you're begging to make a deal with them. You're begging to make a deal with the people you're calling to break up. It's like, it makes no sense. Oh, it's communism. Sorry, it's not supposed to make sense. There you go.
My favorite was the guy from Breaking Bad when he did his speech about we are union through and through all the way to the end, and then by the end you've got the A-list celebrities going, "Can we just go back to work? I'm losing tens of millions of dollars.
I know.
Please, I will pay you if we can
I
just go back to
literally
work."
give you money. They're like, no.
No, and they said no, and now they're not going to get as much money as they were fucking offered.
Yes.
wanted
Because
500 million rather than
they'd rather take it from the big daddy government.
Well, yeah, because Eric July put it best. They were begging to make a deal with the devil. That's all the strike was, begging to make a deal with the devil, and they just wanted to make it fair. And if you look into, like, read between the lines on the AI stuff, and sorry, Shad, I don't want to get into an AI argument.
Did you just say AI, Gary?
They basically legislated AI to all of their competitors. The independent filmmakers can use it all fucking day long, like, and they're going to, and it's going to, as a tool, it's going to help them succeed more than they are. They're impeding their own success with their fucking dumb fucking, especially with the DEI, or DIE, identity politics, the whole alphabet mafia there. What they can and can't write anymore. They're putting rules on them, on their own creativity that's going to kill their business. No, they've already done this, and it's already killed their business. Sorry. Quarter Black Garrett, but what does that say? I didn't see it.
What?
Oh, was it?
Oh, it's just referencing DEI.
He's confronting his white elf privilege.
Yes.
He is.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
Looks so pensive.
So the interesting thing about the whole Hollywood writers afraid of AI stuff, you know, I've checked it out to see what AI can do in terms of writing capacity, and holy crap, is it bad? Right? A talented writer has nothing to fear about AI writing capacity now and for a good few years in the future.
You
And
say that as though fucking
I'm not even sure.
Madness made like nearly $1 billion. That was clearly written by some broken robot.
Maybe, but that's what I mean.
A
If someone was
broken robot.
talented and wrote something for Multiverse of Madness, it would have done far better. And so, like, I'm not even sure an AI chat kind of technology will get to the point where it could write a proper complex story that's actually well written, that understands characterization, understands arcs, understands the writing conventions, beat settisms, and stuff like that. It's super complex, and even
because that's not how they work.
Exactly. Feeding it and trying to get it to train on even written works. There's so much context that's difficult for it to actually understand that you need a human to be able to guide and teach it to the point where you're just writing it yourself. So just write it yourself. And so actually talented people who know how to write have nothing to fear, but they're deathly afraid in Hollywood because so many of them are crap. And they
I think an AI script would just sound like Elon Musk wrote it. That's my guess.
Right. Probably be better though.
Go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
That's got to be. That's got to be one of the best moments of the year. I was so happy when that happened. I was just like, I can't believe he said that.
I like how this is all we had to say about Aquaman.
What's there to say? It was a CGI mess that nobody will remember.
It's gobbledygook. It mentions global warming every fucking 5 minutes. If it wasn't for that damn global warming, those
meddling global warming,
those bad Atlanteans would still be frozen because things are always supposed to stay frozen because you know what? That's the data points that these fucking woke idiots in Hollywood get when they listen to somebody like autistic Greta Thunberg on climate change. You want a good take on climate change, which happens all the time, by the way. Climate change is very real. And go listen to Randall Carlson. Go listen to Randall Carlson.
Always. I'm going to say watch Ice Age.
Or watch Ice Age.
A meltdown.
Yeah.
Ice. That's what it warms up. Go figure.
Wait, before we move too far away, I just want to say on Shad's point about AI, they're probably trying to do what they're doing to future-proof it. Like, it may not be good enough right now even, but, like, if, fast forward 50 years, who knows where AI will be. And I think because they've seen it with, like, actors didn't know they needed to put in their contracts, you can't fucking resurrect me with CG and stuff, and now they do, right? Like, that's something they can actually buy from them. So...
And AI writing chatbots are very different and have different limitations to AI art. I think they do have reason to fear.
Actors are going to invite that in. A lot of actors are going to sign off their likeness forever. Because it'll be residuals for the family.
Free paychecks.
Well, that's the thing. AI scripting, however good it gets, is even a foundation. It's like there's plenty of creators that will still use it, especially if any kind of result. Even as an idea,
a lot of untalented people who will use it. But
I've seen Law and Order AI scripts that look pretty good actually. Because like for shit like that, there's such a big wealth of how many Law and Order episodes have there been in history, how many like crime procedurals,
and they're very procedural. Like
so they can like go back to those and actually put out a decent like little story because there's so much to pull from.
Someday, some Star Trek fan is going to make an original series episode featuring the original crew, and it's going to look real as hell someday. And there's nothing you cannot put the genie back in the bottle on this one.
Well, they've also got AI recreating voices as well, right? Like Vader and Luke.
And that application of the technology, being able to help with visuals, special effects, graphics, and stuff like that, is going to open accessibility to making some really incredibly looking stuff. And I'm super excited about that. That's going to be phenomenal. And the reason why Hollywood is afraid of that aspect is because they know they can suddenly get outcompeted on a larger scale, and that's good. That's
I mean, that's why they're trying to stop AI. Is it actually it takes down a gate? It's just the gates are falling down, and that's what technology, that's what the internet does. It disrupts everything, and it's how they change. And like I said earlier, they're going into the streaming, and that's doing the same thing to their industry that it did to publishing, that it did to music. The only thing it really hasn't affected is video games, which is probably made for it, but I still love physical media, by the way. First, so overall, I'm going to ask real quick before we get to soups, what's better, Rebel Moon or Aquaman? Brian?
I think Aquaman, but I have only watched 40 minutes of Rebel Moon. I'm going based on what you guys are saying, but it's just it's kind of a mess. I think even though it's not that long, it probably didn't need to be that long. It felt long to me. And it's just constant in your face sound, visuals, crazy shit, but there's just not a ton of substance there. The CGI is a mess. I will say to James Wan's credit, whoever it is, like there's a lot of cool creatures and visuals and vehicles and shit like that I think are very cool in this little world he's created. but you don't really have time to dig into it too much. You're just fucking.
He's doing Cthulhu.
He's doing Cthulhu. Or like they've never done a proper Cthulhu movie ever.
Yeah, please don't suck.
Yeah. Sorry.
As far as I'm concerned,
and the Mouth of Madness was the only thing that came close.
Hellboy.
What'd you say,
First one?
Mahler?
I was just gonna say that Orm alone makes Aquaman better than Rebel Moon. But one thing I was gonna mention: do you guys like the fucking scientist character who was constantly wondering whether or not he was on the bad guy team? I think I was actually losing my shit when he was in a moment where like the evil pirate mercenary was sacrificing fucking baby blood to raise a zombie Lich King from the dead in order to destroy the world, and he was like,
there's like 5 fucking scenes of him like peering into like Black Manta's room. Black Manta like looks over his shoulders. He gets caught doing
closes the door.
And then just the door
That was really weird.
I know it was fucking weird.
He
kept on catching Black Manta masturbating. You know, it's like close your fucking door.
Yeah, dude.
Finally, he brought the baby in the room with him.
No,
and
and
he
it's the
started
same,
really
and
questioning
it's the
things.
same actor from fucking Marvel. It's like
Yes.
Hollywood.
Yep.
Hollywood
He
finds a
has the
couple
same
of
role in
Asians.
that.
They find a couple of Latinos, a couple of Asians, and a couple of black characters, and they just recast them. Like Pedro Pascal getting recast in everything. Idris Elba cast in everything, and now this guy's like sanctioned Asian in Hollywood or something. It's like,
what's this guy's
Gary,
name?
that's what
anyway?
you do with X-Ray Girl, though.
Yeah, I'm in every
well, to be
Hollywood
fair,
movie.
I think they're all X-Ray Girl when I see them. So you know, I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, when the Asian dude popped up on the screen, Gary nudged me. He's like, "Is that X-Ray Girl?" I was like, "Yeah, Gary."
I did. I did. Oh no, it's Perry.
Perry
It's
and I all
Perry.
the
Sorry,
time.
yeah.
Terry.
Oops. Aquaman 2 Asian guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
agree.
was
I
in
think Aquaman
WandaVision.
2 was way better than. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Way better than Rebel Moon. It at least had a lot more human moments in it.
Yeah.
So
Randall Park.
Orm.
It had some heart in there.
Yeah,
Even though
Orm.
there was a big speech at the beginning of Rebel Moon where she was like, you know, I was taught that love is weakness, and the idea of love and family was beaten out of me. I was born in a war. I don't feel things. I thought that shit was so.
Is it called feminism?
I was like,
That was
wow,
so cringe.
the most
So
obvious
Called feminism.
crap.
Yeah, like Aquaman's certainly not like the worst DCU movie that's been released this year. It's
No.
No, it's better than The Flash.
No, Cora should have gone on a date with a guy who actually paid, and then she would resort to factory settings like that video that was going around. Like that video that was going around on Twitter.
Yeah, that was so funny. Right? She says she felt the feminism leave her body because some guy just paid the bill.
I'm loving the memes of like housewives cooking when it's like when the draft starts.
I know.
Yeah. But that was the thing with this. Everyone praised it so much. It's like, yeah, she likes free shit. Like, it's hardly a big surprise, is it? It's like, oh, please, just give me more things.
I know.
But also, I think
nothing turns a hoe into a housewife like a military draft.
But it goes down to the fact that it goes down to the fact that women
Be on a t-shirt.
generally predominantly want a man who will provide for them, and so the idea that a man will pay for dinner is a sign that he's willing to do that, and so that's why the tradition evolved. And a lot of women respond positively when a guy shows that he can provide. It's
Yeah, in
pretty
the same
simple.
way,
Basic stuff.
and
Just the
respond
first date,
positively when
though.
you show that you'll put out. Right? It's a two-way street.
That was the thing with her. She didn't even go, I really like this guy, and so I'm going to see him. It's like, no, I'm going to stay away from these other blokes in the future. So she didn't even get with the guy permanently. It was like, no, I've dated him once, he impressed me. Now on to the next guy now. It's like, oh.
But not that much. She didn't press me that much.
Garrett, what's better?
I didn't watch Aquaman, so
there you go.
Aquaman.
I'm glad everybody did their I'm glad everybody did their assigned homework. I'm glad our guests. Thank you for our guests.
No problem.
Jesus Christ.
I watched them back to
I'm
back.
just
It was
amazed we were talking about
fucking
Aquaman and no
painful.
one brought up the whale scene. I'm like, I can't believe this.
Oh, fuck.
Well, the whales.
God, yeah, I forgot about that.
We need something to destroy this ship, which is at the exact frequency, but also is really loud. The whales just happen to be that exact frequency surrounding it.
It's like, why did they just turn the machine off? I mean, come on,
dude. The CGI
I
was.
try to remember what the lady captain said. She's like, I can't believe this. I leaned over to Gary. I was like, I'm right there with her.
She reminded
I
me
can't
of
believe this either.
Yeah,
she was like so over the top with her acting.
That-
It
dude-
reminded me of Austin
Ah.
Powers.
Dude, it did. I
hated
couldn't
her.
understand a fucking word she was saying. She's all,
So weird.
We have to turn it on. We have to turn it on.
South Park Bisna.
Get the space lasers, Scott!
It would have been
No,
so much better
Dude,
if she was.
the CGI
South Park
was
Bisna.
dog shit. It looked like fucking floating heads. The floating hair looked terrible.
Oh
Everything.
god,
looked
there was times
fucking
where it looked
terrible.
really
Weird,
fucking
like
weird.
square.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not a good movie. I know Lady Greymaster loved it. That's fine.
Yeah, she's been like fucking simping for it in the private chat this entire time. Yes, I understand that there are going to be some women that have a completely different reaction to this movie.
Yeah,
Lady Greymaster in the chat goes, "F you, Ryan."
That's what you want to do to Jason Momoa based on your reaction to this movie.
No, I think it actually says "fuck you, Ryan." So
Yeah.
don't worry, Lady Greymaster. We say that every day.
It's the two worst parts were when Amber Heard didn't die 2 times.
I know
That was the worst part of the movie.
two opportunities for her to croak, and she didn't. But like, you're right, dude. She was in so many other scenes, and they cut her ass out. She's in the
As
the
much as
beginning and at
possible.
the end, and she nods a lot. And has responses. There's no real acting, and she's not really participating in very. And you were right in your review for all the fucking like raising the kid shit. She wasn't there at all. It's all Jason Momoa getting peed in the face twice. Ugh.
Felt like he was a single dad.
Yeah, it
I
did.
like I was just remembering Boba Fett was in it, like Tamura Morrison.
Mora.
And,
Yeah.
I thought it was funny as fuck that he was like, "I'm not gonna kill you, but I'm gonna make it so that your son has to watch you die." And it's like, oh shit, that sounds terrible. And they find him like sort of hobbling out of the house, and I was sitting there thinking like, here it comes the scene where like his dad's gonna give him some last pieces of advice, and then he's gonna die, and that's gonna be
No
blah, blah.
payoff.
And
I know he's fine.
Man's like, "No," and then it just hard cuts to a different scene, and then we come back later, and it's like, yeah, he'll be okay. We can take care
Nicole
of it.
Kidman like stuck a jellyfish to him and he's fine.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Like, why didn't they knew that they weren't making any more after this, right? Like that was the opportunity to kill the dad and have a really emotional scene and lots of acting, but they cut it after like 10 seconds, and then they come back later and say like, yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's a little squid thing. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
And like, wouldn't it have been a little bit more like, even though you do see him like give his hand out to Black Manta at the end, right? Wouldn't it have had it like way more emotional payoff if he had just fucking killed his dad and still did that?
Yeah.
Still was willing to do something. Because at the end of the day, like Black Manta is still trying to get revenge on Aquaman for being a fucking piece of shit. Piece of shit, leaving him and his dad to die.
Yeah.
Right? So
The fucking end payoff where Aquaman is like, I've come through, man. I'm a hero. I have a chance to save you, and this time I'm gonna do it. Black Manta goes, no, fuck you, and dies.
Well, I was thinking it reminded me a lot of the Killmonger scene from Black Panther.
I think we're supposed to assume Black Man would come back after.
Well,
that.
it was very. I mean, we had a similar
the
plot,
first time, so yeah.
kind of to Wakanda Forever. We had a Sea Peoples going after another dude. Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
I just thought it was really funny. He offers his hand, and then Black Manta just goes no and let's go and just falls into
Nah,
the abyss.
I do nothing for your pleasure.
Like bye, and then they show him just like slapping against the walls as he falls down. I was like, he'll be back. I don't know if you guys remember his
He'll be
death in
fine.
Aquaman 1 was funny as hell, where he falls off the cliff when the things are like, and it's just like he'll be back, and it's like, yeah, he'll be back.
This is for the Forbidden Frontier people, the orichalcum, the actual metal from Atlantis. They don't know how to replicate it. It's just rumored. Is the fuel. So it's the fuel in this that kills the environment and creates greenhouse gases. So that's why this Lost Kingdom was banished, because they
wouldn't stop using it. They wouldn't stop using like fucking fossil fuels. They wouldn't stop putting out pollution, greenhouse gases, and it causes global warming. That's the plot of this fucking movie.
Well, the one thing I thought was funny is that nobody could spot on, satellites, the giant fucking volcanoes spewing out green smoke.
They had a line for that. They said that there's a
yeah.
field that prevents them from discovering it or some shit. It was stupid throwaway
Hey,
line.
do you like how they fight at the end in Minas Morgul? So
Yes, I was getting serious with this.
And my kid was like, "Are they trying to make this look like Lord of the Rings?" I'm like, "Yes, son, they are."
Dude, when the fucking crab people were like, "We'll take him, you guys leave," and then it shows 1,000 zombie people. I was like, "They're dead. The crab people are dead." Like, there's no way.
John Rhys
He
Davies
just lost his arm again.
John
It
Rhys
was,
Davies.
wasn't it? Wasn't it his?
That was John Rhys Davies.
That's what I fucking thought.
Yeah.
I'm like, that has to be him, but I didn't know if he'd do something like that.
him, yeah.
And also the choreography, you can't even call it choreography because all CGI. But like the fight scene at the end was like so quick and weird because of the effects. It looked like shit. It was the opposite of Ahsoka, but not. It doesn't mean opposite like that was shit and this is good. It's bad in the opposite way. It was like so fucking quick and strange and not like it does not look good at all.
Mhm.
It's
No,
wild.
Well, there's times where you can't tell what the fuck is going on too. It's
I
just
know,
going
and
so
like,
fast.
and if you're watching a big ass screen and they're like, "This is just a gobbledygook mess. I don't know who's where," and I don't care. So yeah.
I really want to go back to the time where everything is live action and the CGI enhances the movie rather than the CGI being the movie.
The
with
movie,
occasional
yeah.
Live
Oh,
action
like in 20 years ago in Lord of the Rings.
But yeah, it's you had Ant-Man Quantumania, all CGI. This all CGI. It's
On the or on
He
the
just looks,
Aura,
it looks fake as fuck.
Orichalcum stuff.
Orichalcum.
First of all, they declare it as basically the most toxic thing ever. That if you explode it, it's going to destroy the planet gradually. Blah blah blah. They store it outside of their city with no defenses. That was curious. Why wouldn't it?
Well, it was guarded by an octopus.
Mahler.
Oh yeah.
Everybody like keeps their plutonium and nuclear waste unguarded, with an octopus.
It's even worse than that because it's like, yeah, if that gets released to the bad people, then the whole world does. But secondly, do you remember fucking the Emperor Dad man who comes in Orm's about to get stabbed and he stops. Sorry, Orm's Black Manta stops because the whole building is starting to get like attacked and you're like, what's going on? And it's fucking Ivan Drago, he's shooting missiles.
Yep.
And me and Rags are like, what if all you know is that this stronghold has the orichalcum in it that if you explode destroys the world? Why are you firing rockets at the whole place, you dumb fuck? Like, what are you doing? I remember this. They even try to create comedic beats out of that. Aquaman's trying to hit people with the orichalcum, and then he's like, if you explode that it'll explode. Then he's like, okay, and then just continues hitting them.
Continues to do it.
Okay, I guess we don't give a shit. Fine.
No, that's what Ryan's right. You're right. This whole movie was we don't give a shit. We know it's over.
Yeah.
They just went balls to the wall with like crazy shit. Like, they're like, we don't give a fuck.
There was no red carpet for this. I think it was James Wan and Jason Momoa at a small
fan
press
events.
Doing a fan event. Yeah.
There was no red carpet. There was no after party. There was no premiere. They just fucking nailed it in. It's either because they know it's shit.
Well, what's the box office? Pretty bad, right?
4.5 million on a Thursday, which is the fourth worst in DCEU history, just a little bit above Birds of Prey, Shazam 2, and Blue Beetle.
What a
Flash's Thursday preview back in June was 9.7 million, so it's less than half of that. Right now it's projected somewhere between 25 and 29 million traditional 3-day opening and about a 35 to 39 million Christmas opening, like including the Monday. It's a fucking nightmare. Like, it's so bad. We might I still think it'll have better legs than the Marvels. Because one, I think it's slightly better, but two, just the holidays and people being out of school and shit.
Original Aquaman was almost 70 million opening weekend.
And 108 million if you include the 5-day Christmas that they got.
True.
So, yeah, this is significantly worse.
I think a lot of things are going to have better legs than the Marvels, which stopped reporting its numbers in under 4 weeks. In under 4 weeks.
It's so amazing.
Slowly die in a corner alone.
It's been an amazing year. Hollywood long ago got woke, and they finally went broke. Like it actually happened, and like way worse than I thought it would. Like I didn't think it would go down in flames this fast.
Spectacular.
Chuck Dixon called it. Chuck Dixon called it at the beginning of the year when he was on our show. He's all the bottom's gonna fall out of this. He's all
he said it'll crash and burn like almost instantly, fall off a cliff.
And he was fucking right. He was right. Hey, time for super chats, guys. It's
I was going to say, I'm afraid I'm going to need to head out. I've got some editing I got to get on with, even though
that's what I got to do too after this. Hey, it's been wonderful. Thanks for coming on. Love you, man.
Absolutely.
We'll see you for one more next week.
Yeah, what's the topic then? Is there anything new?
Oh no, we're gonna do a top 5 list. We're
gonna do the color
yeah.
purple.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm doing a video, so all of you will be doing one. I'll do a top 5 like best, but we can do our top 5s. We're gonna do lists because Steve Weintraub doesn't want us to, so we're going to.
No, yeah.
My top 5 favorite.
Don't
like
tell me what to do,
We're
buddy.
gonna do top and bottom.
If you want something somewhat, enjoyable to watch, Yo-Yo Hakusho live action adaptation on Netflix is actually pretty enjoyable.
I'm seeing that next. I'm seeing that right after Blue Eyed Samurai, which is I
want to see that too, man. That's good.
No, Mahler, because I know you like details. We could do top 5. You can do shows or shows and movies, whatever you want. I don't have enough games. Of course, you can do games. I can do my top 5 games too. I played 4 games this year.
Yeah,
Gollum.
Gollum's number 1. Fucking with the bullet.
Number 1, man.
With the bullet.
Alrighty, well, I'm gonna head out. The only other thing I was gonna mention, of course, was just the Lord of the Rings coverage is out now. So if you want to listen to myself, Gary, Rags, Fringy Drinker, and some other cameos and guests talk about Lord of the Rings for 8 hours long, it finally came out. It was a nightmare. It's donezo, but
it's really good. Well done.
Really fun. Have you watched some of it back?
I have. Yes.
It was nice to see everyone fucking loved the parody stuff at the end as well. The French and Saunders thing.
That was good. I can't believe I haven't seen that. So that was my first time seeing it.
It's good stuff. All right. You have a good stream, folks. I'll catch you around.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Molly Christmas.
Molly
I
Christmas.
have dinner now.
Well, you have dinner now? Oh.
Look at your dog. He's so
Now
young.
X-Ray can eat.
Oh,
It's just an appetizer.
Alan Hines. Alan Hines just dropped $500.
Damn.
Wow.
Holy shit.
That's a lot of ketchup.
$100. That is a lot of ketchup. Holy shit.
Wow.
Alan. Merriest of Christmas to you, Gary, and to all the fellowship, and I sincerely need your advice. And we'll do exactly what you say. I want to do that. You and I are roughly the same age, as within a couple of weeks. And so then please tell me, should I go ahead and get an all-in-8 dental implants or rather just plain old dentures? I would say all-in-8. I'd hang on to those fuckers as long as you can. Depends on the price difference. I have caps in my teeth, but that's because they were punched out.
Ooh.
Yeah, long time ago. And I like them. You got to replace them. But I would, you're my age, I would go with the implants. I would go with the implants because vanity is still, while it's a sin, it's real. Alan, good luck. Good luck. Dude, I had to go to the dentist a bunch of times because of fucking COVID, and it's done, and I'm so fucking happy, and I feel so much better. Fuck COVID. But thank you.
You had to go to the dentist a bunch because of COVID?
Yeah.
Because I skipped all my appointments. Sorry.
Oh, you sound like Bob Iger making excuses there.
There wasn't enough executive supervision over my teeth. So and
you had
more executives in there.
You had a dentist of color and you were worried.
I have a friend that had implants, but they're well worth it. So get it taken care of.
I have a based white dentist who goes and hunts like giant animals over in Africa. And
brings the teeth back and
likes
puts
the
them in your
idea.
head.
That's why I became a dentist.
My kind of fucking dentist right there. And his receptionist son watches this show. So shout out, brother. Shout out. Alan Hines, that is super generous. Thank you very much, brother. Good luck to you. That's not cheap. It's not cheap stuff right there.
Oh, no.
That was another thing. We had to put it off during COVID, and we couldn't no extra expenses because we had to move. And I heard Quartering talking about moving. It's like, all you need to move is get your buddies a 6-pack and a pizza. I'm like, yeah. When you lived in an apartment, yes, absolutely.
Yes. It's different.
When you're moving my house, no, you hire people and sell your soul, basically.
And when you're moving like 3-4 states away.
I've seen a bunch of Quartering's like fucking video games and shit like that he's got there too. That ain't gonna be a couple buddies and a fucking 6-pack.
Yeah, fuck you. And like, do you know my buddies? They would tell me to fuck off. They're like,
Buy my own beer.
Except
Yeah,
for
Gary's gonna call me in Florida and say, "Hey, can you come over for some pizza to Texas?"
I know.
To move my
It's
stuff.
a different world now. MVP Max.
Depends on the pizza.
Max helped me move, and I'm eternally grateful for that.
Shout out to Max.
Shout out to
Sub
Max.
to his channel.
Yeah, sub to his
MVP.
channel. Who else passed a milestone? Culture Casino hit 15,000, right? Hail
16.
Culture, buddy.
16.
Culture. Again, if we're doing shout outs, Chris Gore, go check out filmthreat.com for the D files, first part of the
Support
D
my
files.
dad.
Yeah, support Alan Ing the Merciless. Rolling the Wretched, 7 parts for $140. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, and quick tease, we will end the show with a dramatic reading. A dramatic, bringing back a Christmas tradition to this show. 'Twas the night before Cockman. Wait, sorry. I said it wrong. I said it wrong.
Oh man, Freudian slip.
Well, we are talking about Santa's husband, so there you go.
Oh boy.
It was
I think the spirit of Az has possessed
before
you.
Cockmas. It was the night before Cockmas went all through the FNQ. Not a creature was stirring, not even an emu. The prophylactics were hung by the chimney with care in the hopes that comics soon would be there. Jeremy and Ryan were nestled all snug in their bed while deep fakes of Az danced in their heads, and three-quarter gay and his kerchief and his kerchief and Gary same thing. Gary in his cap had just settled down for a short winter's fap. When out on the roof, there arose such a clatter. Gary sprang from his bed, hitting the floor with a splatter. Oh,
no. Well, at least you finished.
Away to the window he flew like the Flash, tore open the shutter and tripped on his stash. When what to his blind eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer with a diminutive drive, no forced perspective tricks. Gary knew from his height it must be comics. More rapid than emus. His YouTube they came, and he whistled and cursed and called them by name. Now Shad, now Odin, now Chrissy and Drinker, on Mahler, on X-Ray, on Disparu, and Krigler to the top of the porch. I have to scroll down. And his T-shirt was all to the top of the wall. I can't get up there along because I am so fucking small. As Gary drew in his head and was turned around down to the chimney, Comics came with a bound. Comics was dressed all in black, standing barely a foot, and his T-shirt was all tarnished in ashes and soot. A bundle of sex toys had flung on his back, and he looked like a hippie opening up his pack. He was stubby and plump and a right tiny old elf, and Gary laughed when he saw him in spite of himself. Oh, my God. He was straight to his work and filled all the prophylactics. It took more than one jerk and laying finger aside his nose, letting out a fart up the chimney. He rose. Gary hear him yell as he flew away on sight. Merry pegging to all, and to all a good night. Holy shit!
Oh, let me guess. That was Rolling the Wretched, wasn't it?
Rolling the
He
Wretched.
warned me. He warned me.
He put more work into that than waxing his balls. That's pretty good.
So he put more work in that than Aquaman or Rebel Moon.
That had a better story, better progression,
It did.
better characterization than Rebel Moon and Aquaman for sure.
Absolutely.
What's this?
Oh my God.
That looks like it's actually Chrissy.
Wow.
Look at that.
Am I grabbing his junk? Yes.
Yes.
As a friend.
Totally platonic.
Platonic junk grab.
Yeah. Yep. Happens all the time. Jesse George for 50 Canadian pesos. I really enjoyed your Return of the King stream. Thank you. That was tons of fun. We had a lot of people watching that. That was fucking cool. I wish I could do that every day. All three films are awesome. My favorite trilogy. Never gets old. No, it doesn't. Lord of the Rings couldn't have had a better cast. Hail to the Fellowship. Something like that will never happen again. Ever.
Yeah, sadly.
You know, you rewatch it in 4K on a nice screen, and it's indiscernible from movies made today, special effects wise. As a matter of fact, it's better than most.
Yeah.
Like I was even noticing last night that the hippogriff in fucking Harry Potter was a little better than the griffin in Rebel Moon as far as CGI.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely. When he jumped back on the hippogriff, that looked so fake.
It did. You know what are some solid special effects from Harry Potter is Creature in Deathly Hallows. That is the facial work on that is fucking sick. I mean, it is
it's really good.
Really good work. Really good work.
You know what looks really good right now in the trailer is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, that
some
looks
of the
pretty
facial,
good.
Some of the
Those are
facial
always
effects
really
for that
good.
do look really
Great.
good.
ISS also looks really fucking good too.
Unless they're actually just using real monkeys. I don't know.
That was weird. Rebel Moon, the robot, the droid in the beginning of the movie when he's sitting there at that riverside, it looked so good.
It looks
and then
good.
like 2 scenes later, it's just horrible CGI again.
The only problem I have with the ISS trailer, which does look pretty good, as you know, the diverse woman's gonna live. She's gonna be the one that lives.
Yep.
I can totally tell already.
Yeah, I know. I have thoughts on that
Like
too.
all those
but-
white people are gonna die.
Yep.
She gonna be all right. Hot Grape Studios for $50. Hail FNT, Merry Christmas. Today's shameless plug is not for me, but for a friend of mine, Utah's greatest superhero team, the Wasatch Wanderers by Evan Black. Also, read my comic Blights and Beauties, nerds. So it's Blights and Beauties. And the Wasatch, I hope I said that right. WASATCH, Wasatch?
Wasatch
Wonders? Wasatch Wonders. Insert username has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Hail! Jay Cha-Cha for $50 says, Merry Christmas to all you filthy animals. Hail to the Fellowship. Rest in peace, Az. Yeah, I talked to Az's ghost today. I talked to Az's ghost today and yesterday.
How is he?
He's doing great. Az's ghost messaged me to let me know in the middle of the night that he's getting his 1/6 scale data. He's all, it's coming. Such a girl.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Mohammed Albiane. Oh, I got it right last time. Mohammed Albane for 500. Is that Qatar? Qatarian pesos. I call everything pesos, by the way, even American dollars. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Mohammed. Appreciate you, buddy. International. We're international. That's
Crazy.
so weird. That is weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
I love
Pretty
it.
cool.
Diverse.
Yeah, I know. Shad and Disparate. It's so fucking weird, isn't it?
That's what I was wondering. It was like, how far do you have to be before you count as international?
Well, you're white. You don't count.
You guys don't count.
Yeah. You're,
That always
well,
gets me on American streams. Like, we've got a really diverse panel. I'm just like, but you're all Americans. Like, that's not diverse at all.
Well,
Because we're huge. Yeah, so many different states.
That was guaranteed.
If you just,
Very
if you
good.
just have just Americans, that's still diverse.
Americans are huge, eh?
Oh yeah.
Huge.
Fructose corn syrup.
You ever see Florida?
Disparu, have you been to America?
No. No.
Have you, Shad? You've been to
Aw.
America.
Yeah, I've been to the US.
Okay. So I can't wait to get Disparu and Az out here and like take a. I'm renting a fucking motorhome. I'm gonna drive you guys around because I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
It'll blow your mind. Like how
West.
Screw Shad.
how
West is
I've
cool.
already
diverse
been there.
this
But
country.
you can drive. If they can drive like, well, for Disparate, they can drive like 6 hours one way and not like run into the ocean.
Every time Gary goes anywhere and he's like, I've been driving for 14 hours, just left the States. It's like, I'll
Yep.
be in the ocean, literally,
Yeah.
to go past Scotland.
No, your country can fit inside my state.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
multiple times.
Yeah, like
It's
twice.
literally like an 8-hour drive to get out of the state.
It is.
This is why I'm
Wow.
always amazed by your houses, because they're like double the size for half the price. It's insane. Yeah, wherever it's like a little
housing
shoebox.
prices
More
in Britain
land.
is crazy. When I went over there, I was just paying attention to it. The houses are tiny,
Dude,
and the prices.
we
are
were
3
looking at the
times.
prices and we're like, what the fuck? It's
insane.
Can't afford to live
dude,
there.
the house we stayed in for the Airbnb was a nice. It was in a
Yeah, neighborhood.
area.
sketchy. Well, you know what? The neighborhood ended up being fine, but it looked.
It was
sketchy.
fine. I walked that park. I walked the park. There were kids playing. There were families walking around. It just looked a little sketchy.
But it was fine. Okay.
The sun went down. The boom boxes got out. It got a little bit more sketchy at that point.
The thing is though, like when you go outside, you're like, well, I'm gonna probably get stabbed, but I can run from a guy. Like it's better than getting shot. So I mean, I'll give you that. Like I can run. I can still, I can still run from a motherfucker. So like, yeah, you can't run from a bullet. So it's still safer. But that house we were in was nice. That was like a nice normal house, and that thing probably easily cost $1 million. Like easily, easily
insane.
in that neighborhood.
That's insane.
But it ended up being a very nice house. That was a fun time. That was a fun time.
I missed that.
Yeah.
One Piece.
We watched One Piece. We had fucking Vegemite.
It was hot as shit.
It was hot as shit the
I
whole
wish it
fucking
was a
time
little
we were
cooler.
there.
Just a
whole
little
fucking
cooler.
time we were there.
As soon as you left,
Ceiling fans,
temperature went
guys.
down. You literally brought the hot weather and then took it away with you.
I got on the plane and it was like, oh, it's getting cold around here.
Fuck you. Yeah.
Ceiling fans exist, okay, guys? You can install them.
Air conditioners are useful.
Air conditioners.
Oh my god.
What you have an air conditioning unit for a week, a year? It's like, what's the point?
It's worth it in my
When
opinion.
it's really hot. That's
not being sweety when you're trying to
We
sleep.
just sit there and melt for a week.
Ask all
and
the
then we'll
English
find again.
people who ask all the English people who die during the 80-degree heat wave. If maybe you should fucking get an air conditioner.
It's my
Give it the
favorite thing.
times, guys.
When you go to like an English airport, you see all the people coming back from holiday, and they're just like bright red sunburn because we're not used to it. So we just go walk out in the sun and burn. It is literally like
like
the
the
conveyor
sun.
belts. It's like you're going through an oven at the other end. You get cooked and just come back. You
It's
all
like a
pass
little
each
pizza
other.
oven.
All right. We got
Gary, the hotel you stayed in didn't even have air conditioning either. That would have been
Mine did.
horrendous.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And it
We
sucked.
should have just all stayed in Garrett's room.
Yeah.
Not another
tiny
dime
closet.
has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Hey,
Nice.
how am I supposed to say? It's Hatchet. Okay. They just
Hatchet.
Hatchet. What's up? 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Hatchet.
You, Hatchet.
Hell.
It's my boy.
Brent Wolf for $100 says Merry Christmas FNT and chat. Merry Christmas, chat. Merry Christmas. I'm fucking excited. I just got to get my work done so I can just sit down and watch Christmas movies with Mrs. Nerdrotic.
Aw, you guys are so cute.
She's watching all these fucking gay Hallmark ones to get them out of her system.
Yeah.
So I can watch the normal ones, like Scrooged, and we've already seen Christmas Vacation, Elf, It's a Wonderful Life, Die Hard, Batman Returns, Lethal Weapon, Christmas movie.
Lethal Weapon.
Diz the Jizzbot for $199 for 20 has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Diz the Jizz. Horror Amarada for $50. Horror Amarada. On the Streamlabs side, circumventing Papa YouTube. Merry Christmas to my favorite merry band of ists and phobes. Gary, you asked me to keep you updated on my watch hours. At this point, I'm at 670. I'm 675 away for memberships. Getting there will be great start to the new year. Much love and fuck the government.
Oh yes.
When it gets a little closer, let me know, and we can probably wrestle some people to get those watch hours up in January. LEM has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Hail! B-Chain 315 for $50 says Merry Christmas to Friday Night Tights in the Fellowship. Merry Christmas to you. Thanks for the great year, and especially Mahler for the fantastic Lord of the Rings video. Here's to a great 2024 for all moving forward. We are. Hollywood isn't. The modern audience is always moving forward. It's always going the same place that it always has been. Hollywood just forgot to look for them or forgot about them and thought there was some other mythical audience out there. And they're finding out the hard way, and it's fucking great. That's a good thing.
It's wonderful.
Corey Beater for $49.99. Says, Merry Christmas to y'all. Just sending a couple of bucks to show my appreciation for all you guys to do to bring joy to our Fridays throughout the year. Here's to a great 2024. Hail the fellowship and hail the 199. Jeremy will be on later on his Cobra Cast 199. Butter Biscuit 92 on the Streamlab side, 2 parts for $50. From prison to internet boomer, Leighton booming my way through the internet, a Nerdrotic story. Another title for the book. I think it's been decided. I'm not sure.
Ooh.
I'll let you know. I'm still waiting for, I am not blown away by any titles, but there's a point where we just got to kind of move on with the publisher and stuff. But maybe something will come. Maybe I'll be fine with this. Whatever. But not from you guys, from them. From them. In other news, it's been a tough month for me delivering mail and packages to an ungrateful and rude public while working crazy hours. This is the worst time for a mailman in the UPS store. I'm sorry there's a bunch of people like Ryan out there who treat you guys like shit. I don't.
Well, listen. I approach every situation like neutrally, right? I give people the benefit of the doubt. But as soon as you give me one reason not to, I will curse your entire fucking family. All right. And that's the way it works.
Ryan works really hard at being an asshole, and to criticize him is not fair, guys.
Yeah. Just get him drunk. It's fine.
Yeah.
He'll be nice then.
Yeah, I'm typically nicer. I'm typically nice when I'm drunk. Chrissy saw me drunk a lot this weekend.
I have
every day,
morning to night.
Yeah, even at the airport.
Ryan told me how much you drank, and it's a lot.
Is it more than me?
It is a lot more than you. And even we had to catch a flight. We sat down to eat. We had to catch a flight in 30 minutes. And I ordered 2 Long Island iced teas.
Double fisted them.
Down both of them because I ordered one under the pretense that it was going to Chrissy.
Yeah, she put the other one in front of me. I was like, wow. Now I look like trash, like visibly pregnant with a Long Island iced tea in front of me.
I mean, the people who know you probably wouldn't be surprised, Chrissy. Is that bad?
You're technically allowed to have a glass of wine a day.
Yes, you are.
What's the
How many
point?
glasses of wine are in a Long Island?
The fucking French practically put it in baby bottles for their kids.
Yeah.
So, Butter Biscuit, this is part 2. My brother-in-law passed away earlier this month. I'm sorry. Which made everything harder. So thank you for all the streams, videos, and dumb arguments to help me get through. I saw Godzilla -1, which was one of the best things in theaters as well. An actual good movie. I'm glad we can help in a little way, provide some relief. I'm sorry about your brother-in-law, man. Too Late to the Show has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100.
Nice.
Thank you. Mark of Reality for $50 says, in Rebel Moon, I like how the first place they find warriors was an interstellar gay bar. I do think Starving Village.
Yeah, hey.
I'm thinking about that. I'm like,
not wrong.
You might be right. I do think the Starving Village was based on the Ukrainian Holodomor. They're being oppressed by space communists. I mean, to be fair, the space Nazis are dressed in CCP colors. They are in hardcore CCP colors.
It's commie colors right there.
Yep. Helen Morgan for 50 British pounds. Did the double bill yesterday. Just me and one other lonely loser in the C-130 cinema for Rebel Moon. Aquaman was packed by comparison. 5 in C-30 seats. 2 left before the end, and the other 2 left before the end credit scene. 30 pounds well spent. Wow. Proper money. Terrified 38 for $49.99. Hail FNT. Last night I was visited by the ghost of Cinema Future. He didn't say much. Just made some weird hand gestures that said, oh, I got a clip for this. just made some weird hands. Oh, where is it? I'm gonna find it.
Can't find it.
We're both trying to find it. Drink it.
Woke.
There it is.
Woke.
Got it. There
I got it.
You beat me to it. Then disappeared back to Canada. Not sure what he meant, but Merry Christmas to you all. Hail.
Beat me.
Canada didn't send its best right there. I'm just going to say, as far as movie opinions go. I should change that. Nah, I got to keep it with it. I have in my next video, I have an example of like certainties in life, you know, like death and taxes. And I was going to switch somebody else's name with John Campia, but no, I think the original name's better. John McKinley for $49.99 says, Merry Christmas, y'all rinky dinks. Hail the chat, hail the fellowship, hail the 199, and praise Allah. Praise Allah, Ryan. Allah.
Praise Allah.
What is Ara?
It was somebody used the abbreviation for G.I. Joe, a new American hero or something, which is one of like, and I didn't know what the abbreviation was, so I just said Allah. I thought he was talking about like fucking like a fucking Chinese Muslim person, how they'd say Allah.
Oh my god!
Like,
I thought it was the Ara almost.
No, I thought it praise Allah.
Ryan, I've never seen it abbreviated. I'm sure it has been, but I've never seen it abbreviated like that. I would have said the same
I'm
thing.
sure big G.I. Joe fans talk about it that way, you know. But that ain't me. Even though I have one right here. That's me.
I like G.I. Joe.
Ooh, that's cool.
Shipwreck. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said I look like him, and I was in the Navy. So.
Well, yeah, and
it's on point.
Sailor.
On brand.
Thomas Ragarin for $100. Nina can't do live streams. Why can't Nina do live streams?
Oh,
she has
YouTube
a copyright.
strike.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna get resolved. It's bullshit. So, she's gonna have to wait the 10 business days or whatever. But I think she'll be fine. We just gotta wait for them to lift the copyright strike. Yeah, she got a strike for some bullshit from a bullshit company. So she's working through it though.
Okay, well,
but she'll be on Rumble. Go check her out on
Yeah, go
Rumble
check
for
out-
the
check
next
out.
10 business days or whatever.
Nina Infinity, and she's also on Toxic Femininity and other stuff. So she'll be around. Hopefully she gets it resolved soon. Please reach out to your rips at YouTube and ask why Infinite Hope is a positive live stream. Why is she? Is that what got hit? Infinite Hope? That's fucking terrible.
Really?
That's
Wow.
fucking YouTube. That is fucking YouTube. Why is she being canceled? Because YouTube's stupid. I just got hit. We got hit on our video for the 50th anniversary. I just clipped it out. Just fuck it. I'm already.
What part?
The Tom Baker part where he comes back.
Ah, dang.
I wanted to keep it in there. I thought it was kind of long, but it's been
I
that
flipped
video's
it in.
that fucking video's been up for 2 weeks. No, you did all the stuff to it. You did it right. It was manual.
Bastards.
Doctor Who people might be a little mad at me. I don't give a fuck.
I had the same thing. We were commenting over the person in the wheelchair with the fireworks or whatever. And I think they came
shooting
after me
missiles?
for that.
Oh yeah,
the missile.
the wheelchair that doesn't have a motor but has fucking missiles and knockout darts. Yeah, that's great. How am I supposed to say Jormungandr?
Jormungandr. I don't know. Jormungandr.
Jormungandr.
Yeah, that's it. You just said it. That's it. Perfect. $100. Jormungandr.
Garrett.
Jormungandr. If anyone here has time over the holidays, I would suggest everyone watch Europa: The Last Battle on Odyssey. It's a life-changing and paradigm-shifting documentary. Oh, is it about the moon? Europa?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what that, or is it about Europe? I did see a clip for Netflix's like how the Earth was made or some shit like that. And it's their theory on the moon. It's got Morgan Freeman is doing the voiceover for it. So I liked it. It was very soothing.
I like it.
But their theory on how the moon was made is fucking fantasy. It's so ridiculous that another planet formed in our solar system, got caught in our orbit, and we basically absorbed it, and what came out, it collided, and what came out made the moon. But there's so many things wrong with that.
Wow.
I won't even get into it. Our moon's very strange. We have a very strange moon. It shouldn't be there. It's too big.
I thought you were going to say that black people built it.
Well,
that seems like a Netflix take.
No, that's what I was getting to. Black people built the moon. Duh. Okay.
We was lunar.
We was moons.
I've been watching for 4 years and have become one of the one those things that come up on the show sometimes. My dad died yesterday. Oh no. After a 6-year battle with cancer. Fuck cancer. I lost my dad.
Yeah, man.
Lost my dad to cancer, I'm sure. I know Chrissy's lost a close one. I won't say.
Yep.
To cancer. So.
Yeah, my mom. Yep.
Fuck
the
cancer.
Club.
Yep.
Yeah.
His name was Jay, age 68. Ugh.
Damn.
This show honestly gets me through hard times. Thanks for being here. 009 for $69.99 Canadian. I'm sorry you lost your pops. May you rest in peace. Merry Christmas to you. It's going to be tough. My dad died around Christmas, too. Yeah, fuck cancer. How am I supposed to say this one? Gokari?
Gokari, yeah.
Oh, I got it right. For $40. Says, thanks for...
Your untiring?
Okay, I saw a different word there for some reason. I'm glad I didn't say it. Thanks for your untiring efforts to help save pop culture. Remember, it doesn't just stop at culture. That is just one facet of the fight we are fighting. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yep. We fight for our God, religion, freedom, peace, and for the souls of husbands, wives, children, everywhere. I would say also for freedom, free expression. There are all intertwined. All hail the fellowship, and most importantly, the real reason for the season, the one who brings everyone together. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry
Christmas.
Baby Jesus.
Yep.
Baby Jeebus. Thank Daddy 2 versus 7 for $50 on the Streamlabs side. I don't know what I just said. Long time lurker, first time donation. Became a member today, too. All right. Found you 1 year ago because my old nerd group no longer supported my lifestyle. Mormon dad of 7. Hail Shad, by the way.
Hey.
You got 7.
7 kids.
7, man. That's
repopulate
He's being
the earth.
fruitful.
Was it after your 5th child that they didn't support your lifestyle anymore?
Or is it your second wife? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just
Hey.
kidding. I'm just
That's
kidding.
good. That's good.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, I don't apologize after my Muslim jokes.
No, but I apologize after the Mormon jokes. I want to go to, I want to be allowed in Utah. Okay, so I like Utah. I now found friends
So many things to do there.
who no longer hate my opinions. No, I do not hate your opinions. Hail the fellowship. Hail to you. Keep making kids.
Oh yeah.
Although 7 is a good effort.
That is, damn.
Dude, our population would be so screwed if it wasn't for like Mormons, to be honest with you. Those, thank God for you people making babies out there. All the people making babies. Big families are good.
That's right.
Black Cloud for $49.99. Saw Godzilla -1. Great movie. I wouldn't have seen it without you guys talking about it. Got my friends and family to see it too. Good man. Do you guys think Japanese movies can start taking a bite out of Hollywood theatrical revenue? I can. Merry Christmas.
Already.
Yes.
It's already
They already
happening.
have.
They are so...
Well, I was gonna say they're in more theaters than some of the other movies out there. Like Marvel's is completely out. What other things came out recently? Oh, the Ballad of Song.
Hunger
Song.
Games.
Oh, yeah.
Hunger
Yeah.
Games.
The old Ballad of Song. Yes. The song
These
of
titles
song.
these days.
That's
you
what we're
know?
called. Yeah.
That's the thing,
Netflix.
Hunger Games is now on VOD already.
It already
Oh,
is.
Is it?
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
cracking it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's made a profit at the box office now.
Netflix is already way ahead of the rest of Hollywood on investing in Eastern entertainment. Way ahead. Way ahead. And you're starting to see studios pop up over there, production studios that are specific to, and Disney even said they're going to look more into it because Well, it's entertainment that's already made. They could either remake it, bring it over here, throw it on their streaming service, license it out. It's something new. And they're protected. Whatever that story tells, it's from another country. Happens to be an ethno state. Kind of weird, but that's the way it goes.
I remember when there was the article of South Korea, and it did just say Netflix owns our entire entertainment industry. And they weren't happy about it, but it's just how it developed.
Yep. Yep. Shane Kirkpatrick for $50. Says, my dad. Thank you, Shane. My dad was a kid when Jaws came out. I was a kid when Jaws came out, so you're making me feel old. He saw that film 16 times in the theater. Now my brother has gone to see Godzilla -1 5 times. Good for your brother. When you make something good, they will keep coming back. And that is an absolute fact. That is, I mean, it sounds like a really basic truth. And you're like, that's really obvious. But considering Hollywood's act, is it that obvious to them? Because they are capable. They have the resources. They have the people to make good things. They're unwilling. A Superman movie, pretty fucking simple thing. Superman comes from Krypton, or as Marlon Brando says, Krypton. Lois Lane's in it. Jimmy
Truth, Justice,
Olsen.
New York Way.
Bring in Lex Luthor, maybe Brainiac, and that's it. That's your fucking movie. Nobody else.
Mm.
You know, they just can't fucking do it. And because of their quotas and stuff, that's why, the Superman Legacy casting is, that you got to be hopeful about it. Jimmy Olsen.
It's good. It's solid. Yeah.
It's good casting.
People that look like the characters so far.
And I don't hate Nathan Fillion.
That's a pretty low bar, but it is what it is.
I don't, lowered expectations. Let's be real. Yeah. I don't hate Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, but Guy Gardner should be introduced after Hal Jordan if you're truly introducing a DC universe.
It's just hard for me to see Nathan Fillion as Guy when I see him as Hal. Like, not only because he's been like a fan casting for a while, but also because he voices Hal.
Yeah, he does.
That's true.
In some of the animated shit. So
I'm actually surprised by that. So,
Britt Cormier for $100 says, I think you all missed one of the great modern stories of how you can make a little woman badass. Serenity Firefly. Oh, we didn't mention it, man. But you're absolutely correct. Did it, and no one had an issue with it. We all understood how River could kick the crap out of Reavers. No one said, that is dumb. She can't do that. No, they methodically plotted out and then really gave you in Serenity, like how she could do that.
Yep.
And that's what Joss is really fucking good at. Buffy has superpowers, and it's totally acceptable. And the girls that don't have superpowers in Buffy get their asses kicked all the fucking time. But that's all you have to do. I mean, but that's the unwillingness I'm talking about. Try. And I promise you, and I don't think I'm wrong on this at all, that they approached it and they probably talked about it, but then they said, wouldn't adding enhancements take away her agency as a woman?
No.
Yeah.
That's what they
My
asked
biggest
them.
problem was they did a lot of tell, not show.
Yes.
Like, I should know this. No. You don't have to tell me this.
And then they told and showed at the same time. So they're telling you, and then they're showing you, and then somebody's telling you what's happening on fucking screen. It's like, oh, God, this is retarded.
That's for the blind audience.
Grendel.
Sadly, Ron, you're probably correct.
Grendel Vivat has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Hail, Grendel. Jim Farm for $49.99. Sounds like Rebel Moon is a terrible version of Battle Beyond the Stars. That's exactly what it is, which is a terrible version of Seven Samurai. Battle Beyond the Stars is Shakespeare compared to Rebel Moon. Okay, I like Battle Beyond the Stars. Fear the Tardo for 5 parts.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Here we go.
Are you ready?
Hi, guys. Tardo, read 1983 by George Orwell as Crispix present for Cottage Division last week. Here review. Book about Wilson Smith who wants to do naughty adult things with girlfriend, but Wilson's big brother won't let him. That what make Tardo confused. Why Wilson's big brother mean to him? Cause mommy love Wilson more than big brother. Tardo know what that like. Little brother allowed to go on vacation with family, but Tardo left at home in cage. Tardo no break out. Metal must be strong because Tardo retarded strength made strong as 10 men. Should ask Razor Smith cuz expert on metal. Razor Smith. Anywho, Tardo no understand Big Brother's motivation. So give book 3 out of 10. Sorry, no like Cottage Division, but hope feel no short. Tardo gotta go now, so Merry Crispix. Effing T, both here or not. Merry Christmas, Reggie, Jared Lee, Jazz, may he rest in peeps, Uncle Rai, Chaz the Emu, Guy, Old Ben, Cottage Division, quarterback, Terry, Sissy Minor, Sex Paid Girl, and special guest.
Sex Paid Girl.
Tardo, you should watch Of Mice and Men. You should read that book next. Watch the movie, read the book.
Oh my God, that was fucking hilarious.
Sex Paid Girl.
There's so
For
there's
one
so
more dollar, he says PS, but he puts P5. Though not special as Tardo, Mama and the Lesbian. Merry Christmas, chat. Who's Mama and the Lesbian? Remember what Reggie always says? The Shar is always ripe. The Shar is always ripe. Merry Christmas to all, and all lock it in. Yay! Yay!
Thank you, Tardo.
Thanks, Tardo.
You're not reading it right.
How much effort goes in that?
That's a lot of effort. I mean, Fear the Beardo and Tardo. I mean, it's supposed to be a parody account, but again, I couldn't tell the difference, to be honest with you.
A little too spot on.
Yeah, Magnum Norris for $100.
Magnum Norris.
Apparently, a bag of sticks is called a. What's it supposed to say? Am I supposed to do the clip? Yeah, a baguette.
Yeah, baguette.
All you bundle of sticks. Yeah, we did that. We dropped that word a lot in an episode because there's a brand of like sausage balls.
A brand of like sausages or something
Yeah.
called that. Yeah.
And Shad brought it in.
And to this day,
it's pork.
Completely monetized video.
Wow.
Completely monetized. Like we've been like Chris Gore and I have been demonetized on videos just talking about Star Wars for 2 hours that I couldn't find how we got demonetized. But that one, it makes no sense. The Morgue 77 for $100. Says Merry Christmas. Oh, by the way, I'll be 3 years sober January 3rd. Hey, that's
Congrats.
Congrats.
Good job.
I am 5 days away from my sobriety date. 5 days.
Nice.
Congrats. 1 day at a time. 1 day at a time. We aren't there yet. That's right. I white knuckled through January 6th. Hell of a day to quit drinking. I think it's a good day to quit drinking. It's a good day to quit drinking. You want to know why? Because you want to have all of your senses. You want to keep your head on a swivel. You want to see things fucking clearly. Because after that day, I think a lot of people woke up and saw things clearly. Chris, Chris Benoit for 50 Canadian pesos. Chris.
Yeah, there's a guy who wants to spend time with his family over the holidays.
Yeah.
I watched Rebel Moon with my son as a bonding experience. Halfway through, he said to me, "Father, I can't take any more of this. You know what to do." So as good dad, I did what had to be done. Wife wasn't happy, so I made her watch too.
Wow.
Then she understood. That is fucking dark.
Oh my God. I'm going to put you to sleep, son. Don't worry.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Tell me that didn't happen around Christmas.
What, that makes it worse?
It does.
The dude fucking murders his entire fucking family. Please tell me it wasn't close to the holidays.
At least he waited till it was over.
Yeah.
Please tell me it was in the middle of August.
I hope it was Arbor Day. X-ray Ghoul's lovely feet for $50.
It was June, if that helps.
Okay. Merry Christmas, all. P.S. AI is fake and gay. There you go.
My feet would definitely say that.
Sandy Q. Let's get the 10 Nerdrotic membership for $50. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy Q. Is your sister Susie? Eric Sheedlow for $49.99. Seems like Hollywood missed the mark for Civil War. Could have done a plot of Martha Washington with a black woman protagonist, Miller Gibbons' great Dark Horse comic, Hail the Fellowship. It actually is Martha Washington. I like that one. WG has gifted donated $100. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, FNT. Happy New Year to you. And Merry Christmas to you, WG.
WG.
Sour milk and pennies for $69.69. Shameless plug to promote my Twitch channel. I stream nude. Oh, new. I thought you said nude.
Not nude.
There's a lot of that on Twitch these days.
I stream new anime every day. Got to be specific on Twitch. Love your streams. Merry Christmas, dude. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Mike Abram for $50. Hail and shit. I don't know why. Morbid curiosity, perhaps, but I saw Aquaman poo. I hate this timeline, but I love you guys. Here's money. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Thank you. And our last one of the night, before we go off. I have to read something.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
A dramatic reading.
And a Christmas story.
Quelndar for $250 on the Streamlabs side. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hail to the fellowship. All right. Wow. Went way over today, so I'll do
I'm gonna bounce before the dramatic reading happens, even though I love the representation. But thank you guys. Merry Christmas. Sorry there's so much shit movies out there right now, but that is what it is. But I'll see all you guys next Friday.
See you next Friday, buddy.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Everybody.
Merry Christmas,
We're going to
Ryan.
close this out with a dramatic reading. I wish I had images to show you, but
Oh, wow.
it's a Christmas tradition here around Friday Night Tights to read Santa's Husband.
Oh.
Santa's Husband by Daniel Kibblesmith, famous for Snowflake and Safe Space. By the way,
I never saw the light of
somebody
day.
said they found a copy of that comic book, and they
No
are
shit.
sending it to me.
Hey.
Holy shit.
Hey.
God.
And I'll make
Keep
good.
me up for that,
I'll make good. I offered a $2,000 bounty on that.
What?
Yep.
Are they not
Oh, yeah.
in print anymore?
They never were.
No, they never released
Never
it.
were, but
Yeah.
they did print some. So digital files, whatever. If I get it, first person who gets it to me, 2G. Okay. And then we will fucking read the shit out of it live. Okay. Santa's Husband. This won't be long. It's very short because it's written by a guy who got cucked on a dating show. Daniel Kibblesmith. By the way, Santa's the black guy and his husband's the white guy.
Oh, wow.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
Is he in a wheelchair?
Not yet.
Do all the presents get delivered late?
Yes.
Oh, no.
This is
Did they
Santa
come from
Claus.
Target?
This is Santa Claus.
Oh, yes.
And what's it say here? It said this is Santa Claus's husband, Mr. Claus. They are married.
They're married.
Santa and his husband live together in the North Pole at the very top of the world. They love keeping each other cozy in the cold, but each year it seems to get a little warmer. Probably from all the vigorous anal sex.
Wow.
Is it hot in here? Is that just your penis?
Santa's husband helps Santa with all the hard work that makes Christmas happen. From making a list and checking it twice, there's their big list. There's their big list. They're working. They're sitting so far away from each other. There's their little dog and all the letters from the kids they want to groom. To feeding Santa's 8 tiny reindeer plus Rudolph, who has very special dietary restrictions to keep his nose shiny and bright. There he goes. So obviously,
Aw.
yeah,
Organic pellets.
it's organic pellets. He's vegan.
They're vegan.
They're
To
bugs. They're made of bugs.
To help Santa negotiate labor disputes with the elves in his workshop, they have a spectacular dental plan. Oh, really? Is that how they stop labor disputes? So it's a communist utopia up there in the North Pole. Santa is so busy during Christmas time that sometimes his husband, Mr. Claus, even helps out. Look at that. He's helping out. Such a good husband. By sitting in for him at the mall and asking all the good children what they'd like for Christmas this year. Some folks get confused and say that this is Santa Claus himself, but those people are mistaken. It's Santa's husband. Because they're gay married. This is supposed to upset everybody because they gay married the black Santa Claus. By the way, that goes into the magical. Wait, I need to click.
Oh, the magical Negro.
Yeah.
The American Society of Magical Negroes. The American Society of Magical Negroes.
He did it twice. He did it twice. Except it's not magical anymore. It's gay. That's the new trope. So they like to play with each other. They dance. They dance. They
like to play with each other.
They do.
Oh, yeah.
And their dog. They like to frisky.
Special toys.
Do a little frisky stuff with their dog.
Oh, no.
And then Santa and his husband have been married in their hearts for a long time, but it wasn't legal until recently because of the bigots. But it wasn't yet official. Yes, including Obama, who knocked it down. Remember, the Obama administration knocked it down. So it was a big day when they finally tied the knot. Look at their kissing.
It's very lovely.
Wow. And instantly, Santa's credit score went up.
Indeed.
Trying to figure out who's in the crowd. It looks like somebody. Wait, no, Jesus is there.
Satan is there.
The Abominable Snowman. Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. Who is that? Oh, the Pope and a rabbi. Here, I'll show you. A Pope and a rabbi. Jeremy's right there. Right, that's Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. That's right. It looks more like
Pilgrim.
Yeah.
Is that X-Ray Girl right next to Jeremy?
Yeah, it is X-Ray Girl. X-Ray Girl's at the wedding too. Everyone was there, from Rudolph and Frosty and Parson Brown. Even a few celebrities showed up.
Rachel Maddow was there.
Like any married couple, they have their disagreements. Unfortunately, theirs end up into full-on fist fights.
That's one of the cutout scenes.
There's a missing page there.
Yeah. But they always manage to kiss and make up, usually over a plate of milk and cookies. Oh my God. It's no wonder this guy flamed out on the dating show.
Yeah. Pretty sure he's gay.
Pretty sure he's gay. Some angry people on TV will tell you. Uh-oh, they're watching angry people on TV.
Oh.
Must be Fox News.
Must be Fox News.
That makes them the bigots because they're watching it.
Is it what Santa Claus looks like, or that Santa Claus doesn't have a husband? And once again, we have Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. It looks like
199.
To be fair, it looks like a version of him that can read. But people have managed Santa Claus people have imagined Santa Claus hundreds of ways over the years. Who is anyone to say what the real Santa looks like?
Historical record.
Historical record.
Sure.
Considering it comes from the north.
Yeah.
Maybe Santa Claus can come in all shapes and colors and sizes.
Like Black Santa.
Yes.
Yeah.
And white Black Panther.
Just like the families that Santa Claus visits all over the world. It's a children's book, by the way. Written by Daniel
Someone with a
Kibble.
mental age.
A closeted gay man.
But as long as children believe in the magic of Christmas, there will always be a Santa Claus. But he won't look anything like he does in this book. What about Mrs. Claus, though? While you were racing women. And as long as there is a Santa Claus, he will have a man waiting for him at home who loves him, because I'm going to own all the chuds by writing a children's book with a black Santa with a husband. I win. Daniel Kibblesmith.
Didn't he say he was afraid of black people in that interview?
Also, Santa's husband is named David.
Okay.
That must be Daniel's boyfriend.
The
Maybe.
end.
I don't know. Yeah.
Wow.
Santa's husband. I hope your lives have been changed.
For the worse, Gary. For the worse.
But remember, they're not coming after children.
No, totally
Right.
not.
No.
I got the alternate version.
Oh,
I don't know where you got yours.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, that's amazing.
That was really fast. That was lightning fast.
Came faster than Az.
Oh my god.
I just like how the book went from Santa doesn't look like this. We all, loads of people disagree. He can look like anything. So who's the person to say what he looks like? Oh, by the way, Santa looks like this, and this is the way he absolutely is. We went through the entire spectrum in one book.
Yes.
Spectrum is right.
Relativism.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of both genders around the world, for watching Friday Night Tights. It's been a great year. We got one more show to go, and we're going to do our top fives to piss off Steve Weintraub and have content, because it might be a quiet week. So I hope you all have a great Christmas. Hang out with your families, eat a lot of food, watch a lot of great Christmas movies, and, enjoy the victory in the fellowship. We lost a lot. We lost a lot of franchises, things we loved. But ultimately, we've won. We've taken back our power, and our power is through the truth. We are taking back the truth, because that is something that has been stolen from us by big tech and the entertainment industry and all the fortifiers out there. And as long as we keep speaking up, they can't do shit about it. So Merry fucking Christmas. Shad, what do you got coming up?
Christmas.
Attaboy.
I love it.
So taking some time off over the Christmas period, and hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas.
I hope you do too, brother. Thanks, man. Quarter Black.
Just our one. Well, we got multiple videos coming out, but I'm doing one. Perry's doing the other one, and it's gonna be a review on Rebel Moon. So
yep,
look forward to that. And then after that, also taking a break.
Just
having Christmas.
Yep.
That's it. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Chrissy Mayer.
I'm gonna do a Christmas Eve Simpcast this Sunday. So if anybody here wants to pop on, we might start that around 9:00, just to have something to watch while you're drinking and sneaking away from your family. And then, of course, Monday there's a Christmas episode of The Wet Spot premiering on Compound Media. And then Wednesday, if anybody's in the New York City area, I will be in at Stand Up New York Comedy Club, and then January 5th and 6th at the San Diego Mic Drop in California. And then January 25th back in Dallas at Hyenas.
Sweet. I'll probably see you at Dallas.
Yes.
Someday you might come down to San Antonio.
That would be fantastic.
I got to do that.
Yeah, you do. Comics, what do you got coming up?
Probably an Aquaman review at this point, since I went through the trouble of seeing it.
Yep.
Also, you can catch me every Monday and Thursday when I stream at 9 p.m. Central Time. I will be streaming Christmas Day, probably a little later, 10 o'clock, since most people will probably be with family up till later. And also, if you get the opportunity, Culture Casino does what he calls his post flight. And tonight he's going to have comic book creator Adam Post on. So if you have the opportunity, go check it out.
Check it out.
That's it.
All right. X-ray girl, sex paid girl. What do you got coming up?
I changed my name finally. I'm gonna accept it. So tomorrow night we have Saucy Saturdays with This Brew, myself, and Wicked Virtue at 8 p.m. Eastern, where we chat about just pop culture stuff. And yes, I stay silent the whole time. I'm going to be playing a scary game over the Christmas holidays. I think it's going to end up being Dead Space Remake, which, if you guys know, I abandoned because it was too scary. So I'm going to have fun with that, hopefully. And we do have one more super chat, if I can read it, or do you want to?
Read it.
Okay, Star Trekker 58 for 100 Australian says, Hail, Gary and FNT crew. Just got my Alpha Core pack in time for Christmas. Me too. Shad's books are on the way too. Thanks, guys, for what you all do. Hope to travel to see you guys one day, but not too soon, as Dad at 95, oh my goodness, needs some help. Merry Christmas, one and all. Hope Az recovers soon.
Well, he's dead.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to recover from that.
We're looking for that resurrection spell, but he'll be back, maybe.
He's turned into a Biden voter.
Yes.
I got mine. It's right here.
What you got? Your Alpha Core?
Yeah, look how
Nice.
cool. My
Oh,
first rated
Oh, wow. Nice.
It's so shiny.
Oh, fancy.
Look at the boobs.
I actually have mine right behind me.
Look at the boobs.
Those are great boobs.
Those are good boobs.
I know.
Mhm.
I wish mine looked like that.
One day.
One day. Surgery. I'll fix
Somebody
everything.
can handle that.
I was watching X-Ray Girls stream with Zia where they were doing. It's supposed to be talking about Doctor Who. Literally, the entire time I saw it, they were just talking about boobs. For, like,
Boobs and
half the
food.
stream.
That's our two things we love
At
chatting
no
about.
point did they mention Doctor Who.
It
from
was
what I
supposed to
saw.
be called Dr. Boob.
Dr. Boob.
Two things I love. So,
Disbrew, what do you got coming up?
There's a Robin Hood movie that I found that I want to go through because I've only watched bits of it. I was scanning through, and it makes the Robin Hood TV series look like a masterpiece. So
Oh my God.
I hope to do over Christmas. I've still got Wheel of Time to finish, so I'm going to do that in the sort of, well, there's a calm before the storm starts again with all the press stuff. So I'm just going to catch up on stuff and release it over the Christmas period.
Rings of Power trailer's coming, dude.
Oh,
boy. It's imminent. It's flying across the sky like a meteor.
I
When's
just
it
want the super fans to make a return. See what they think
Yes.
of this one.
I do too.
Get
I think
ready
the
for
latest
impact.
it would drop is around Super Bowl. That's what it did last time. So I think but promotional images are being leaked already, and that's what happened before, and I was already told it was coming. So
Over the last few months, I've noticed the articles have started to appear again.
Yes,
Lots
they
of
have.
stuff about it. So
I
think they
want
know.
the super fans to gush over it and then promptly ignore it like they did last year or last time.
I want it to be the same exact super fans.
Yes.
Like, don't
Yes.
change it up at all.
I'm watching
Same
House of
ones.
the Dragon. I'll watch it later. No big deal.
Yep.
A lot of
Same
those
ones.
people do other videos like that for Amazon. If you watch the other channels, they kept appearing. So it's like they've just got
they're actors. They're hired
People-
by an agency. Yeah.
essentially on the playlist, which is insane.
Well, was it you who caught them doing multiple clips?
yeah, that was me.
That was you. Caught
Yeah.
them doing multiple takes. So that was hilarious. Sorry, I was just scrolling past fucking Gundam's Twitter. Don't look at it.
Oh my God, that disturbed me.
The guy
The
jerking,
T-box.
the guy jerking off on Twitter with the box in front of it. I don't know if he's really jerking off.
It was Twitch.
Twitch, sorry,
Too far.
Twitch. Well, it's on
Well, the
Twitter,
thing is-
but it's Twitch.
There was a guy, I think it was Kai, got banned on Twitch for that. He was
Oh.
he was standing in the kitchen with like the kitchen island.
God.
Oh,
And
now
there's
now
like
now
8 people
now
in the room.
Boogie's naked on Twitch.
Ew.
Ew. It was really ew.
Oh.
No.
Merry Christmas, everybody, and to all a good night.
It's not showing everything, but it's enough.
That's enough.
You
It's
have
showing
a-
enough.
That's
There's a
quite
black
enough.
box is big
No,
enough.
God, no. Okay,
When you
no.
have a fupa, you don't have to hide it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like a
Merry
it's a
Christmas.
natural
Merry
sensor
Christmas.
mechanism.
I am gonna get right to work. I still have to do number one of our top 5 woke Hollywood disasters that will come out New Year's Eve. I'm going to record that tonight. We are going to be doing our top 5 next Friday. Lots of live streaming coming up, including our Christmas. I'm doing a Christmas Eve live stream with Mahler and Az late at night. So look out for that. We've been doing that the last few years. What else? Real BBC. I feel like I'm forgetting some. Oh, Rebel Moon review. Yeah, fuck. I want to forget that. So, but then, after that, taking a little time off till Echo comes out. I'm chilling.
Echo,
which is the 9th of January. But we'll be doing lots of.
That's gonna be a slog.
There will be some gaming stream going on. Some gaming streams going on in the next 2 weeks. So look for those. Thanks everyone again for the entire year. We still got one more episode this year, but it's been best year for Nerdrotic, best year for Friday Night Tights, and it's all because of you. So we're eternally grateful. We all hope you have a great Christmas. See you next time.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, oh hear the angel voices, oh night divine, oh night when Christ was born. Chains shall he break, for the slave is our brother.